Alright, so I'm gonna play probably a match of League, maybe two, and then hop back over to Guild Wars and start working on that story again. I'm just eating breakfast right now. So there's that. Ooh, hop up. Breakfast today consists of yogurt, 2 bananas, some extremely dark bitter chocolate, and a tea. I gotta go back to the other house at some point and get my water bottle. I forgot it. Oh, God, we have a Ziri, man. I've never seen a good Ziri. I've never seen one go off. I've never seen one do decent. I highly doubt she's able to fight level 1, which is what I want against this Lux.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Assassination.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
She didn't leave. thought he was going to take the lantern. So I hooked, and we could have both lanterned right into the Vigar and killed him probably right there, and then just walked out. Was the plan. But Rumble gets more plates right here, but Vigar got shut down gold, so that kind of sucks.
An ally has been slain. Has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
Going somewhere.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The sweet tones of misery.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
She should have just
slain.
pushed mid. Even if they lose that fight, she could push mid just to get this turret.
Torment comes in so many flavors.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Risky.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
What else to build here? using a build that is not, as we say, this is not a normal support build. Supports do not play builds like mine, especially on Thresh, but I like homegrown builds. No meta builds. Meta builds are ass in games. I had more gold than 2 of our laners. That's terrible. Well, 2 of our players. That's kind of terrible. More gold than the whole enemy team, though. It's a pre-20-minute game. I had more damage than my whole team. Because early game, Thresh's damage is pretty good. And more than the whole enemy team. Alright. After this, we'll play Guild Wars. I just want to see what the enemy jungler and stuff was doing. You know? During this game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Like, I know I'm still on the Guild Wars page, but I don't think League is that much different. Like, they could add, like, a League of Legends game into Guild Wars if they wanted to, but I doubt they wanted to balance that.
Minions have spawned.
Normally in this beginning phase, your team should be more active in placing wards and figuring out where the enemy jungler is starting. But ours wasn't. Here I do 3 autos and then we move on. Azira is typing, so she didn't get into XP range of this first minion, and I accidentally auto-attacked it. It wasn't like, it was kind of my problem. But that means that I hit level 2 a little bit faster. I got level 2 advantage, so they're trying to push it. I guess she was in XP range. So that hook right there that I did, you might think that was a little bit random when I threw that hook. But what I was trying to do was, one, I was trying to weave the hook to where it would pass before the minion went in front of it, because a lot of people will move to behind the minion. So if you can get a hook in between before the minion passes, then they will move behind the minion and then the hook will hit them. The other thing is that I was trying to use it as a gap closer, so I wasn't necessarily trying to hit the hook. I was trying to use it to hit the minion and pull myself to the minion so I could flay and auto attack, but the minion moved too far forward, and so it wasn't close enough for me to flay combo him. So right here, a lot of people that play Thresh as a support, they play him with Aftershock and stuff, which is good. But I have found that Hail of Blades and some of these other ruin pages that nobody uses on Thresh is actually very, very strong early game on him. And if you don't use them, um, you can get ran over by supports like Lux. They just recently buffed Thresh because he was getting abused by range poke lanes like this. But I had already found an option to use to beat poke lanes, because level 1, level 2, I could easily run into these caster champions as long as I can avoid their skill shots and just run them over with something like Hella Blades. Um, Also, like, Thresh can use Electrocute and stuff like that, but Hail of Blades is a good variety pack. Like, you can use it for AP, AD, normal tank. It doesn't really matter. Thresh can use it for anything. And then if you get at least 50 CDR cooldown reduction, you can basically hook almost infinitely on a repeat loop. So your auto attacks don't necessarily matter, but if you do miss your hook, you're able to, say, auto attack 3 times and then hook again. Or if you hook, pull them in, you get 1.5 seconds or so that you can auto attack and then hook again afterwards. So you can auto hook and then flay combo hook, auto hook. Pretty decent. But she's underestimating my level 1 damage is what's going on here. So instead of using scaling, I don't know if I can look at my rune pages. Yeah, so instead of going for the scaling rune that you can get down here that gives you more AD as the game goes on, I'm doing cheap shot with Scorch, then I'm going double AD, and then I'm going an AD item. I went for the HP AD item. You lose 5 AD, but you gain a lot more health. And the other item gives you 20 AD, like 50 health, and then it gives you mana regeneration. But this one gives me, I think 15 AD, 250 health, and then uh, you can auto attack a minion to proc it faster, which helps you get to your level 2 spike. So you're losing 2 AD early, but it's not that big of a deal, I think, for as much health as you get from the item. And then if we look down here, so I've procced Hella Blades, and I missed a couple of my hits. I've hit like 2. I did like 2 hits and then a flay. But you got to look at when I use these attacks, my first auto attack has a quicker attack speed, and then my second auto attack and my third auto attack have quicker attack speeds. So if I use something like Electrocute early game, I'm going to get like 30, 40 damage off of those. If I use Press the attack, I'm going to get 30, 40 damage off of those. With Hail of Blades, I'm getting the first auto off faster, which allows me to hit for like 50, 60 damage, and then my AD base is like 70 damage. And then I get 2 more auto attacks that already are doing 70 damage at a quicker attack speed than what I normally would have. So I get a good amount of damage early game off of it just because my passive auto attack damage. Also, each soul that I collect is giving me a passive damage amount. So you can see right here, I've had 4 souls. It gives me 4 ability power and 4 ability power and 4 bonus armor. So I'm already at the point where I'm getting pretty equal on armor, and I got 4 additional bonus damage, which is like basically a whole bonus ruin of AD that goes with my flay. So you can see it does between 6 and 63 damage at the very beginning right here. So this whole ability, the first auto attack flay combo is doing like 140 damage or something like that. And then each attack after that is getting a bonus 6 damage. So my AD is, where's it at? Non-existent on this page. Oh, my AD right here is 71. Okay. With the other support item, it goes up to 75 or 74, something like that. But I have the 4 bonus AD, so this is doing 6 more damage per auto attack. So with Hail of Blades, I'm getting an additional 18 damage on top of this, but I'm getting an additional 6 per auto. So I'm already at 67 attack damage, something like that. And if we go and look at Caitlyn, she has 78. So she has bonus AD. She's at 78, and she has those abilities. So me and her are pretty much on par, AD wise, and we're on par armor wise. See, I got 38. She has 36. You know, she went. Well, basically, we're basically like the same. She has less movement speed than me by a lot. I have more attack speed than her because Halo Blades by a lot. So right here, she doesn't have Halo Blades. She has Lethal Tempo. It's going to take time for that to stack up. So she right now is at 0.84, and I am at 0.133. So I am a little under like double her attack speed right now. So 1v1, I should be able to win this, at least in the first few seconds of the combat, and then she's going to win more afterwards. Okay? So I can basically solo her. You can see this first hit right here is chunking like 10%, 15% of her health bar. Okay? And it's just me v her. Lux is out of it because she already used her skill shots. And my ADC is coming in. So as a Thresh, most Threshes are very passive and they kind of farm and they're tanky and stuff. Me as a Thresh, I'm more aggressive because I know level 1, level 2 is my time, and I will challenge pretty much anybody, anytime in lane. And then it just depends on my ADC, what's going on. Because you can tell this Zeri she's very timid early game. She talked a lot of smack, but she's very timid early game. She wants to farm. She doesn't want to poke or trade. Okay, but then she sees me go in like this confidently and just smack 15% of Caitlyn's health bar, and she's like, "Oh shit, he knows what he's doing." That's exactly what happened. She got a lucky flash, and I almost flashed for that too. I almost flashed after her, but I decided not to. Because she burned her flash there. All I got to do is land a hook or something in the next couple seconds, and we're golden. I don't need to flash after her. I don't need to risk Graves coming down and me not having flash. Some solid tea. We're lucky the Lux is kind of boo-boo. I should have hooked Lux here. So I burned my flash. Zeri wasn't even close right there, but if she was, I could have hooked Lux here instead. I was trying to go after Caitlyn because I was zoning in, but if I hooked Lux, she has no real mana to fight me very much, and I could have probably almost killed her. I burned my flash here specifically because I didn't want to walk this way. It kind of would have taken too long, and then if I walk into Lux's thing, and I take a bunch of damage. So there was barely any touching this wall, so I decided to walk and then flash over this, and then Caitlyn used her Q, so I basically dodged double skill shots, which is fine. So flash, but Lux is completely spent on mana, and Caitlyn is low on health. So their lane is basically done at this point. And then ADC is starting to go in. Lux ignites a little bit too fast. She's trying to scare her off. Pretty close. Lux is trying to regen some mana. She gets smacked there. You get a flash combo. It's good. Now, I burned my hook, but I'm not super scared of this Graves. I burned my hook on the Lux. It was kind of dumb for me to do that, because as I was hooking, I saw Graves in the back of my head. But the thing is here is I don't have my hook to turn on him. And if I did, it would have been so much easier to kill this guy right here. But when I'm looking at this, I know Graves has a very low attack range. It might be lower than Thresh's. He has 2 bullets and he has to reload. If he dashes, he gets another bullet. He has an AP slow blind, which he uses at the first of this match, and then he has his Q. So he has 2 skill shots and a couple of low range auto attacks, which I'm not super worried about. And then ruin wise, I think he's probably doing that fleeting footwork, which he is. So he'll get a little bit of extra healing, but he has no extra damage in his kit, basically, is what's going on. So he's trying to challenge 2 people that are relatively on par health-wise with him. If we look at his AD, he has 79 AD with a 0.54 attack speed. And I'm a little bit lower, but I'm going to have my Hail of Blades probably have way more attack speed than him. So my DPS is going to be higher for those first 3 autos. This isn't really that big, but he has more armor than me because when he dashes, he gets more and more armor. I have a build that I'm working on for Graves too. That tank Graves is what I call it. It's a mech robot Graves. I try to get the cooldown reduction on his dash down like really far so that I can get. If you get all of his stacks on his dash, you get like 100 and something bonus armor, which is like equivalent to like 30 minutes of Thresh soul farming. But nobody plays tank Graves. He's basically a Thresh. I see Graves as Thresh, but he doesn't have the crowd control. So here you can see he already used his W, which is like his only defensive move that he could have used versus Ziri, just to try and close the distance. He thinks I'm going to run off and leave her. He does have his Q still, but after that his mana spin. I'm going towards the bush so that he can't auto attack me or he can't get anything with me. You see, I start attacking here. My attack speed goes up to 1.34. And my first auto attack's already chunking right here. So just with my auto attacks, he's going to get down pretty low. Lux is coming in. She only has like enough mana for like 1 skill shot. She uses the shield to try and save the Graves. That probably, if she would have used like a root or her other ability, she probably could have killed me. And potentially Ziri. So this is like a Lux mistake right here, probably. So here, it's Thresh versus Graves. I still have 1 more auto attack. He has 1 shell. I still have way more, like twice his attack speed. More than twice his attack speed. And Ziri's coming around. Okay. So I get my last auto and Ziri gets her auto at the same time. Lux has no mana and she's in our minion wave. I think Lux tries and challenges us here. See, but this is the stuff I'm interested in because Graves just died. He's immediately pathing back bot side again, but he has no camps down here. So if he has nothing to farm and he comes down here, he loses a lot because he's not getting anything up here. But maybe they'll respawn. But you got a full HP Caitlyn and a full HP Graves coming down. Lux is still sitting here with no mana. Lux is pushing up into our minion wave. So I hook here for two reasons. One is because she's going into a huge minion wave with casters and cannons, which for me, I know like that's quite a lot of damage, so I just want to damage her a little bit. The second thing is she could be trying to freeze the lane for her ADC, and I don't want that to happen. So I hook her just to get the damage off, and then Caitlyn is here. But now Caitlyn, she is a level down from me and Zeri. She does have a lot of mana. She does have a lot of damage. She is up to 95 damage and 40 armor. Alright, so she has way more damage than me. But we have 6 casters and a cannon here. Now, if we look at these casters, each caster has 26 AD. Okay, and they have equivalent attack speed almost to Caitlyn. And then we look at the cannon, and it's 43 AD. So if we look at this, she has 6. Let's just take the attack speed out of this. She has 69 damage. I have 75. So we're looking at like 140 or something. Then each of these casters have 26, and there's 6 of them. So you're looking at another 140 or something damage. It's like twice the damage there. And then you have this guy. So you're probably looking at, 300, 400 damage here altogether versus 100 damage. So just kiting her out right here, she auto-attacked me. And she's trying to greed for this kill, so I'm moving back, so she's chasing me. If she challenged Zeri here and just started auto-attacking her instead of trying to chase me, she might have been able to actually kill one of us. I'm not that big of a threat here. I have very little mana, no health. The minions and Zeri are the big threats, so she should have probably attacked them. But she went after me, and I decided to challenge her because I thought she was going to get an auto attack off, so I was just going to go ahead and try and get a little bit of extra damage. Because you see, I have the Hella Blades proc, and I probably have my my damage passive here. But I know that she was chasing me. I probably am going to die in this bush. And this is warded, so she probably would have been able to auto-attack me. It's 50-50. But basically, I decide, hey, I'm just going to try and get one more auto-attack in right here. So you can see that one auto that I get. So here I probably could have pathed more down, and she probably wouldn't have been able to hit me. But you see, I got that one little smack, which makes her about even to Zeri's health. And now we have all these minions, and then we have Zeri versus Caitlyn. So all these minions here are way more damage than the Zeri is, for sure. And they're more damage than the Caitlyn. She has 289 health, and she has 70 damage. So just this 70 damage here is going to be enough to get her to 200. Then you have all of these minions. There's 5 of them left, so that's already 130. So you're looking at 170 damage in like a second there. So she can basically survive 2 auto attacks from each minion, and 1 auto attack from Zeri, and she's dead. But Zeri hits her with an auto attack and then a couple of abilities, so she gets hits by 1 round of minions and dies. But in this equation, Caitlyn has 15 farms, Zeri has 26, and Zeri has up 4 kills. So she has a way bigger gold advantage, CS advantage, XP advantage, and Caitlyn misses this minion here and this, and now we have Graves coming in. So he ran all the way back down here. So he got shutdown gold, which is worth for him. And I decided to go Moby Boots in Rome. Because Ziri's dead. This is basically how I decided this, okay? Because you can go tank boots and stuff on Thresh, but if you don't go Mobies, it's very difficult to roam. That's what Mobies are for. So the Ziri's already doing really good bot lane. I know she has a lot of damage. She can probably be fine. She just died. We're not in the lane at the same time, so I know that I have the opportunity to hit another lane and then go back to bot side before she gets there and the wave is ready. So if I get Mobies, I move twice as fast as Ziri if she gets normal boost, which she did. And that means that I can make it all the way to a lane and then make it to bot lane and be able to help as long as I'm relatively healthy. And this Vigar is pretty low. So I go in, Lantern, and then I try to hook combo. He dodges this, but the thing is the hook is more on the right side. So there's a couple reasons about this. It's not me just trying to hit a skill shot. It's that if you're playing against higher tier players, you can't always guarantee a hook. They'll do some random stuff, but you can zone them, make it more likely for them not to go a certain direction. And so here you can see the Vigar was standing like right here. I hooked a little bit to his right. So if he like panic flashed to his right side, it would have hooked him probably anyway. But if he moves left, he's in range of Rumble. And then I haven't taken any damage from the minions, so my mobility is still really high. So I have 462. I have over 100 movement speed more than Vigar, so I can catch him. So like right here, I'm able to move forward and get past his stun because I have 100 more movement speed than him. My flake combo almost kills him. I can hit him and I'm still full HP, and then I can move to this side of the stun and not get hit by another turret shot. So boom, boom, move to the side. I took one turret shot. Okay. Get a couple souls. Now Graves is coming mid. Now, you might think this isn't a big deal, but it is kind of a big deal. Because Graves is coming to the lane to get XP and farm that he couldn't get anywhere else. Well, he could have gotten somewhere else, but it's more efficient to get in lane. So every time that a laner dies, he's coming in and he's taking the lane farm to try and keep himself into the game. But if you don't manage the waves, you can screw over your laner. Because if Vigar, for instance, gets really weak and he comes and takes all this farm and doesn't like freeze it or anything, which he can't with Graves, then Vigar loses out on that farm and gets a bad position when he comes back to lane. But it also means that if Graves is inside of the lane, we know where he is, and it means that he is not getting his jungle farm, which means that Kindred can then go and get that jungle farm. So it's kind of twofold because basically by removing one person from the map, if the jungle goes to that position, they're removing themselves from the jungle, then we can still get all of our farm from all lanes and our jungle can get extra farm. Is how this is working out. So here we're roaming down. This is something you don't really see in high elo games very often. A lot of them just don't do this, but I just got Vigar dead here. Graves is now mid lane, which means there's nobody that can reinforce bot lane unless Graves leaves mid lane and comes after us. Now, normally, Rumbles and stuff like mid laners, they'll just leave lane. They don't roam like this. Kindred's coming probably to get Scuttle, so there's no reason for us to stay here. And if Vigar and these other four are all healthy, and they decide to collapse on us while we're doing Scuttle, then we probably lose that fight. But what happens is I end up going bot lane, and we turn this into a 3v2 against a weaker Caitlyn and stuff, and then that snowballs into something. Because if we go 3v2 and or 4v2 bot lane and win, then that means me and Ziri gets basically free lane farm by herself and free gold. I get to roam and help my mid laner again because I don't care about the XP and stuff as much because I'm going support. My Zeri can get more XP and more farm solo, and then if we fight for Scuttle and 4 of us kill 2 bot lane, then there's only 2v4 again for the Scuttle. Yeah. So right here, Kindred was wanting to go for the Gromp, I think, and then she saw that I was going for a gank bot lane, and then we were kind of like, okay, there's 4 of us, we can do this. I could only position the way I did because I bought Mobies, because I have what was it, 400 and something, 467 movement speed. You can see that Lux only has 330, and then Caitlyn's 350. And then Zeri is 375, so she's faster, but not by very much. But I can dodge deluxe abilities most likely. But Rumble in them, they don't have boots, so he's at 340 and she's at 320. So I am their mobility right here. So I took a really long angle to kind of cut anyone off that was running. And then as long as we could get one of these guys with us, we can zone them off, and then the other ones can catch up was the idea. So basically come in, I throw like a long lantern here. Kindred doesn't take it. I thought she would have. But Rumble comes in. He gets some DPS. He jukes out pretty good. Okay, we win the 4v2. So now Rumble's backing. So even now, Rumble backed. So we don't have 4 for the Scuttle. I'm relatively healthy though. And I don't really need to force an engage. Zeri's full health, so we could 3v, and Graves is top, so we can take Dragon with only one person on the enemy team that could contest us, or Zeri could take this free gold by herself, and Kindred could take the Dragon or something, and we could risk Vigar coming and killing us. Either way is not a bad move. But if Zeri goes for solo gold here, I think that's the best option. And then Kindred should probably just go for Scuttle and then all these camps. That would give us the most health and XP. And then we could reset and then force a dragon fight. And then Graves would be down, like 2 levels. Probably Zeri and Kindred would probably both be level 6 with a lot of farm. So they would probably beat everybody in a team fight right there. And then Rumble, I mean, he's still going to be pretty decently strong, so I think that would have been the best call. Which is what's happening. So Kindred's going for the jungle. We're hard shoving this wave, and I'm giving her solo plate gold. So I'm just backing off. So here, I didn't see the pings. Oh, these are the enemy pings. Okay, so the enemies are pinging warnings and stuff, and they basically have a ward on the Gromp, so they can see Kindred in the jungle, so they're coming to kill her. Oops, sorry, pup. If Kindred warned me, or we could have seen that Vigar wasn't mid lane because he pushed this up, I could have came and probably lanterned her out if she needed it, which probably would have been the better idea. But she got 2 camps, which is good. I don't know what Vigar's thinking there, but she dies here. Yeah, that could partially be my bad. I mean, I think if Kindred came to the blast cone and blast coned over the wall, they would have caught her. But she also could have just like stayed over here and then jumped over this wall and just ran away. But if I knew better, or if I was watching, I guess I wasn't paying attention, I could have easily just came up here and lanterned Kindred out of the jungle. Like, we could have left Zeri to get solo turret gold, and then I could have ran over here to help Kindred in the jungle. That's probably what we should have did. So here I thought Ziri would back, because she just got plate gold and minions and stuff, so I thought she would back. So I was roaming mid so that she could back and reset, and then we could play together in the bot lane. So she was looking to stay, and then she saw that I was going top side, and then she was going to back, and then she decides to stay anyway. And then here, I saw Graves, so I was going mid. I got 77 AD. I saw Graves show up mid right here. I have 77 AD. He has 106, but I have more than twice his attack speed with my Halo Blades. And I have 70 armor, and he has 50. So he's getting 35% damage reduction. I'm getting 41, so we're pretty close. I have Ignite, and he doesn't, though. And I get more damage in my kit, potentially, because his E doesn't really give him more damage. It's just an extra auto attack, and he has to reload, so he only gets 2 hits. I'm at least getting 3 plus my passive damage on my Flay, and I got my hook as well. And I figured Rumble might come with me, but I mainly positioned here because I thought Graves was going to gank mid lane, and Kindred wasn't there. But he flashed, and so he showed up right here, right? And I saw it. So I thought he was going to gank, and then I saw him back off. Rumble's positioned bot side. And I figured he was going to Raptors. So I saw his health was already at like 75%, and I'm full HP. So if I go to the Raptor pit, I figured he might be like half health or something by the time I got there. Which I just happened to get there before he was able to do anything. His health wasn't as low as I thought. But he's still trying to claim it. And Rumble was able to come in and help. So I'm fine with that. So that put Graves behind even more. Now here I was going to back. I don't have flash or anything. This is a very greedy play for me. But I was going to back, and it probably would have been best if I backed. But I looked and I saw that Jax and Irelia were pretty even, sort of. But Jax probably is a little bit stronger than Irelia. But I know from playing top Thresh that basically if I time my Flay right, I can negate Jax's ability, and then he's not going to be able to do much to me. However, in this, he does. I do mess up my Flay combo. I Flay too early, and I think I miss. But luckily, Irelia stuns him, so there's that. But with our crowd control together, it's enough for her to get an advantage on the Jax. So this is a very risky play, but I figured I would catch him off guard. Yeah. So basically, what ended up happening was I messed up my Flay, but since the Flay slows him by 30% for 1 second, it was enough for Irelia to stun him. And I had enough damage to basically allow her to kill him, which puts him behind and gives Irelia enough gold to kind of fight the Jax afterwards. Because now she's up CS, and she's up a kill on the Jax, and she's up 2 turret plates.
Blue team slain.
So Rumble's looking for roams. So Caitlyn's so low she can't stay in lane, and she's risking a 4v1 dive. And then here, I don't personally care about taking gold from my ADC and stuff here, so I leave the ADC to get solo XP and solo lane farm again. The problem with this is that the item that I chose as a support, I wasn't proccing it very much. So, I mean, I still got 418, which is pretty decent. But if we look at, like, the Lux, she's about the same right now, but only because she's been dying. If they weren't on their heels, I wouldn't have nearly the item stuff that I had here. But here, basically, we just know that I just got a kill here. Kindred should be taking their farm, but I guess she's scared, so she's not doing that anymore, because whatever. I know Rumble just used his ult, and he's going back mid lane. I'm fast enough to get there with Moby Boots, so I'm looking to help the Rumble mid, because Vigar is very vulnerable when he's like up by himself. He's not very strong right now. He only has one stun thing that he can use to kind of keep people at bay, and Rumble doesn't have ult, so Rumble does have DPS though. So here we're getting a little greedy again because we see that the Herald just got taken, and so there's the potential of 3 people being right here. But I positioned to cut Vigar off, so we got kind of lucky here. There's the potential of 3 players being in this bush. But I guess what happened is Jax is going back topside because Irelia was going to be able to push and get like a whole bunch of advantage on him. But you can see right now is that she has boots, she has sustain, she has armor, all that good stuff, and an extra level. Graves is coming because he has Rift Herald, and he's trying to push that top side. Vigar got left by himself, so, I mean, they could have potentially all challenged Rumble and then used the Herald mid. But see, but now it's a 3v3, but Vigar got caught out, basically. Now here I could have waited for Irelia, but I figured it was kind of risky, so I did that and I lanterned. And here Irelia wanted us to push the lane because if we let this slow push, Jax would get an advantage. So right here we're punishing the Jax by forcing all this farm under turret. So now when he gets back to lane, he has to fight Irelia again. And here, Irelia has a full finished item, so she can probably win that fight.
Blue team double kill.
Yeah. So Zeri gets a double in the bot lane. I need to see what happened there. Because she's been fighting down here. The whole time I was down here, or I was up here helping Rumble and all them topside, she was down there fighting 1v2. So she's level 7. They just now hit level 6 with Caitlyn. This right here is where a lot of ADCs will flame me specifically as a support, because I will basically leave bot lane in a really good position, and I'll move on to the rest of the map and try and get everyone else into a good position. And I pulled that off. Like, Zeri's up like 4 or 5 kills. She's up 6 kills right, well, 5 kills right now. She's up a bunch of farm, she's up a bunch of levels. I'm on par level-wise with Lux. Okay, I'm basically, I'm stronger than Lux, but Ziri's stronger than both of them by a lot. And then I leave, I get Rumble ahead, then I go topside because stuff happened, and then I get topside ahead. And then I have to try and get back to bot lane to help. Normally the ADCs here, they'll challenge and they'll be like up in mid and they'll get picked off and die and then they'll rage quit because the support isn't in lane. So she did pretty good with this. Because all she got to do is sit here and farm and not die. So she's challenging. She's really strong. Lux missed her thing. And that right there is basically how I look at it, is that if you get your ADC ahead like 2 or 3 levels, and they're this farmed and this ahead, she has a full item, all that, you can stay bot lane and just run over the enemy and then leave and just get her more and more ahead. But she should be able to at least go even and farm with them bot lane. Like, she shouldn't be able to die before you get back to lane. So that's how I kind of look at it. And she was able to, like, 1v2 them no problem. So at that point, there's no real reason to stay in lane. Like, she doesn't need your assistance anymore. She's an ADC now. But you'd still want to be there. Like, she could have got 1v3'd. She could have got turret dived. I was just busy doing stuff. But you can already see I'm heading back. Like, as soon as I was done topside, because we had to push the wave in. If we didn't push the wave in, then I would have been bot side for that fight, most likely. But I'm already coming. So right here, I probably should have pushed the wave in with her. I basically came in and I saw that she was backing and I threw a lantern and then I went to push the wave in and she didn't come. So I instantly started going to mid lane because I figured she was backing and it was going to slow push towards us. And then she decided to push the wave in. And she get Caitlyn ulted, I guess. Which I could have stayed and potentially helped her with that. But it looks like she did good. It's just right here. She got greedy, I guess, and went for another turret plate. And I decided to go mid.
Shut down.
But you can see in this, I'm keeping the tempo. I'm the tempo guy. I'm keeping everyone pushed in their lane. I'm keeping track of the jungle and what's going on. And anytime I see an open turret, I'm basically telling those guys, hey, take some gold here. We got time. I'm here to help you. And it's making the team more confident because they know I'm there and I'm kind of rotating with the power on the map. So right here is a combo that's kind of iffy. I saw the Vigar coming right here, so I hook and I used the lantern here. My thought was Rumble would take the lantern, I would hook him on this corner, and I would pull both of us to him on this corner, and then we would kill him before he went into turret range. But Rumble decided to ult on the corner and not take the lantern, and I ended up getting stunned on the edge here. I think we still pull it off. Or no, we got it pretty low. He got shut down gold. But Vigar basically has to leave lane. Is what's happened. But Graves just died top, so there's not much. Vigar has to leave lane, so he's missing out on farm, but he got a bunch of shutdown gold. And then Rumble should get an extra turret plate. Okay, Okay, and then we got me and Ziri coming back bot lane. I start building in the damage because I forgot about the Umbral Glaive. See, I saw Vygar right here, so I pre-hook. That was a really long range hook too. So for me, it's the extra damage that I got early. Just that little bit of damage that I got from the lethality from the Umbral with my Hail of Blades just gives me a lot of extra damage. You can see right here, like this is doing 72 extra damage, and then we had 274 on that first auto attack. But our AD is already at 100 and something here. So the first Hail of Blades, we're getting that 100 AD, but then the second two auto attacks are pretty quick. It's 200 AD, which is pretty much on par, if not better, than Electrocute. Alright, so now we got a dragon fight brewing. And two of these are just picking off someone that overextended. Turns into a 2v3. So this one is a 2v3, and then it turns into a 2v4 bot side. So these guys are prepping Dragon, I guess, and they decide to go on Caitlyn because she's by herself. Jack's teleported because he sees that there's two of our teammates here. Now they're overextended because they're fighting one of his teammates, and so now it's a 4v2. And Jax probably saw me and my ADC mid fighting Vygar. So that means that this is potentially a good fight for them. Okay, so Kindred has her ult. Jax almost pulled it out. I think right here was a misplay on Irelia's part, because right there she was using her little defensive bullshit. When Graves was reloading, she should have auto-attacked while he was reloading and then did her defensive thing afterwards, I think. But we win the fight mid lane. Ziri should have stayed with me and just pushed mid. We could have potentially gotten 2 turrets here. But she's going bot side. The fight is already pretty much done. So even if Kindred survives here, which I don't think she does, you're looking at a 2v1 bot side. Now, if I went with her, yeah, we could have went and killed both of them probably pretty easily. But, I mean, it's their turret versus their mid turret. Our outer bot side turret is less important than this mid turret, and then we get mid turret, and we probably get the second tier mid turret, which would have been way better. It's not even a question in my mind, and right now it's just luck. So like even more, like we don't even lose the bot turret for this trade anymore. I'm looking to fight this. Yeah. I was looking to fight that, but I didn't have the damage. see a fight mid.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Anyway, it was a good game. Bum, 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 bum. Got some tea, got some breakfast. I should have ate some eggs, but I didn't. Here's my thing, okay? So I got to figure out what I'm going to do. We just deleted one of our characters here. We know that I have this Master Samurai, which is a fresh warrior that I got before I left before. He needs to come and get the Gunblade perk from the Canthan expansion, but I don't know if I'm going to use him or what yet. And then we have the the Samurai Hero Spirit, which is the Mesmer Samurai, basically, is what I was going to build him as. And then we have Cursed Master Ronin, which is a thief, which needs to be a samurai, right? Then we also have the Necromancers, the Roman Necromancer, which basically would be good to have in Cantha just for like faster farming and stuff, but we also have the Pocket Minion, which could do that. Norn's pretty much in retirement for the most part. Haven't used him in years. The Guardians and stuff, I don't think really matter. The Forgotten Golem is an engineer that we built specifically to come through the Canthan expansion to get the Golem. So we have that thing as well. The Roman Knight, I don't think it really matters for us that much if we use this guy or not. But Veteran Knight, I think, is potentially stronger than our other character. Our other character has a pretty strong like condition build, but I don't think it's as strong as Veteran Knight. And then Dragon Lord, which is like one of our main knights that we've had for a while, we changed him a bit when I last played, but it seems like he's mainly PvP now. I don't really know. I don't know what's going on with his builds, so there's something there. The first Roman has the condition build, and he has like a power build and something else on him. I don't know what's going on there. Then Legionary Marilius here. He's having problems. I don't know exactly what's going on. I was gonna build another character, but like this guy has condition duration, heal allies within 36-meter radius after breaking a stun, and he has celestial gear for it. Which is fine. Basically, what I think this is that he has healing shouts, and then he's breaking stuns with Shake It Off, and that gives more healing around to the people around him, which I think is fine. But then he's also getting like protection for other stuff, so I don't know exactly what's going on there. And then he has this where he gains might on critical strikes, but he's not using a greatsword. And they've changed some stuff since I last played this dude too. And I think this build is for HP buffs because this one gives everybody. Let's see what here. What was it? The crit. His crit strike tranche is 40, so I mean it's pretty high. And crit strikes grant bonus adrenaline and gain stacking condition damage effects, which that would make sense. And then burst strikes inflict vulnerability if they hit, and inflict additional vulnerability if the attack is a critical hit, which I think that makes sense on here. And then, but this like becoming unblockable, I don't really know. Healing skill causes might. Forceful great sword. I mean, it seems like we're missing some stuff here. And then this one just says warrior build, which shouts, critical strikes, gain bonus condition, expertise based on precision. And then we have defensive traits. Now the stalwart strength used to be when you break out of a stun, you get bonus armor. Anyway, but then like his armor sets, like this one is celestial, condition build 100%, and you know you're healing allies when you break out of stuns. All right, that's fine. And then we have power, precision, condition damage, and expertise. And you're gaining increased might duration, and then you gain 5 stacks of might for 4 seconds when inflicting a weakness on a foe, which is fine, except for you can inflict weakness on a foe like once every 4 seconds or something. And then this one is toughness, healing power, and condition damage. And then we're gaining regen every second. Pit Fighter's Grease of the Doliac. And so this is a condition build. Five stacks of might for 12 seconds when swapping to this weapon. And we're leeching health. So applying might to allies heals you for 6. So this one is a might healing build, I'm guessing. Okay, so this one is critical hits, grant bonus. So this one has... It doesn't have precision, though. You could use the 3 seconds of crit strike, though, on this, and then your critical strike hits deal bonus adrenaline and gain a stacking condition damage effect. So the stacking condition damage can stack up to 25 times and grants 4 condition damage for 10 seconds. If we put the 3 seconds of this on here, it's still in 9 attacks. I don't know how long this takes, though. So level 3 is 4 seconds. Level 2 is 2 seconds. So let's say that we swap and we do 2 seconds level 2. And then you're getting 9 auto attacks. You're looking at... You'd get 9 stacking effects of this. And vulnerability would give you even more damage. This is what I like thinking about with the warrior builds, because I need to make more, but the thing that people don't consider when they're looking at like warrior builds is the stacking effect of the warrior. Like the skills of a warrior, like shout skills with one warrior isn't very good, but if you have 5 warriors, the shout healing becomes very good. But if you're one warrior by yourself and you're with a group of people, might healing can be really good. Or if you're fighting a lot of enemies all at once, might healing can be really good. If you're fighting one person all at once, then... But the other thing is that, like, we have a build that gives infinite quickness, right? And that was before they did the quickness buff, so it still works. But now you could get even more quickness if you wanted to. Um, but then like nobody uses vulnerability and stuff with the warrior, and that's the thing, because they always go pure damage or they go pure conditions. But if you look like Sundering burst skills inflict vulnerability if they hit and inflict additional vulnerability if the attack is a critical hit. Can only occur once per interval per target for multi-hit burst skills. So interval is 5 seconds, so you can only have this activate once every 5 seconds. So, but you're getting additional vulnerability, so you're getting, I guess, twice as much vulnerability if you crit with this. So if you have the rune that allows you to crit, you're only going to crit once. And if you do that, then you're getting 10 vulnerability on one target. But vulnerability, I think, can stack up to 25. So this right here, I don't know if it's a flat rate now or if the percentages stack up, but if it goes up to 25%, then these last 10 seconds, if you have a way to keep vulnerability on target, or if you have multiple people inflicting the vulnerability on target, you're looking like, even with this, with one usage, with 5 warriors, you would have 25 vulnerability, which gives you a 25 increase to damage and condition damage on target. You know, even with a 5-second interval, you could do that. And then that would just increase your overall damage for your warrior group. If you have a chance to inflict bleed on critical hits, they'll bleed you plasma. Like, more bleeding right here on critical hits, I mean, that sounds really good. But you see, we don't have any benefit of crit on this guy right now. Gain condition damage when you have Fury. And that's the other thing, is like condition duration versus condition damage. So like you see on my other warrior, it has like 20% increased bleed duration and then 10% increased condition duration on one set of weapons. on the sword and shield, because when I use the sword and shield, I want the bleeding effects to last longer because it's harder for me to reapply. But then when I swap over to the bow, it's all conditioned damage. So you stack up a bunch of bleeds with the sword, then you swap over to the bow, which has a lot more burning damage, and the burning doesn't last very long, but it has more damage in total, and then the bleeding is doing more damage in total. And then we inflict poison, so it makes it to where they can't heal as much. There's burst skills grant fury. Fury gives an increased crit chance. Increased crit chance 5%. Expertise based on precision. Not a whole lot going on there. This one, I mean, it's condition, toughness, and healing power with healing regeneration. Healing regeneration on the armor. And he's trying to use Frenzy for quickness. And I guess unblockable stuff is what was going on. But, I mean, this doesn't seem super good for this guy. We can heal whenever we apply Might to herself. Movement skills cost stability. Stability when you disable a foe. Dodging causes resistance, which makes you non-damaging conditions currently on you are ineffective. Like, what is it? You have weakness, vulnerability, blind. I mean, it sounds good, but blind is the only thing that I could really think. Cripple. So I mean, so you'd have cripple, weakness, blind, and you would have vulnerability, all of which would be good. Probably better than endure pain. But stances, like, in general on these characters, like, this build is with this armor. So this one is power, precision, condition damage, and expertise. And you're gaining might when you cause weakness. But you can't cause weakness very easily anymore on these guys. Like, this right here is what was going on. So, like, this was when we deal increased strike damage to a weakened foe, burst skills inflict weakness. So, can only occur once per interval per target for multi-hit skills. So, this is a 5-second interval where we could cause weakness. And then what was happening was I was making a build set that used the aristocracy ruins. So you gain 5 stack of might for 4 seconds after inflicting weakness on a foe, and you have a 1-second cooldown. But there's no way to just keep inflicting weakness on your foe. Five charges. My thing with the warrior is that everyone builds a warrior into one specific branch. I think warriors are supposed to be an overall encompassing build. They should have high condition damage, high power damage, high armor, high survivability, you know. So like when things like vulnerability, I want to be able, I think having the build like we had for our other character that was 100% quickness, perfect for a warrior because it allows us to consistently attack with all of our abilities and put the most amount of bleed stacks and stuff on quickly. Um, the other thing though is that having full might, which you could do easily if you have a group of warriors. So like even with for great justice, this is getting 5 targets. You get 6 might per target, and then if you were doing the thing where if you give yourself might, it gives your allies might, then you could easily just use this once, and then everyone gets 12 might. You get 2 warriors doing that, and then the whole warrior group gets a whole bunch of stuff. But if you do that, you lose out on vigorous shouts, which gives you healing based on a percentage of power and removes the healing that you would get from some of this stuff. You know, like, but if you grant it to a nearby ally, it heals you. So, I mean, it could be better just to do that. Plus, if we do that, we could go frenzy and then keep our stances. We could use stances still, and then we could get might generation. We just would lose all of our healing on our shouts. Gate of Goodbyes. All right, so we got the Doliac. I actually rather like this guy, his look, but it is what it is. I just don't know what build of his goes with what. Like this one just says warrior build. So I mean it has shouts, so I think this is what this guy was doing, but applying might to an ally heals you. But we also got healing shouts. Whereas this would just heal yourself. And then we have increased strike damage, soldiers focus heals allies. Number of allies, interval 10 seconds, periodically gaining soldier focus, hitting a burst skill will expend soldier focus to grant might to nearby allies. So this heals allies and grants might to nearby allies, which would heal you. So all of that is kind of hard to think about in my head. And then expertise based on precision. So our precision here is 1600. So our expertise 804. So our condition duration is pretty decent. Condition damage when gain fury. Sword skills gain reduced recharge. Chance to inflict bleeding on critical hits. Bonus adrenaline and gang stacking condition damage. And then we have gang stability when you disable a foe. Endure pain. And shield master. See, so the stalwart strength used to be when you break out of a stun, you would get like 4,000 or get like 1,000 armor bonus or something like that. So that's what was going on with this, was that I had a build that was using the stun break to get an additional like 1,000 armor. And yeah, it was when you broke out of the stun, you got 1,000 armor and it healed or something. So this guy's build was specifically made around healing with the stun break. You'd break out of a stun and then you'd heal everyone around you and gain a bunch of defensive stats is what this build was. Yeah. I guess it was too strong for him, though. Question is, do I build a whole new character for the Roman Legion? Because I have some stuff I want to test, but it's just a toss-up, man. Critical hits. What kind of crit chance do you have? So he'll have like a 50% crit chance. 55% crit chance. Gives an additional... Fury gives an increased crit chance. So Fury is giving 30% crit chance. And then I don't know if it's going to 35. Let me just...
For great justice.
So we got 65% crit chance with that. Which is pretty good. Which means we can get stacks of this, which grants bonus adrenaline and stacking condition damage. And then we're getting condition damage while wielding a sword. But burst skills inflict vulnerability when they hit and inflict additional vulnerability if the attack is a critical hit, which I think that would be better. But interval of 5 seconds. But it sounds better than this. And then expertise based on precision. So I like it because like weakness is reducing their energy and regeneration stuff, but it's a 5-second thing. Burst skills inflict weakness. I just don't know if it's good enough. I don't think it'd be good enough. Because for me, it comes down to a balance. Like, a lot of other champion types in Guild Wars 2, like, assassins and stuff, they get crit hits and stuff quite a lot, right? But there's not, like, a ton of bonuses that I can think of that they can just get off the top of my head for, like, getting critical hits. Whereas like this, it's granting adrenaline and stacking condition damage. So like, I don't know what this goes up to, but it stacks 25 times.
Next time I raise something smart enough to fend off bandits.
Wait, what am I gaining? It has to be on my weapon, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, so this is mainly a condition thing.
A little help?
Gaining adrenaline.
Get off this ranch, you fiends!
I need backup.
On my mark. Urge to kill rising. Getting right. On my mark. On my mark.
Come on, you spiteful jerks! We'll turn you into fodder in a herd. Get over here!
Ready to unleash.
Choice!
Urge to kill rising. You're kidding me, right?
Let's celebrate this.
Adrenaline rising.
Yeah, so this guy's main build probably doesn't work anymore. He's already max level and stuff too, so there's that. See, but this has the Celestial armor gives you basically a middle ground between everything. It's just a good amount of armor. So you get ferocity, you get precision, toughness, all that stuff. So like right now, our crit chance is 35, but as soon as we get Fury, this is going up because of our other stuff
Justice.
to 65, which is pretty good. You know, and we could probably get that up to 70, but to me, like, that's perfectly fine at 70%. You get expertise, concentration. So expertise increases condition duration, which is good for bleeds and stuff. You get increased condition damage. Concentration is boon duration, but I mean, it's not. We're getting like a 40% boon duration increase. We're at 70% condition duration increase. And if we remove these ruins, then we're going to lose basically 15% or so on the condition duration. We got quickness ruins on here. So it looks like I was trying to start doing the quickness thing, but I don't have the ruins attached to his armor to give him infinite quickness.
Gaining adrenaline.
Oh crap.
I need more grubs before I can fish. Slate, bring me that fire.
For great justice.
Well, I wouldn't say no to more grubs, but I think I'm about ready.
It looks like the beginning zones are a lot less inhabited than they used to be, so I guess everyone's in Cantha now.
Fish don't know. Hoo-hoo.
I think having a balanced build, especially on a warrior, is pretty good though, because like for me, I don't think it's necessarily good to have like a full, like if you do a full power warrior build, you have to be able to lock down an enemy to use the power to kill them, or you have to hit them with one really powerful strike that one-shots them. If you have a condition build, it's easier to hit and kill something over time, but if the enemy is immune to conditions or has a bunch of condition removal, then your build basically doesn't do enough, generally. But if you're playing a power build and you don't have enough, your conditions, I think, should at least do enough damage to stop somebody's regen. So, like, you want enough condition damage to stop someone from being able to just regen their health, I think. And you want enough power to get somebody low. Because, like, something like an Elementalist or whatever, if they keep constant regen up, you can have bone removal, but eventually they're going to, like, run out of regen, or they're going to keep applying the regen. You're not going to be able to keep removing it. So the only way to negate it is to have condition burn. You know? I don't think this is powerful enough to fight her, but...
For great justice. Now I'll never. For great justice. Gaining adrenaline. On my mark.
Cherish yourself.
Hey, please. Ready for action. For great justice.
And to me, especially when it comes to, like, warriors, I really like being able to sit in the thick of something. I like being able to just, like, absorb somebody's attack and stand there, which is partially why I like Defiant Stance and what's the other one? There's Defiant Stance, Endure Pain, and then you have the Ruined Endure Pain. I thought there was something else. Maybe there's just those three. And you have Shield Stance, which I think they made it to where you can't. Yeah, they made it to where you can't reduce the shield stance recharge. So they nerfed that, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure before you could go like Defiant Stance, you do Shield Stance, Defiant Stance, Endure Pain, Shield Stance, Defiant Stance, and you could keep cycling it. But we already know, like, this armor set for him basically doesn't work anymore, and we know the Celestial gear is pretty decent for something, so we just need Ruins. This one is Power, Precision, Condition Damage, and Expertise. So it's lacking armor and everything else. But you see the crit chance is 32, 35. Power, 1980, 1640. Condition damage, 640 condition damage. Yeah, so, I mean, this one has more offensive stats, lacks defense. So the armor is 1100, vitality is 1100, and this one the armor is more balanced. It's about to where it needs to be. And then the life total is higher. So we're getting 25,000 versus 20,000. The health isn't really the problem here, but the armor on this one is fairly low compared to everything else. And then this one, healing power, condition damage, and toughness. I mean, there's might generation and stealing health. And then you get vitality and toughness. Its armor is pretty high. Vitality's pretty low. But the healing power... Condition duration, it's not very high. Healing power, 1200. Yeah, it has twice the healing power of the other one. I don't remember how much the Doliac Signet heals for. It's probably better in the lower level areas. So... Condition damage, toughness, and healing power. So this one, you'll gain... Applying might to an ally heals you for 6. But we don't have any crit strikes. Soldier's focus heals allies. While you're in combat, grant might to yourself and nearby allies each interval, and the interval is 10 seconds. But it's gaining 5 might versus Shrug It Off. Okay. And so applying might to an ally heals you. When you grant might yourself might, grant it to nearby allies. Soldier's focus grants quickness to affected allies for 2 seconds. Because here's the thing too, is like our quickness build that we use, I think the frenzy gives us like 9 seconds of quickness, and then the weapons were giving us like 10 seconds or something. If you have 5 warriors and you have martial cadence, soldier's focus grants quickness to allies. If you have 5 warriors, that's already 10 seconds of quickness. So where's soldier's focus at? Periodically grant soldiers focus. Hitting with burst skills expends soldier focus to grant might to nearby allies. Soldier's focus is interval 10 seconds. So if you have 5 warriors, you could keep soldier's focus up.
For great justice. Almost there.
Is what I'm gathering here. Yeah. So soldier's focus grants quickness to nearby allies, and then that would give you 100% quickness duration just with 5 soldiers together. Grant your might to yourself, grant it to nearby allies as well, which would give you more healing. So, I mean, there's a split, it's split between that, because when you grant might to yourself, you grant it to nearby allies, but like what are the chances that we do that if you don't have high crit chance, you know? Like this right here, gain power and a chance to gain might on critical strike. Double these bonuses while wielding a great sword or spear. But the great sword and spear, like if you don't use a great sword, you get a 50% chance to gain might on a critical strike. So if you have a 100% crit chance, then you would still have a 50% chance to gain might. So you need a 100% crit if you're going to use this without using anything else, you know? Wait a second. Dazes. They made Smoldering Arrow inflict daze, so you could use Body Blow for the might generation. Yeah. So, condition might, condition might, condition might. Grant 5 stacks of might for 4 seconds after inflicting weakness on a foe. So, you gain might when you inflict weakness on a foe. Then we could have this, which would give us increase strike damage to weakened foes. Burst skills inflict weakness once per interval. Okay, so you could have this, which would inflict burst skills would inflict weakness, and then you would need body blow, because this can only work every 5 seconds. This would inflict weakness pretty often. Healing skills grant might, movement, use stability. Okay, so if we use body blow, that would allow us to proc the might. And then gain health endurance whenever you apply might to yourself. Gain quickness when you disable an enemy. So they gave warriors a lot more quickness than they used to have, which kind of makes my old build kind of subpar, I guess. Because my old build, it used frenzy. Is this frenzy, ruins, and then you had frenzy, you had ruins, and then you had the uh sigils. And that's what gave you the infinite quickness. But now they have allied quickness gain, but that reduces your healing, which I don't like. Then here, you gain quickness when you disable an enemy. And it stacks with other movement speed increases. I'm not really interested in the quickness here, but you gain quickness when you disable an enemy, so like a hammer skill or something would be very decent with this. The bow would technically give you quickness, and it's for 3 seconds, and it has a very low cooldown. I don't know if daze is considered that, though, because if you do that, then every time that you daze somebody, you would get 3 seconds. But you gain healing and endurance whenever you apply might to yourself. And we already know that we can get more quickness. So this one, gain your might nearby allies each interval, soldier's focus gains increased radius. So do we care about having a bunch of might regeneration? Like this is healing us and this will heal our allies, but how much might generation do we care about is the question.
How about you? Gaining adrenaline. Almost there.
Yeah, the aristocrat runes have gotten stronger with this. What's the recharge on this? It's like 20 seconds, and then this is 20 seconds.
Bears are after my honey and they don't care who they hurt to get it.
We'll bring justice.
To my honey. And remember that I hid it. Come on, anyone. Protect the beehive. Be gone there. I know you think I won't, but I don't. You can't beat me, bears. You were so
It's interesting to me because if we could combine all this stuff together, that means that we could make a warrior. In my head, you can make a warrior that has infinite quickness, infinite protection, infinite weakness, potentially infinite vulnerability. It's just hurting my head a little bit. Damage immunity. Because you can't really get around not having damage immunity. You need some damage immunity. And if you go to might healing, you gain 6 health whenever you grant might to an ally. Now you grant yourself might, grant it to a nearby ally as well. So let's say that this heals for 66. We grant might to an ally, which would give us, if we have five, let's say we have 4 allies, and we give ourselves 5 might. I don't know if that counts as 5 or as 1. But if we give ourselves 1 might, and then we give that to 4 allies, then that is now 24 health. And then, so basically 30 health. So we do that twice, we would get the same health as a shout. The only problem with this is like this has all of our healing stuff on here. Like this is like all healing right here. So if we wanted to do like infinite vulnerability, we'd have to get rid of some healing somewhere. And I think what would happen is you would drop strength. Because whenever you apply might to yourself, it heals you for 7. It's like if you're by yourself and you're going for a great sword build or something that you can guarantee might generation, might makes right might be better. If you're hitting multiple targets and you're able to get multiple stacks of might, your overall healing might be better. But if you can't get your DPS off, shout healing is more consistent. But if you're with a group, you're not only considering your own shout heals and your own might heal, right? If you do might generation, you're just healing off whoever's around you and you don't have to consider their abilities. But the thing is that when you grant yourself might, it grants to nearby allies. If there's 5 of you and you're using this, you're going to get a bunch of personal healing for yourself. But if you have a shout heal, this is no longer, it's 60 health, right? And it goes to 66. And this has a 20-second cooldown, but if you have 5 people, that's basically 4 seconds. So you're getting 66 health over 4 seconds. Potentially. Which could be way better than everything else. So I think shout healing in groups of warriors would be better. But as an individual warrior, this might be better. Healing wise. See, this is to yourself and nearby allies. So this is giving you might and them might, and then giving your might to them again. So they've changed some stuff here. Using a heal skill grants might. Yeah. See, so Forceful Greatsword can give us might, but this, if we daze, knockback, pulls, pushes, and launches, inflict bleeding and weakness. And when we inflict weakness or anything, then we are going to give ourselves might with the armor, which is 4 seconds after inflicting weakness on a foe. 5 stacks of might, so I don't know if that counts as 1 might gen or 5, but it's a 1 second cooldown. But now we can actually get that going. But if we're not going for shouts, we don't need any of this anymore, which means we can go stances like this. And then, but the thing is, if that we're not able to get might off, then we die. We don't have any healing. We don't have any healing besides damage. Is what's happening here. And then you grant might to yourself and ally. So this could still technically give us, like, it's giving us 6 might, which is still going to be like 36 health, but it also gives it to our allies. And then, like, it could still give us a bunch of health off of For Great Justice. And then we have Frenzy, which can give us might. And it breaks a stun. And gives quickness. Reduce fear in your foe. Fear duration increase based on your distance to enemy. So, I mean, this is giving weakness as well. That's the thing. Like, we could go for Frenzy, or we could go for something with a low enough cooldown. Like, this has a 20-second cooldown, but it immobilizes, which... that doesn't help us much. But, like, Kick, you get 3 uses, 30-second cooldown.
I didn't invite you to help yourself to my honey. I remember if I did. Someone protect the beehives. Begone there. I know you think I want you here, but I don't.
Wrong. For great justice.
You can't beat me, Bears. You were so focused on getting your paws on my sweet, sweet honey. You never thought
Sweet,
I could
sweet
help you.
honey.
But I know people. Dangerous people. Let this be a lesson to you. Remember,
She's gonna fight the thing. Definitely a lot of might generation there, for sure. We're gaining might for critical strikes. Armor's power, precision, condition damage, and expertise. Ooh. Cool down 1 second. Like, we're producing an absurd amount of healing off of this. Like, even our banner, though, like, revives fallen allies. Once placed, the banner periodically grants boons to allies. So, duration 15 seconds. So you get 5 applications of 2 might, which is going to give you 2 might and your allies 2 might. So it's a 15-second like regeneration skill or something basically. And then Defiant Stance is just not helping us much at all here. Dealing increased strike damage to weakness. Weaken foes, burst skills inflict weakness. Such a toss up. Like, it's just, how are you supposed to decide what heals more? Like, I think in general, by yourself, might healing is better. Potentially. But if you're running in a group, I think shout heals will end up being better. Even if you only have 2 shout heals, I think it could potentially be better. And then like things like this now, like the kick, we get 3 kicks, 30-second recharge count. But that's also a lot of might generation. You know, but this thing right here gives you 10 might. But we're potentially getting 5 might from each kick. But like, is there anything that gives us might that would be quicker? Because it doesn't seem like there would be anything here. And then if we're using these other ruins and stuff, it's just... My thing is that I think my other build for my other characters is kind of like, I think it's falling off. Like it's just a condition, like a tank condition warrior build. Whereas like the veteran knight builds, they're much more durable in a direct fight. And I think it uses might healing and shout healing and defense, I think, is what was going on there. But it's mainly might healing, I think, and it has a lot of quickness. And then my Dragon Lord build is very durable because it has infinite protection, like a bunch of blocking. But the problem with that is that if you use Cleansing Ire with that build, it doesn't do nearly as much because you can only use 1 adrenaline bar at a time. You can't use the whole thing. So you can only remove 1 condition at a time. But you're taking, 33% less damage or whatever. Yeah, 33% incoming damage reduction, which is pretty good. But like weakness, what does weakness do? endurance. Where's the weakness thing at? 50% endurance regeneration and plus 50% fumble. So it's like, I think it's glancing blows. So glancing blows don't deal it's like 50% damage reduction. Yeah. 50% damage with glancing blows. So if you can keep weakness on somebody, their attacks do 50% damage. And then if you can get infinite protection on top of that, you're already looking at like an 80% damage reduction. And then on the warrior on top of that, you're going to have the highest armor values in the game, right? And then so what we would want is a high condition damage and stuff. I don't think you need to care about having a super high amount of armor, like that build that I was running on this guy. Before, every time you break out of a stun, you'd have like 4,000, 5,000 armor, and you wouldn't take any damage. But if you have infinite weakness and infinite protection, that's 80% damage reduction. And then at least if you have the same amount of armor as most other classes, then you're not necessarily at a disadvantage. You know? This gives a lot of might generation, though. Holy crap. I just don't know between the might, like, so, like, if you do a shout build, it's definitely a lot more stable for you and your group if you're playing together. But if you do a might generation build, you're never going to be out of might. And as long as you can keep auto-attacking somebody, you're going to deal the damage. And with Flurry on multiple people, you're going to have the immobilization effects to kind of keep people in place. So I'm a little split on that, but the thing is also with the infinite protection build for your champion, it uses the Spellbinder perk thing. I only have it on one character, but like if we use the Spellbinder perk, you have to get rid of one of these trait lines. And so like if we do that, it also uses a different ruin, I think, as well. So if we do that, we lose the might generation on something like what we're doing now. But you would have, I'd have to get rid of one of these trait lines, and if you get rid of adrenal health, then you're reducing your healing by a lot. But getting health based on adrenaline spent, and then so stage 2 adrenaline is 15 seconds, you know. I'm thinking if you were to do that, you would get rid of this, but you gain protection when you use a healing skill. So if you get rid of the defense trait line, you can't keep up 100% protection. But if you go Spellbinder, you can block and then gain protection afterwards. And even though it's a shorter duration, as long as you're able to get the adrenaline, you can keep blocking. So there's that. solution. This one we seem to be losing like a lot of
Bring justice.
I mean, we're keeping a lot of weakness on them, so I mean, there's that. No, by no means though do I think this is like
Bring justice.
a super powerful thing. Because we're having problems even getting the might. And our armor isn't super high. Our armor's actually really low. Only got 1,000 armor. That's pretty bad. Because we don't have anything here. And I don't think you need a full condition build or anything either. So like I just don't think this armor set's strong enough to really deal with anything. Get some weakness. Go over here, do some of this, get some weakness.
Bring justice. Bring justice.
I don't know why that's not a combo field.
Bring justice. Bring justice.
Wow, they nerfed the banner. As far as I remember, it was like 2,800. It was 28 or 1,800 health. That was like the standard for armors. You basically have to go and look up like meta builds for PvP and stuff, and then just kind of see what the average armor rating is.
Rattle and ride. Almost ready.
This thing is too is like vulnerability is pretty strong in general.
Now we can fight for real.
But like something like what we're doing here, we're generating a lot of might. Like guaranteed, we're generating quite a lot of might here. Like just running, this is a lot of might. Because we're ganging it like on auto attack, and then like we use this, boom. We got what? We use that and we're getting like 5 each time, you know? That's the kind of players you'll run into on League, or not League, Guild Wars right here. People that are like speed running around. But this is the build. Actually, what day is it? Hey Siri. Hey Google. What does it say? Thursday? Damn. Days go by quick, man. See, with this, it's just the aristocrat ruins. 5 might for 4 seconds, and then we're ganging. I mean, even this, we could go regeneration. We don't necessarily need Coal of the Week. It's doing burst skills, are doing weakness. But with this, stun and dazes inflict weakness and bleeding. So we don't necessarily need the burst skills. Interval of 5 seconds here. This one's an interval of... this one doesn't have a cooldown, so you can just keep applying the weakness. So it really just comes down to, we get 3 charges at 20 seconds here. So, is that like 6 seconds or something a piece? And then you're getting 1 charge from Shield Bash. So you're getting 4 uses over 20 seconds. It's like 5 seconds a piece. So realistically, all we need is Body Blow. But, burst skills can affect multiple targets. And it's only per interval. So like Combustive Shot can deal duration of 3 seconds. Is that at level 3? I think it's 3 seconds no matter what. Yeah. Or duration of 9 seconds here. So let's just look at this real quick. Yeah. So that burst skill, you're getting 2 procs at 9 seconds. As long as the enemy stays within the radius. So we can either go Coal of the Week and then use burst skills to apply the weakness repeatedly. Because it's... burst skills inflict weakness. Can only occur once per interval per target for multi-hit use. And it's a 5-second cooldown. And it's a 4.5 second thing. So you could do that, and then, or you could run Shield Master, which reflects projectiles, but I don't think it's super important. But you could also do Dogged March, and then run the Stun and Dazes here, because you basically can keep... On one target, you could keep everything happy with just the Stuns and Dazes. See, but Fire Auroras and stuff too, they do... burning, I believe, and might generation when you get hit. So if you heal while using might skills, so like this one, we're kind of lacking condition removal, which I don't like. But we should be able to change one of the other armor sets to kind of suit what we're doing here. We still have the Celestial set that we could use. I do kind of need to see if this can put days on multiple people. Come this way, sir. Alright, so we got weakness and weakness. Alright, so Smoldering Arrows can put weakness on AoE targets, so solo, it's probably better to run I don't know if they still have bow cooldown. Solo, if you're trying to fight a group of people, it's probably better to run like the one that does the ultimate for weakness. But since Smoldering Arrows can hit multiple targets, radius of 180, half the radius of the other one. But if you have a group of 5 warriors running Smoldering Arrow, then you could easily spread weakness to everybody. You just won't have the might generation from this. But this one, let me look here. Tax at 1800, armor's 1100. That's pretty low. So we got 1900 there, 1100 something there. This one we got 640, and a little bit lower here, but we have a higher armor value. And this one, really high armor. High armor with some high regeneration. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing here though, because we don't have crit chance or something. It seems like we were trying to test something out. Let's do this. You got the burst skills on here. Defense. this. Hmm.
For great justice! There's what you remember me by! Getting started. For great justice!
Jungle tendril.
Almost ready! Refreshing. Gaining adrenaline.
Heals for 413. So if we go for 5 seconds and that heals for 413 over 5 seconds, you're looking at 2,000 health. Interesting. So let's do this real quick. Damn. So the Doliac runes are doing 75 health a second. think. There's a 204 coming from somewhere. It has to be coming from that.
Ready to unleash.
So let me change this out. Yeah, so the Doliac ruins are doing... getting might from something. So the Doliac runes are doing 75. The regeneration... I don't know what the cooldown of that is. Six seconds. Duration decrease. So the regeneration's healing for 304. Interesting. So regeneration's 304, and then if we put Doliac on top of that, you're looking at about 400. And then the regeneration signet is about 400. So, and then you get to a 5-second no damage ability. You're looking at, was that 4,000? If we did that, plus another 2,000 barrier.
That looks good. Refreshing. Grapevine dust.
Interesting.
Shake it off! Justice! Refreshing. Adrenaline rising.
Interesting. So, I mean, this one has very high healing power and a lower HP pool, which I'm fine. And then it has a really high armor value. So, I don't think the HP pool really matters, because warriors have a higher HP pool naturally. So, that's not that big of a deal to me. But, I mean, this one is a condition build. We have toughness and vitality, all that good stuff. And what else? So we're healing from this. And we're healing from gaining health endurance when you apply might to yourself. We could give ourselves quickness. Giving might to yourself. The weakness is pretty good. I mean, it's the best thing that we have there anyway, and it's dealing more bleed. So, I mean, it's not bad. Folger's focus is every 10 seconds. I'm not sold that Healing Signet is better than Defiant Stance. Especially like right now, like we're getting the 2000 and we're getting 5 seconds of damage immunity and a full HP bar. So I mean, Defiant Stance is the only skill that can take you from like 0 to full HP. But then Healing Signet at 400 health. I mean, just like if we put Doliak's Signet in there, we're looking at maybe 500 health. So over 5 seconds, you're already looking at 2,500 health in 5 seconds. So in 15 seconds, you're looking at about the same as Mending with these two together. And over 25 seconds, you're looking at... So if 10 seconds would be 5,000. This would be 10,000. 10,000, 12,000 something. But it'd basically be the same. Because this is looking at 13,000 right here. But Healing Signet with this is looking at the same time period, being about 5,000 in 10 seconds. So you'd be looking right about the same amount of healing, if not more. But the difference being is that Defiant Stance can absorb all the damage. So like Defiant Stance, you can put it down. Oh, what's up, Wahoosh? Huh? Nice to meet you. What do you want to chat about?
Gaining adrenaline.
And welcome to the chat also.
Almost there.
I've just been talking over warrior build ideas for the most part.
Gaining adrenaline. Strong.
They've changed most of, like quite a few of the warrior stats and skills are not the same. But before I left this game, I had a build that was like the ultimate warrior build.
Getting started.
I need to figure out. I want to make something even better and stronger, but I don't think that I want to use the Spellbringer thing to make a infinite protection build. That doesn't seem like the best idea.
Bad shape. Ready for action. For great justice.
Thing is, healing signet by itself, I don't think would heal as much as the other healing abilities. But there isn't a healing animation to interrupt with healing signet. So in that case, there's not a whole lot of downside. Like, if you're able to dodge roll enough, the dodge roll alone is enough to avoid most of the damage. And then, while you're dodge rolling, you're going to be regening health. And then I think most warriors tend to have this reckless impact. You gain might for each foe struck. I think it has a limit. Was it 5? Yeah, number target's 5. So you can gang up to 5 might, and then you heal yourself whenever you apply might to yourself, so you could gang up to 500, 600 health on the dodge roll. Actually, if you hit 5, you would be looking at like 800 health on the reckless might dodge roll, which is pretty big with the build that we have on right now. I think that dude 80 or something. Let me come over here and test this real quick. Give me a second here. It's very difficult. Alright, so you do this, and then we're gonna roll. I didn't see any health. Just a second. Okay, now we go back.
Just getting started.
Very hard to... Like, it makes me think if you want to do a regen build on the warrior, you want to have more dodge rolls. You want more vigor. More vigor is more dodges, which is more damage negation, which is also more healing if you're in a big group of enemies. Because if you have an immunity frame, that means you're not going to take any damage while you're doing the dodge roll. And then, if you hit multiple people with the dodge roll, you will then be healing even more. And so, that makes me think... like... Because we're using shouts right here. So this shout for Great Justice is granting us 2,600 health, 20-second cooldown. So we get 2 uses. Okay. And with our current build, it's going to give us that plus 6 stacks of might. And the 6 stacks of might will give us about 1,000 health. So you're looking at 3,600 health or so per for Great Justice use. Now, if we were to say not use shout healing, and we instead swapped over to stances to give ourselves vigor, and we did Signet of Stamina, now, the question is, how many dodge rolls can we do? Like, you could go Berserker Stance, you could go Frenzy, which would give us, it looks like, more total might than the other ability. But, like, if we use this, for instance, and then we dodge roll, and then it goes back up. So we go this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we can do like a dodge roll every 10 seconds, and then this is giving us 1 might per target hit, and if we can at least hit 5, then that is going to give us 5 might, which would translate into about 800 health. And you could do that every 10 seconds, which is going to be about 1,600 every 20 seconds, which would be less than a shout, but you're also getting the dodge roll. So you need to dodge an ability that's giving you about 1,600 health on top of... You need to dodge the ability and hit multiple enemies to get more effect, it seems.
I won't go down so easily.
And then it's like, using a healing skill grants might, but you don't want to necessarily use that. But this also gives you, what is it, 5 might? So that's going to give you like 700 health. So it brings this up to like 3,500 health on the healing signet. Oh, shoot. I think we die here, yeah. That's why I'm kind of iffy on the dodge roll thing. So, like, that right there is a massive number of creatures. And the healing signet works, but Defiant Stance would give us more immunity, like damage immunity. And then you need the DPS to kill the targets before they get you, right? Like, it's just kind of... Like, Cleansing Ire... Oh, we still had Vigorous Shouts on. That was my bad. Like, Soldier's Focus could give us 2 seconds of quickness there. And that's an interval of 10 seconds. Like, I think it's fine, but I think if you're doing the healing signet on the warrior, you're trying to avoid the damage as much as possible, which means you need to be able to kite. So, like, the great sword, which has, like, I think you'd want more stances, more vigor, more evasion, and you want weapons that give you more evasion like the great sword does. So with the great sword, you can run and you can have another evasion on your whirl, which buys you more time to heal. So I could see that being useful. But like on a warrior that requires to be like in the fight, like in the middle of it and not backing down, I think Defiant Stance is just really strong. Like, this is giving us 2,000 health. All these are giving us like 2,000. This is a 10-second cooldown. Then you get regeneration, which is 2,000 over 6 seconds. Healing grants might, which I don't know if that's necessarily mode. Stability could potentially be better for us. Stability probably would have been better for the other build too than this, especially. Like, the mobility skills giving us stability. It's a 5-second duration, so I mean you're getting you could potentially keep almost infinite stability up.
Oh, that had to hurt.
Applying might to an ally heals you. See, we get that passively. That's the problem. Like, I want to take advantage of that passive, but it's not that easy, you know? Like, you can do the bow, which I think gives like 5 might or something.
Almost ready. You can never have too much treasure.
Stack of stability.
Gaining adrenaline.
Like, small groups of people, like, Healing Signet seems to do really good, but it's like, how good is it really, you know? Increased armor. I think in the lower levels, like, Doliak's healing is potentially pretty good. But, I mean, I'm lacking a lot. Like, and then also, if you look at this, like, the Shout, gain healing power based on a percentage of your power, so 13%. So, like, right now, our power is only, like, at 1800. But if we had a build that was power-focused and not condition-focused, then, let's see, what's our condition damage at? Oh, my brain. It's like at 800 or whatever, right? So if we got that and we had, you know, 2,000 power, so you like, let's say you get an extra 1,000 power, then you're looking at an extra, was it 180? No, 130. You'd have an extra 130 healing power. So we would have like 1,600 healing power. Maybe that would give us an additional like 10, 20 health per second. Maybe get Doliak up to like 100 health a second. One v one wise, like I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's as strong as like our veteran warrior, like a veteran soldier builds.
Just getting started. Refreshing. I'm bleeding.
So like he's doing 400 and something a second. We're regenning that much.
Almost ready. Now we can fight for real. There's one to remember me by.
I don't know. I'm not sold on it, but this one's interesting because we can get extra might to our allies, which I think is good. They nerfed Shield Master a decent bit. This one just gives so much healing. The adrenal health is like almost mandatory for me when I use a bow. I wouldn't mind having this because incoming condition damage decreased by 33%, but actually, I mean, that's not the best. I think the condition builds are just good for burning. Like, if you can... I'm assuming if you had 5 warriors, that the conditions would stack. And then you'd have the immobilization effect of the sword ult and the pin down to keep them in the condition effect. So at that point, you just need to hold them in place, burn them to death, and outlast them, which I think you could do. But the question is, do you need physical damage, or could you get away with Condi damage? Can you reapply the conditions enough to continuously kill people with condition damage? Because you got people with blocks, you got people with damage reflection, you got people with condition removal and healing. I think a blend would be the best. But it looks like we have one set of armor that we could use. Now that we know, basically the Tempest Ruin doesn't work anymore because there was a skill, I think it was Stalwart Strength, that used to be if you broke a stun, you gained like 1,000 armor for so many seconds, and it gave you a flat healing amount. And I think I was stacking that with this Ruin here to heal myself for a large amount of health every time that I broke out of a stun. And I think it was working pretty good. Unless they've changed it and moved it somewhere, I don't really see that being a major issue. So this is the other, we were using this on our other warrior before too. So gain quickness when you strike a foe below the health threshold, and it's a 7-second cooldown. So the way they have this set up is you could technically run heightened focus and martial cadence, and then if you had 5 warriors, martial cadence would give you infinite quickness, but you'd lose all your healing. But if you had heightened focus, you could basically almost keep quickness all the way up with just this. So say if you used Frenzy, Frenzy gives you 8 seconds, and then you would get heightened focus, which would give you 7 seconds. And then you could use, so you go heightened focus, Frenzy, heightened focus, which would give you 14 seconds before, so you'd need another 15 seconds to get the Frenzy from this again. I don't know. Our other build is using, I don't even remember what it's using. Also, I like Crack Shot. So the other one, we have Burst Mastery. So I know we used that on one of our other builds because I think it was my main warrior, because every time you could just remove more and more conditions. Yeah, they got Celestial Smoldering. And then we have Quickness Ruins on this guy. So this one we could technically run, I think, 100% quickness. So basically with these two, you're getting 8 seconds of quickness. And then you run the Frenzy effect, which you already saw was giving us, I think it was 8. Yeah, it gives you just 8 seconds of Frenzy here. So that's 16 seconds. So basically, if you use this combo and then you use Frenzy, you're getting about 20 seconds of cooldown. And then you would go straight back into this, which would give you another 8. And then you would have... basically, you're getting about 26 seconds. You'd have about like a 10-second down period with this build. But our other guy has ruins, I think, that increase boon duration. Something like that. He has something going on that increases his boon duration. But he gets infinite... but he gets infinite quickness. But I like that because it gives you a lot more DPS and burst. It gets the bleed stacks on the target faster, and it kind of covers up some of your animations being so telegraphed, I think.
For great justice.
And then you got to think, like, if you have quickness as well for that long, and you have like a burning field down or something, like this, the burning effect is giving us 1,000 damage just because we have the that other trait on here. So this one says burning 500 damage, but I'm guessing it's 1,000 because you hit twice. So 1,000 burn damage is pretty big. And then we look at this, bleeding damage is like 607, which isn't too bad. But if we look at our stuff, like we have ferocity, we have crit damage, we have, well, the crit damage is like 200%. So that's already good. Then our crit chance is already at 35%. And then when we give ourselves this, it's going up to like 60%. And if we get the ruins right, we could get this up to like 70%, which I'm fine with. And then this guy already has a decent amount of tankiness to him. He has right about the amount of armor that we want. We want maybe about 200 more armor. But there's not a whole lot that we can do right now with that. If we put different ruins on there, we could potentially get him to the 800 mark, and we could like lower his life pool maybe a little bit. You know, so like I don't know if they still give you this armor set when you when you max level your character. But I think on a warrior, the celestial armor is really good. Specifically though, because like this is what started my whole build progression in the first place, changing my warrior builds, is I max leveled a character and I was looking at the celestial armor and I was like, holy crap, it's not like it's giving you healing power, which warriors can use. Like you can use it for your regeneration on your signets, you can use it for your adrenal health, your regeneration in your ruins, your healing signets, you can use it for your just normal healing, you can use it for your might generation healing. The expertise just helps you with your condition damage, which helps fight people with regeneration and stuff. Your power is just good for just straight on damage when you can like fight face to face. Like with condition damage, it's like you have to apply the damage quickly, and then you have to avoid all the damage someone does to you, and hopefully they don't remove the conditions. But if you have a hybrid, it's you apply the conditions to somebody, and then you want to apply pressure to them so that they can't remove it, basically. So they'll be trying to remove the conditions, but you got to stay on them and keep them, you know. But something like this, it's like the more attacks that you do, the more likelihood you have to apply more might, and the more damage that you're doing. But I don't know if this really matters. Like if you do crack shot, it helps you a good bit. But if you already have a burn field down, I don't think it really matters, you know? And this is the thing too, is like right here, all this is 2 quickness runes on the sword and shield. And you can see it's up pretty consistently. It's 8 seconds of quickness on the sword and shield, which gives you all of your bleeding stacks fairly quickly. It gives you a lot of DPS. And then you have a 12-second cooldown between the stacks. It's not really super noticeable, alright? It's already back up. Boom. You do a full combo rotation. Swap back to the sword. It's not too bad. And I know, like, my normal warrior, it has more condition removal. Like, it's my tank Condi warrior, my main, like my original build that I used in the game. It uses basically full condition damage, and then your base. It's a build that's very strong for 1v1s because I find conditions to be very effective fighting people who like to run away and go invisible. So like thieves and mesmers and all that stuff. The conditions have always been my favorite over power because you can't stay on top of those people good enough to keep using power. So conditions, especially really strong conditions, are usually enough to, like, you hit them for a bunch, they do a combo, you do a combo, and you kind of back off and they bleed to death in their invisibility. So that it forces them to come out and have to fight you again. So I always like Condi more than I like power for the most part. But it's like look at that. Like, taking 1,600, 2,000 damage a second. And a lot of that, too, with the bow specifically, is like, you'll do a combo or something against them, and you'll smack them like this, and then they'll be running from you, and you're just, like, auto-attacking them, and you're doing, like, 1,000 burn damage per auto. But with, like, the Celestial Ruins, you're doing 1,000 per auto and, like, 1,000 per, bow shot. So you're doing, like, 2,000 damage a second with the bow, you know? Like, look at that. It's like 1,000 to 2,000 damage just with the auto attack, and then you have the 1,000 burn on top. So that's like 3,000, 2,000, 3,000 health. That's why I like the bow so much in general in this game. It's because, like, you can just auto attack like this, and it does so much. Especially, like, characters that have, like, a thieves and stuff. They have, like, 14,000, 16,000 health. And then you go and you fight them, and you can auto attack and deal 2,000, 3,000 health just by autoing. Like, this one, he's not taking as much damage. But then, like, if we do this and we do a burn, and then we do burning arrows through that, it's a good amount. But see, like on my Condi warrior, my main one, he's not as strong. Like, he's never really lost a 1v1 battle, realistically, between champions. But it's mainly because he has, like, 12 seconds of damage immunity. He has a constant rotation of, like, area attack abilities that can remove conditions. So like the bow, when you ult, it removes a condition no matter what because it hits the ground, it can't miss. Whereas like a greatsword or something, if you're blind, you'll miss your ability. So my other warrior, it's basically he has really high armor and really high condition damage, and then he has 12 seconds of damage immunity, and then he's just burning your character alive as he's fighting you. And so if you full engage him, he just goes damage immune and applies a bunch of conditions and then forces you to back off. And then if you manage to get through the damage immunity, then you have to fight him basically all out. But his thing is that his basically his sword and shield increases bleeding damage, or his bleeding duration, by a large amount, so you can get like 25 stacks of bleed on somebody. And then when you go to the bow, it's condition damage increase and poison. So all that bleed, you spike up like 25 stacks of bleed, and then you swap and you get that all that bleed increases in damage when you weapon swap, and then your burning is doing increased weapon damage on the weapon swap. So like, if I auto attack this dog, the bleed's doing like 1500 damage or whatnot. And then we come over here and we ult somebody, and we get like 10 stacks. It's doing like 700, 600, 700 damage, right? Well, we can get that up to like 25. Like that one's like 14, and it's doing 1,000. We get to like 25, it's gonna be close to like 2,000 damage a second, right? And then when you swap, the duration goes down, but the damage goes up by like the 10% or whatever. And then you hit them with the poison, and then they can't just heal. If they heal, they get 30% damage healing reduction from the poison. See, but this guy, he doesn't have that ability on his stuff. But it means on my other character, the first build that I've used forever in PvP and stuff, it's still decent to this day, because you got the 12 seconds of damage immunity. You're getting like 1,000, 2,000 damage. Well, he doesn't have as much power, so he's getting like, I don't know, like 500 to 1,000 damage in auto attack damage, and he's mainly just all condition damage. So he uses the conditions, gets like 2,000 bleed damage a second, and he swaps over to his bow, and he's getting, you know, 2,000, 3,000 condition damage per second on the bow. So you're getting like 5,000 damage a second on somebody, with people that have lower armor values and they have like 1,400 health. And then you're tossing on what is it? Like necros and stuff, they can send the conditions back at you, but the dude is generating so much adrenaline that he can just keep using his ultimates and removing conditions like pretty constantly, as well as put up burn fields. And for me, like, with these characters, my shouts are my healing. So you can see they have like 20-second cooldowns. So all together, though, for 20 seconds, these guys can do basically 8,000 health with one full rotation. And then after that, you're looking at 4,000 health every 20 seconds. But if we look at like these healing abilities, Defiant Stance is like 30-second cooldown. You're getting 2,000 health. But these are a lot stronger health healing wise. But Defiant Stance saves you in those those champions that deal, or even like boss fights where they one-shot you and you're not going to get a chance to heal. That's where the benefit of that ability comes in, because you can just sit there and face tank it. And with warriors, because like in the past, the last time I played, I think it was the Necro Reaper. It was so tanky, it had so much life that you couldn't really fight it face to face, and everyone was dying to it. Well, my warrior just used Defiant Stance, stand in front of them and heal, and then after they came after me, I would get my Endure Pain, both of my Endure Pains, at like another 10 seconds, burn through their health pools, And then when they actually got to fight me, like I was already healing because like a lot of the other champions, they get regen and stuff, but they don't get adrenal healing. So 7,000 health over 15 seconds just with adrenal health from using a burst ability. You know, other champions, they can get like life siphoning, or they can get regen, but they don't get access to that really. And then like warriors can get access to regen, but not really that much. And you can see like right here, the regen's healing for 2,000 over 8 seconds. So it would be about half the power of adrenal health for me, which is okay for the most part. And then, but like most of the time in like PvP fights, you just do the shield master. Used to you got cooldown reduction on this, but now like it's just the reflecting the missile back. Because there's a lot of times like you'll be fighting somebody, mainly like thieves or assassins, and like a dead eye or something, they'll try and one-shot you for like 8,000 damage, and you just reflect it back at them. And that's basically like the best thing you can do to kind of stop them, is just to reflect the damage. Or like rangers, they'll use barrage, and then if you can't catch the ranger, you just reflect it and try to deal as much damage back, or you reflect their crippling abilities back at them. Look at that. 2,000 damage on the bleed there. And I'm a pretty big believer in like quickness on the warrior, because if you're doing might generation, the quickness is going to give you way more might generation. If you're doing condition damage, the quickness is going to give you a lot more condition damage. But in any case, it means that I don't necessarily think warriors need anything crazy. So like this, 15 seconds, you're getting 7,000 health. And then if we go look at like to the limits, you're getting 11,000, but you're getting 10 seconds more on that. So, And here, I mean, this is 15 seconds, 7,500 health. So it's a little bit more than adrenal, but this one requires you to actually have a healing animation and stuff. So like, and then if you do healing signal, you're getting 400 health per second, which is okay, but Defiant Stance can negate a full HP bars full of damage and allow you to deal damage at the same time, you know? And then Endure Pain is in the similar, right? And then Shake It Off just removes all the conditions. So make your whole team condition removed. So like right now, this can remove a lot of conditions, and I use it with Cleansing Ire to get rid of all my conditions myself. But if I was in a group of 5 warriors, all I would really need is Shake It Off. because that's 3 conditions removed per use, and then you could even do an additional if you use the ruins for it. But with 5 warriors shaking off 3 conditions apiece, you're getting 3 conditions every 10 seconds, and so we're getting 15 conditions every 10 seconds on the warrior side of it. But there's no reason not to use anything else. My thing is just like, I think warriors are required to be able to stand in front of people and deal damage. Like, you need to be able to stand in front of your opponent and actually deal the damage to them. I don't think there's any other way around it. But I do like crack shot. That is a thing. But see, if we use these 2 tree lines here, these are like the main tree lines for our build. We're getting healing with Soldier's Focus. This is already 1600 health with the ruins that are on them right now. So you get 1600 health, interval of 10 seconds. You get 5 warriors using that. So 2 of them is about 3000. 4 of them is going to be about 6,000. 5 of them is going to be 7,000, 7,000, 8,000, something like that. And that's over 10 seconds. So that's already a heal skill in and of themselves every 10 seconds right there. You put adrenal health on that, and you're basically getting twice the healing skills on somebody that everyone else would. And then you're getting 12 seconds of damage immunity. You're getting all the removal, and then applying might to an ally heals you. So even though we're not doing might generation, because we could easily do this where empowering an ally with might, so we could take off Shake It Off here, which is only giving us 2,000 health every 20 seconds. But that's giving us like 2,000 health every 20 seconds, right? So it's not too bad. And when you put this on 5 warriors, you're looking at, it removes, well, 1 condition, and it gives you 2,000 health. But it's you and all your other warriors getting 2,000 health. On 5 people, that is 10,000 health and 5 conditions over 20 seconds. Right? So then we go and look at Empower Allies. It can affect 5 people, interval of 10 seconds. When you're in combat, grant might to yourself and nearby allies each interval. So you can gain 5 stacks of might to yourself and each ally. And then so we're gaining 80 health for each. I don't know if it's for each stack. If it's each stack, then that is 300 health, or no, that'd be 400 health per ally, which would be 2,000, which would be equal to Shrug It Off, but also boost your total party's damage. But that's also an additional 10,000 per 10 seconds if you're together. And then, so the Vigorous Shouts, the Shouts heal for 2,000, and it increases your healing power. So you can use those to heal at any point, and that's going to give you like 4,000 healing or something. If you swap over to Phalanx Strength, you grant stuff that you give yourself to allies, so you could get basically another 2,000 every 10 seconds every time you use Shake It Off, which is fine, but it doesn't replace everything unless you have more might generation than just what we're getting here. you'd have to have at least like 5 more stacks of might to produce the generation, and you can do that with the arcing bow, but every time you do that it requires more setup and skill use, because like with arcing bow, this has an 8-second cooldown. I think it gives like 5 might to you and allies, and if everyone's using a bow, you're going to have fire fields to keep using this, so that alone will give you enough healing to do most of what you want to do. But then it's like, if you have Brawler's Recovery and you go in this tree, you can use your burst skills more and remove more conditions and get just basically a lot more burn damage by shooting your bow. But if we go with the arms tree, we can get increased bleed damage and increased crits, like increased bleeds, increased crits. Crit hits can grant adrenaline and gang stacking condition damage, which this, if we look at our crits, we're already at like 50 something percent. So if we do that, we can get an additional 15 condition damage, stacking up to 25 times, which is already like 300 additional condition damage. And then you get the vulnerability skill. So burst skills inflict vulnerability, and if they crit hit, it does more. But if you have 5 warriors, even if you just hit them with a normal burst skill, that's going to increase everything. And with the bow, you can hit 2 procs with 1 bow skill. So with this and 5 warriors, you can get 25 stacks of vulnerability, which increases their crit, condition damage by 25% and physical damage by 25%. Which is already a lot more aggressive than, say, Blade Master, which is just condition damage while wielding a sword. You know? And you gain condition damage when you gain Fury, so we can just keep going through this tree if we want. And then gain Fury and Adrenaline when you immobilize a target, or gain Expertise based on your precision. So we can do that, and now bleeding increase 100%. And we have all this. So let me just remove this real quick. So here, condition duration is 62%. Condition damage 890. And our power is still basic, right? And then we go back over here. We can go discipline tree, which gives us a lot more condition removal and a lot more just basic auto attack burn. Or we can go strength, which is going to give us more total healing because we can gain health based on the might generation that we give, but this build doesn't necessarily generate that much might. You're healing 150 whenever you give might to yourself. But might grants you more power. This gives you more power. Burst skills and do adrenaline, and we're getting might when we dodge roll. So you could potentially get 5 might here, probably about every 10 seconds. And then when we apply might to ourselves, we're healing. So we'll get healing from our bow skill, we'll get healing from the fire aurora, and we'll get healing from marching orders. So that's every 10 seconds. But let's say you get 5 might. Say 5 might every 10 seconds from each of those sources. Let's just round it out to that. Then you're getting 750, 15,000. You're getting like 2,000 and something every 10 seconds if that's how it works. With might makes right. Then you would be able to also do weakness and additional bleed damage on them with your bow and your shield, which could be pretty decent. And if you're doing 2,000 health every 10 seconds, that means you're getting 4,000 every 20, which isn't the best, but it's okay. and then you can get access to basically infinite stability on your character, or you can give yourself even more might while using a heal skill, which means that this would give you 5 might when you use Defiant Stance. Defiant Stance already heals you for 2,000. The 5 might would give you like another 7,000 or something on top of that, so you're looking at 3,000 or something, you know. So even if you use Defiant Stance and nobody attacked you, you could still force the attack on them and get some damage off of it. That's potentially really good. But you see, like, our bleed is 700 now and not what it was before, which is still fine. It's not that bad. But I think this armor set on the warrior is just really good. I mean, the condition duration, we get 15% from this, which we can change. But there's so many options here just for additional health. Like this, just this setup right here, this armor, is all you really need for the game to make your guy like very tanky. We just need some sort of like defensive ruin, you know? But yeah, this gives us more power and endurance. It gives us more healing. Now the question is, do we need more healing? Because we can potentially get healing from the bow. The bow would probably give us 5 might on that as well, which would, if it stacks the way I think it is, would be like another 1,000 health. And the bow skill, we can do that basically every 10 seconds. So you're already looking at a bunch of healing that you can give your character in general. Plus you got the weakness here, which is gonna 50% damage reduction, and you get the additional bleed on that. But this bleed here is a 20-second bleed for 1,400. You can see that these other ones, this is a 20-second bleed for 18. And this is 6 stack of bleed, and this is, I believe, a 1 stack of bleed. So this is a very long, very high damage bleed. Let me see here. So let's just do this. So that right there, the bleed is doing 75 by itself. We've stacked 3, now 4, and then 1 auto attack. It's doing 400 damage a second for 20 seconds.
Just getting started. Oh, that had to hurt.
1,000 damage a second there. And it's not like we're not doing physical damage. I mean, we are, we're just not as much, you know? Like, a lot of the bow skills, they hit twice. So you can still get, like, 1,000 damage a hit, but our power isn't super high. We might be able to get to, like, 2,000. The question is how much power do you want in your build? Because we can get ruins that'll increase our power damage here. We can do that, and we can drop the rest of this down. But do we want the extra healing off of this? Because we don't know exactly how much healing we're getting. We're getting extra bleeding, but do we actually need the extra bleeding on this? Weakness, and it's actually AoE weakness, and with 5 warriors, it would have a really big effect. Because you got to think, with 5 warriors, you could potentially have infinite weakness on a group around you, which would be really powerful. As well as reduce their regeneration, endurance regeneration, which will help you win fights. And then, say 5 of you use shield bash on somebody, then you're doing 5 stacks of bleed, which is doing 1,400 damage over 20 seconds. If you're using these blinding arrows on people, you got 3 apiece on 5 warriors. That's 15 hits of 20-second bleed. So you can get 15 stacks of 20-second bleed, probably doing like, if you're doing 15 I don't know how much damage it would be, but it seems like it would be a decent bit. You know? And then you still got, like, Berserker's power. You can increase strike damage when you use a burst skill for 15 seconds. So if you want more power, you can just swap over to Berserker's stance. If you want more condition removal and condition damage, you can go over to the discipline tree.
Gaining adrenaline. Almost ready.
Yeah. And then if you want more condition damage, this one, I don't know what the best move is, because you can get 100% crit strike chance just by using this, but I don't think that would be as good as this, giving you more maximum condition damage. And then when we come to this, I think Sundering Burst would be the best in a group, because it's a 5-second. I mean, you're going to get 2 of these off potentially. So you have the potential of getting this up to like 15-20% by yourself. But this is giving you a lot more condition damage and stuff. And you're already getting condition damage when you're getting Fury. And your burst skill grants Fury. Fury gives an increased crit chance of 5%. And then you could potentially get unblockable attacks, which would help your team a lot. Expertise based on precision. You know? But like the final strike here, foes that are below damage against low health foes, 2,000 damage. So you're already getting them to half health. Now let's say that like an assassin or something has 15,000 health, they're half health, they're probably at like 700 or 7,000. So if you have 2 or 3 people, you have bleeds on them, you smack them with this, they're dead.
Your attention, please. We're moving out. Get that siege weapon to the gate.
Here is the question. Do we go more damage? Dude, this is just the fear. There's too much fear. So this, it doesn't seem like we're getting much in the form of like damage stacks. $1,400 damage right there. It's nuts. We can definitely get up to 25 stacks. I misused my thing.
Ready for action. We'll bring justice.
'Oh my god. Bad. That was the nastiest I've ever seen, Pupper Dog. That was nasty. Oh god, it smells nasty. Whew. Jesus.
Adrenaline right. 80 adrenaline. Almost there.
3,000 damage a second. Nuts. We had 30 something bleed stacks on that. 3,000 damage a second. That's pretty nuts.
We'll bring justice.
We're overwhelmed. Everyone, retreat!
Mm. I should have used my damage immunity probably right there. That's the other thing is like they use these things in the game that are supposed to insta kill you, and if you use the damage immunity, sometimes you can survive. Look at that, 4,000 damage a second. It's 4,000 damage a second right there. Like imagine fighting me, right? 4,000 damage a second in conditions. 12 seconds of damage immunity. Healing non-stop. Now imagine fighting an army of me. And this one isn't necessarily even lacking in the actual damage potential. We still have, you know, 2,000 damage when you're below here. We're still getting 1,000 damage on the third hit here. We're getting, you know, 1,400 damage there. It's a good amount of damage, you know? That's about 700 damage.
Just getting started.
I think conditions are more important than that other damage anyway, so it's kind of...
Adrenaline rising.
Yeah. The question is, so this one gives us condition damage and expertise. So if we drop that, bleeding is still at 100%. And then if we add that, bleeding is still at 100%. Condition damage is at 880. And we drop that, 760. But we can inflict vulnerability, which will give us up to 10% increased condition damage. And it goes up to like 25%. But the thing is that we'd have to have more people to make that work. So arms gives us more total condition damage. Discipline gives us more total condition removal and just range poke damage with burn. But I don't think this even matters because, I mean, it matters sort of, but if we get burn fields down, we can shoot through those and apply burning anyway. It just won't be as much. Banners don't really matter. The condition removal is okay, but doesn't matter super much. Might on weapon swap is okay, but doesn't really matter that much. Quickness when they're below 50% could be really good. So if you're going to do this, you do quickness, condition removal, probably warrior's sprint, or vengeful return, which
Gaining adrenaline.
100% chance to rally when you kill somebody. I mean, that could be decent. Yeah, but I don't think discipline is necessary. And we go to strength. This is going to be more total healing, more weakness, more bleed. And you can get stability.
There's what to remember me by. Shake it off.
The real question, like, is the weakness better? I guess is the question. Because, I mean, right now we have quickness on these, and it's basically good enough for me. I don't think we need any more quickness. 8 seconds of quickness on a burst. It takes us like 9 seconds to swap. So you swap weapons, you do a combo with your sword, which lasts 8 seconds, and then at 9 seconds you swap to the bow, and then by the time you get back to the sword, your sigils are going to be recharged. So I don't think you necessarily need any additional effects on the bow, or any additional quickness if you really don't want it either. And we already have 100% bleed duration, so it's not like we need a whole lot of extra stuff going on there. But this, I mean, the weakness could be good. The longer bleed, it's a 20-second bleed that does 1400 damage. That's what's getting me about it. So let's do this. So that's like 3 hits. We can get like 1,000 damage a second. And that's a very long duration bleed. It's a weakness. So you're looking at like 9 stacks. If you have 5 warriors and y'all all hit them with a barrage of blindness arrows and stuff, then they're going to have a 20-second bleed for for 20-second bleed. Like, that's 620 damage. Now imagine if you have 5 warriors, that's 3,000 damage a second for 20 seconds. And with this, I mean, we gain additional 1,600 damage a second. God damn. And that's not even with like all the might.
For great justice.
We can get up to like 3,000 on that hit. Probably. Why am I taking damage? like 1700 damage a second. I think it would probably just depend on like who we're fighting, I guess, but like, do we need a 20-second bleed if, like, the weakness and stuff is good. I think the weakness would make us stronger as a group fighting someone else. I mean, you're getting basically infinite weakness on somebody if you're hitting them with your stuns with 5 warriors. So, I mean, I think that's good. But, like, do we need, like, this extra healing at all? Is the healing gonna matter much? And then, like, is the vulnerability and the extra condition damage, because, like, this is gonna stack more damage total, probably, than everything else. Expertise based on precision. So this, burning goes to 90% and bleeding goes to 100%. And I don't know what's causing that. We're getting like a 10% just off of this. And we're gaining, I guess because Bloodlust. That just feels stronger, you know? I mean, that's 1,000 damage a second right there. And that's not really even doing much. Yeah, I mean, that was 15 stacks of vulnerability on that one guy there. Which is already, like, massive. So that means that you could have a warriors applying weakness and warriors applying vulnerability if you wanted. That damage is pretty significant. I mean, you're talking about a 25% damage increase, and if we get this to where, like, our final thrust is doing 3,000 damage, and then we get 25% more damage on top of that, that's already, what, like, another 700, 800 damage, probably. So looking at 4,000. And then our crits apply a 427 damage bleed for 6 seconds. That's pretty nasty. Burst skills inflict weakness. So we could still do that. We could still apply weakness and vulnerability at the same time. See. So regen or burst skills inflict weakness for 6 seconds with a 5-second interval. That alone is gonna, like, that's infinite weakness right there. infinite weakness, and we have infinite vulnerability, and we have condition damage, condition removal, and healing.
Gaining adrenaline.
That's pretty nuts. But the thing is here is like, if we wanted to do infinite protection, we could. But we would have to get rid of one of these trees, which would be this last one probably. And I don't think we'd necessarily care about that. I think we're approaching like a very efficient build here. %50 damage weakness.
For great justice. For great justice.
So what is this? 5-second interval. Burst skills inflict vulnerability. There are also conditions that cover up our main damaging conditions. That's the other part of that.
For great justice.
The thing is here is that with this, we just need to figure out, so like we get 15% condition duration off the ruins. We got to find something that, see like this right here, power's 2,000. Like we're going to be able
For great justice.
to get this up. Like we can get this up to like 24, 25,000. This is already approaching
For great justice.
all of that. You're already approaching, you know, 3,000 damage on that, 1,000 damage per auto attack. But yeah, we got 15% that we would have to replace potentially. I guess it depends on this. Where's the duration increase 33%. So if we go to a strength page, yeah, all it is this the arms trait right here. It's bumping it up to 95, so we only need 5% increase. So we don't even need this expertise here. This just increases the burn. So the burn is at 82%, and then we pop this on there and it goes up to 90%. So you're getting an 8% increase. But we could just let our attacks become unblockable. Gang reduce, recharge rate, grant stacking, ferocity unused. So you get ferocity, and then we get health threshold 50%, maximum stacks 5. Attacks become unblockable for 6 seconds with a 25-second cooldown. Or gain fury and adrenaline when you mobilize a target. Question, do we have any sources of fury? I mean, I'm assuming if we're in a group, it doesn't matter. We're going to have the fury. This is going to be big. Okay, and then we have this, which gives us more condition damage. Expertise is just there. I think in PvP or something, Lesser Signet of Might would be better, because basically you get someone down to 50% health, and then like have all of your warriors dogpile them, root them in place, and attack them with unblockable attacks, and then you'd have 25-second cooldown. That seems pretty good, and it gives you like might. 6 seconds though, I mean, unblockable attack seems pretty good. All we're losing off of this is like condition removal or a little bit of might gen. I don't think it's... This is a pretty solid build, I think. Because it's kind of like the might is going to increase... the might is going to increase the total amount of damage of like our final thrust to like 3,000, and we get like a 25% increase there, which wouldn't be too bad. And we're already getting like a we got 100% bleed duration. We're getting a massive amount of condition damage. You know, like look, we're getting 3,000 damage a second right there. We don't have as much like if you want to get technical, we don't get as much quickness as our other build gets, and probably not as much healing as the other build gets. But this build also doesn't require us to be in melee range of people, so I think it's pretty solid. Just need to find the right ruins. Do we want more defense or offense or whatever? Look at that, 5,000 damage. We need to figure out what I want to do here, though, because so the armor-wise, this one's still pretty nice, but we already know that we know what armor's the best looking and stuff like that now, for the most part. I want my legionary build to be the main focus, because like this looks the best, I think, for my Roman legions. But we also don't have the stuff on this character. Like, we could change characters, I think, and we'd probably be able to do just fine. Yeah, I mean, we could just get an account boost or something, or we could just buy the armor that we need. What's this called? Toughness, healing, and condition. Celestial. Let's go armor. Celestial. 13 gold. Yeah, I mean, we could probably buy a set. We might run out of money at the end, but I don't think it would be bad. See if I get access to that the mail that gives me.
Shake it off!
Kill rising.
Yeah, it seems like I don't have access to the things that I wanted, so. I don't know where Eye of the North was. It's somewhere up here. I think it's like in here somewhere. Oh, we do have access to it. Let's do the Canton story with this guy. We need to figure out what ruins that we want to use on him, though, besides the one that we have. Like, the ones that we have will be fine, but I think this guy has... He's not as tanky as our other champion is, but his build is potentially better. Because the other guy doesn't have access to AD, he doesn't have access to crit chance.
Become one.
Let me look at this. So we have condition, we have bonuses to all stats, which is good. I mean, we heal allies when we break out of stuns, which is fine. I mean, we have 3 stun break skills. I mean, so it's not like it's going to go to waste, but we don't necessarily need the 15% condition thing. It would be fine to do that. Bonuses to all stats would be fine as well, but when it comes to it, like, we need to look at upgrade components and armor ruins. And then we need to look for the exotics. So, healing power, transfer 1 condition from 5 allies to yourself. Eh. Condition damage.
Speak.
Reduces the condition duration. Condition cleanses remove an additional condition. And that's incoming condition cleanses. So in a group of 5 warriors, they remove 3, this would remove 4. So I mean, that's decent. I ain't gonna say it's bad. They could increase our burning duration by 30%, which would give us 100% burning duration. So, I mean, I don't think this is bad. Divinity is giving us bonuses to all stats. So, I mean, it's 18, 16, 14. This is 16, 12, and 8. I don't know if it would give... I mean, it's going to give us 10% bonus health. So 10% of 10,000 should be 1,000. So you're looking at 2,500 or something like that. It would make our health pool pretty large. It would also give us more toughness than we have now. But I don't know how much that increases, like the stat, how much it increases. Fairly cheap ruins, though. Regeneration you apply is 20% more effective. Increase healing, 10% max health, increase regeneration duration. So, like, if we ran the regeneration perk, 30% increased duration. So we're looking at probably about 10 seconds. So you'd probably be able to keep this up 100% of the time if you're affected by those conditions. And then you're probably getting like 2,000 health. So you're getting like 200 health a second or something. Be pretty strong. Infiltration. I think I would like to find something that gives us a little bit of armor. And potentially something that gives us a little bit of condition stuff. Precision. Thing is, if I buy these, I have to clear out my Black Trader inventory. Crit strike chance is about 70%, and it seems to be fine for the most part, so I'm not super worried about that. I mean, I don't know how much this heals when you break out of a stun. Can't be much. I mean, we got 4 stun breaks. Yeah, precision, boon duration, toughness, vitality. This one wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you're getting minus 20% condition duration and 20% incoming stun duration. Be pretty decent. Toughness, healing power. Minus 20% incoming damage while reviving an ally. Revive them 20% faster and 30% more health. That'd be kind of interesting in a group of warriors. Because you could like pop one of your damage immunity skills for like 4 seconds, and then after it runs off, you'd be taking, was it 20%?
What now?
Yeah, 20% reduced. 25% condition damage duration. Cleanse the condition from nearby allies after using a heal skill. 10-second cooldown. Doesn't sound bad. My problem with our thing that we have now is this thick skin thing. We're getting 4 seconds of protection, and we're applying weakness, but that's during our Defiant stance. Which I don't like. We could get rid of Defiant stance. I mean, but then weakness is giving us... We got infinite weakness. Alright, so that's 50% damage negation, basically. And then protection can give us 30. That'd be 80-something% damage negation if we could keep the protection up. Protection is at 4 seconds. So the lowest cooldown skill that we have, I think, is Mending, which is also condition removal. Protection of 4 seconds. If we increase the boon duration and could give ourselves another source of protection. I mean, even if we could get like 8 seconds, that's a decent amount of defense. 8 seconds of defense versus... I mean, it's basically... That's a tough question because protection versus a damage immunity skill. 33% physical damage, isn't it? Or incoming damage, 33%. And if we do that, though, and we use something like this, it would make us a lot more resistant to conditions, and we could remove more conditions. Also, but is there not that skill that reduces Signet cooldown? Signet gain, reduce, recharge, and grant a stacking ferocity boon on use. 16 seconds. Would that be worth it? If you're getting like 400 health a second with Healing Signet. You're getting 100 ferocity and 4 seconds of protection when you use it. I mean, over 10 seconds, you're getting 4,000 health. So it's going to take you about 15 to 18 seconds to get the same amount of health as Mending. Which really isn't that good. But it can't be interrupted. You can use it whenever. And then when you do use it, you're getting 4 seconds of protection, which isn't really Defiant stance levels, but it's a good amount of damage reduction.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
And the ferocity bonus wouldn't be terrible. I mean, it's... Where's our ferocity at? Can't be much. Ferocity is at 640.
Some must fight, so that all may be free.
That gives us basically 200% crit damage. Grant a stacking ferocity boon on use. Cast less. A 1 minute. Oh, maximum stacks of 5. Cast Lesser Signet of Might when striking a foe below the health threshold. Then you gain a 1 minute, 100 ferocity, maximum stacks of 5. So you could potentially have 2 abilities giving you a stacking boon here. We're getting 100 ferocity every time that we activate the Signet. So let's do this and then this. So we're at 206. $212. So the longer we're in a fight, the more damage we would do. Then we would still have the Signet that could activate in the tree that could give us another stack. Now we're at 4. So we're approaching 220. $226. So we can give ourselves 20 to a 26% damage increase. That's pretty good. As well as being unblockable, and it's for the cost of what? 5 bleeding duration? Five bleeding duration and like 10 burning duration. That's a toss-up, man. 20% increase damage on crit. Because that's... You're already looking at... Let's say you're doing a final thrust. You have 25 stacks of vulnerability. So final thrust does 3,000 damage. 25% increased damage from the vulnerability is going to be like 800 damage. And then you have 20% increase on ferocity, potentially. So you're looking at like 50% increased damage on that final thrust.
Grant me your strength, my friend.
Maybe. Yeah, confusion duration. Rage. So I'm looking for something that could potentially give us condition duration, armor, and protection. %20 weakness duration and poison duration is not terrible.
Will cure what ails this world.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
Gain resistance for 4-second epic. If we're running solo, I think Signet of Rage would work, but if we're running in a group and we're running banners, then we're not going to have as much ferocity, potentially. I mean, the other one, it's basically once we get them below 50% health, if we stack them, because the other one has a 25-second cooldown. It's 25-second cool or 20-second cooldown on this, so you could get 3 of these off before it deactivates. Unblockable for 6 seconds. We got scavenging. "15 seconds of regeneration when you take fall damage, toughness, super speed, snow pile." So we need toughness. So this one gives condition damage, torment duration, regeneration for 3 seconds after inflicting a flow with torment. So if we were running two swords, cooldown of 5 seconds. If we ran 2 swords, we could use this, but we would lose quickness. But we would gain regeneration. That's interesting. Because you're looking at 30% torment. Actually, 50% torment duration right there. And we have the ability attack speed is increased when wielding a main hand weapon in your offhand by 20%. But you're looking at a potential massive damage increase with Rune of Tormenting. I'm tempted to make another character just to do that. Rune of Tormenting, dual-wield Roman soldier. Don't use the shield anymore. Oh. I want to see. So you throw your sword at a foe, impaling them. Duration of the thing is interval is 1 second, so we can get 4 stacks of torment that are dealing 5,000 apiece to a moving target. And then if we do Tormenting Ruins, it would double the duration of that. So you would have 16 seconds. Or you'd have 18 seconds of Torment. 4 stacks. And you'd be able to rip your sword out for extra damage and gain might. Number of allied targets, 5. What? Oh god, that's interesting. Because you're looking at that's like 20 seconds of torment. You could get 8 stacks. And if you ran this in a group, god, you could get like 20 stacks of that on somebody. And cripple them. So, I'm probably going to make a second character. We're going to account boost them for the Celestial Armor, and then we can, instead of doing quickness... I mean, we could still do the quickness. We could still do quickness. Maybe drop the Sigil of Corruption. Because we could put the the second quickness thing on the bow.
Sharper still.
I don't know. It probably doesn't really even matter either way, because you just had to crit to get the quickness, so I don't think we necessarily need 8 seconds of quickness on this sword. 1 second would probably be fine. But my lord. Ruins of Tormenting. Just looking at the actual damage of that, though, is just... Like, look at this. Just right now alone, without any Tormenting Ruins, you're 12 seconds. 4 stacks, 12 seconds. That's like, depending on the damage it goes up to, that's like 20,000 damage a second. It's probably less than that. But now, if you increase the duration, though, and you get 20 seconds of that, and you can use this twice on somebody, plus the bleeding and everything else, it's just an absurd amount of damage. And then look at, like, this is giving condition damage, 50% torment, and regeneration after inflicting a foe with torment. Regeneration for 3 seconds with a 5-second cooldown. Which means that 3 seconds as a 5-second cooldown. This, you would get 1 proc. You wouldn't be able to get an additional proc from the Impale. But you could still get 3 seconds of regeneration. And if we look at how much regeneration we get for 8 seconds... So for 3 seconds, it's like probably like 1,000 health. Maybe. Damn. I don't know. Maybe we'll just buy another set of Celestial gear for this guy at some point, and then we can change it. Ruin of Tormenting. I need a pin. So, Guild Wars 2, Roman. Dual sword.
What now?
Celestial. Ruin of Torment.
Speak.
I can only imagine what that goes to, man. That's like, it would have to go up to like 6,000 damage or something. I mean, right now it's probably fine, but it goes up to 20. That's like in the territory of reducing the recharge time here. Goes down to 12 seconds. You get that to 20, and this goes 12 seconds. You could do a lot. Like, imagine
What now?
that hits you once, and you're moving, and it's doing 5,000 damage a second, and then you get you get max stacks of vulnerability on you, so you're getting 25% vulnerability damage from it. That's already an extra 1,000 damage. You know, so let's say we do Ruins of Tormenting. That goes up 1,000 damage and a higher duration, and then we do vulnerability stacks, and you get another 1,000 damage. You're looking at like 8,000 damage with one stack of that. Well, actually, it's applying 5 stacks, so you're going to get 20 stacks of Torment over the 4 seconds here. And then the 20 seconds will like, it's already lasting long enough to like, but if you go this to 20 seconds with Sigil of Tormenting, not only is it healing me for 1,000 health every time that I hit you with this,
Give me a report.
it's dealing probably like 8,000 health. Probably even more. Like, it might do 10,000 health in a sec. I don't know what Tormenting stacks up to, but if the duration increases, and this is even doing 5,000 a second, then you're doing an additional 8 to 9 seconds here of Torment. Oh. Power and Vitality. Condition damage and power.
Duty calls. I have answered.
For great justice!
90%. How did I get so close on these? Do I even want to change this? That's the question, because the healing allies within a 360 radius, it might still be decent. I don't know how much it heals for. Let's see. Tempest. Let me look up Tempest runs. Go to Tempest runs. So I think our old builds still work fine. And the Power Warrior, the Veteran Knight builds are still going to be good. But potentially what we just ran into is a warrior that might be able to get a very high crit damage, a pretty high crit chance, a very high condition damage, a pretty high power, just regular damage by itself, a decent amount of armor defense, a pretty strong level of healing regen, and damage immunity. And if we go double sword, we could potentially just do a lot of damage to one target. So it heals for 1,100 health. So in our old build, we were using the thing that was increasing our armor by 1,000 when we break a stun, which put our armor to 2,600, which was really high, which is what made us super tanky before. And it gave us like a healing bonus and this stacked on top of it. They changed that skill so we can't get the armor bonus anymore, so we need to increase our defense a little bit. But the skill is still healing for 1,000. We have 4 stun breaks on our character, so, well, technically 5 with the other Endure Pain that we have. So we could technically get an additional 5,000 healing off of this in like a 20-second period. And it's AoE, so theoretically, if you're in a group of 5 and they stun you all, and you all break out of it, you would then all heal for 5,000. So I think this rune is probably fine. In a group of 5, if you got stunned, broke out of it, you'll all heal for 5,500. You get stunned again, you break out of it again, you all get healed for 5,500 again. So you're looking at, what's the radius on that? I still wish our armor was a little bit higher though. But that's pretty good, because that means you have, because we have 2 uses of Shake It Off, then we have Shake It Off in the runes. We have 2 uses of Endure Pain, so that's 5. So that's 5,000, 7,500 health that we could potentially have in a full rotation, and then spread that over 5 people. You're looking at like 35 to 40,000 health. So that's a lot of healing that you could get there easily. So that's probably something I just want to keep. But I think we're going to try and do that tormenting sigil at some point just to see, because I swear we could get that over 20 seconds. Like with that sigil, we're already pretty close to the 15-second mark. If we decrease our sword cooldowns, that alone is getting it to 12 seconds, so we could use it twice. If we increase the torment duration to 20 seconds, then you're looking at using it 2 times on a person, getting potentially maximum like 30 stacks, or you get, I mean, total, I don't know if there's a cap, but you could probably get like 40 stacks on somebody. You have multiple warriors doing that, that's a lot of damage, you know. Okay, so these runes are probably fine. I would like a little bit more defense though. Cavalier, you get quickness and bonus damage for 5 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. I like this. It's something very niche, but it would work in World v World for me. It would work with my plans with World v World. You're getting 5 seconds of quickness, and then you get a bunch of bonus damage. It'd be very bursty in World v World, but could be good. See, this one, toughness and power, gain might for 10 seconds using a healing skill. 5 stacks of might. It's enough to potentially do something there. $6,300, 2,100, 6,300. Yeah, I don't think this necessarily matters so much. I think the lesser signet's going to give us more total damage. With the lesser signet also, just by itself, we're getting potentially 3 procs of it in 1 minute. So, you know, I mean, you're probably getting a 10-20% damage increase there. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. Ruin of the Daredevil, Doliac, Dragon Hunter, Eagle, Earth. So, protection plus 10% incoming healing effectiveness, gain protection and magnetic aurora when struck by foe, 60-second duration. 60 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. It doesn't tell you how long the protection lasts. Magnetic aurora, I don't know exactly what it does, but we're getting a 30% protection increase, which would give us I don't know, probably like a second on the thick skin. Probably not worth it. Got condition duration, condition damage, and power. That's pretty good. Got toughness, condition damage, while wielding conjure weapons, banners. Burn a foe 1 second after blocking its attack. That could be decent. Gives us toughness and healing. For 1 second after blocking its attack. Cooldown 2 seconds. I mean, the damage isn't going to be good enough on the warrior, but if you had enough warriors, you could rotate. I just don't think it's necessary. Bleeding duration, torment, bleeding on foes. You got the lynch. Mad King. Our bleeding is already high enough, it doesn't matter. We can inflict torment for 4 seconds. Successfully evading an attack, you inflict torment for 1 second. Our cooldown's 1 second. That's pretty decent. Ferocity, boon duration, power and toughness. 1 second. Revenant. 7% reduction. Stat bonus, condition damage, durations. It reduces condition damage and condition damage duration, which that's not bad. We're getting all stats and then condition duration 25%. Tempest runes are also pretty expensive. I don't necessarily want to get rid of them then. Remove a condition. Oh, remove condition when you use a shout skill. It's good solo, not necessarily in a group. This is the one the other guy uses. We could still use it. 7% of toughness condition damage, but I don't think it's necessary. Looks like that's the end of it. Gain barrier after executing a stance ability. Vitality to ferocity. Using an light skill grants you super speed for 5 seconds. Oh, let's go back and look at the Tempest rune real quick. Go to Tempest rune. The amount healed by the 6 bonus level 80 is 1100. 360 radius. So it's a little over melee range. It's like twice the distance of melee range or something. It's probably like right here. It's not terrible, I guess. It doesn't say there's a limit though. It didn't say there was a limit to the radius, like how many people could be affected. So potentially you could have a bunch of warriors stacked on top of each other and then just heal each other to full health every time they get stunned. Achievements. Or we're gonna go, where's the story? Story journal, End of Braingainz, begin story.
Research log 428. Latest results still inconclusive. Elder dragons awaken, consume magic, and leave nothing but annihilation in their wake. This is the way it's always been. The dragon cycle. Unimaginable suffering through the ages. Countless lives shattered. And instead of uniting,
That char looks
some
stupid.
capitalized on chaos.
Crazy plant lady.
But some of us fought back. Heroes across Tyria banded together. We came from different corners, but shared a vision of a better tomorrow. Not everyone made it. Then came hope from an unexpected place. Aurene, who we raised from an egg. With the prismatic dragon on our side, we have a chance. A chance to finally break the dragon cycle.
Prismatic dragon.
We've slain 5 elder dragons. But what's the right path forward? Every elder dragon death has made the whole system more unstable. There have been many theories. We tried to keep balance by replacing them, but that turned out to be impossible. We're running out of time for answers. I'm running out of time. One remaining elder dragon is out there somewhere. I don't know what awaits us.
You know,
Champion, I need to speak with you. Something's happening, and I'd like to discuss it in person. Also, if I'm honest, I wouldn't mind seeing your face again in person. Don't let that go to your head.
Don't let it go to her head. Her head is getting too big for herself. We've raised her, and we're not supposed to let... Why would it go to our head that we go and see a dragon that we raise? She's too important for us now. You can see her personality shift the more powerful she gets. So that's what we're leading up to. But thinking back on it now, what would happen is the gods left Tyria maybe because the magic was getting unstable, and maybe the gods are similar to the dragons in the sense that if they harness unstable power, they get corrupted, and that would make more sense. And then Balthazar stayed because he wanted to fight the dragons over the power. He wanted to absorb it for himself, and he started becoming more corrupted as he was fighting on Earth, or Tyria, I mean. That could kind of make sense in a way, I think. I have the North Portal Scroll.
Champion, it's wonderful to see you. Even with Jormag and Primordius gone, I noticed Tyria is still standing. Seems the Exalted were a bit off in their predictions. Disaster hasn't struck. Yet.
The world does feel different, though. Can't put my finger on it. Like, change is coming. Real change.
I feel it too, Champion. That's why I wanted to see you. I've begun to perceive something. A distant presence. An ancient presence. It's a ripple in the mists. Like a dolphin in the deep, sounding to sense what's out there.
Dolphin in the deep.
I want to respond. But before I do, I check my visions. All my possible futures converge to one point. Today.
And you can't see past it.
And I can't see past it.
Are you sure? Does it mean you die?
I'm not sure of anything, except my urge to respond. To say, yes, I'm here.
You're not scared?
I'm intrigued. I'm intensely curious. And even if I die, we know I won't stay dead.
We think.
Whatever it is, I can handle
Had to
it.
be a girl that wrote her
I just
storyline,
wanted to
because they
tell
use a
you
lot of powerful
before it all
wordage.
begins.
How does it begin?
Words that bring
I'm not
feeling.
sure, but I know it involves Taimi and Gorik.
Taimi did mention Gorik. Seemed a little agitated. I'll talk to her.
Commander.
Kaith,
Oh, you're back. That's, good. That's great.
is she...
Something to do with Gorik.
Yeah, okay, so Gorik and I have been up here doing research, looking for a way to end the dragon cycle. Cause like, who needs that noise every 10,000 years, am I right? So many dead people, and the cleanup is insane.
You were talking about Gorik.
Right. Gorik got a message from an old colleague.
Ah,
An old Inquest colleague.
Ah,
Anka. Anka. He's mentioned her a couple times. I've never met her. Says she was tracking Jormag and Primordius. She has some data. Would he like to see it? She'll trade it to us.
for what?
Doesn't specify for what. Red flag. Come meet her at Lorner's Pass. Alone. Second red flag.
So, Anka offers him something she knows he'd want without asking for something in return?
Yes.
Why would she do that?
Exactly.
Oh. She likes him.
Exactly.
Why do you care?
I don't know.
But you don't trust her.
Why should I?
Why indeed?
I'm sorry. Are you worried for Gorik's safety?
Yes. I'm worried for Gorik's safety.
You want me to go find him at the pass? Bring him back?
Alchemy! Would you? Please? Thank you, Commander.
Going on a trip.
Gorik, wait up.
Commander? What are you doing here?
Just thought you could use the company.
Seems implausible.
So, tell me about this old friend you're meeting.
Yeah, Gorik, we want to hear all about Anka. Spare no detail.
Anka? She's an old colleague from my time at Thaumanova. We had a highly productive collaboration. I mean, I may have occasionally experienced mild heart arrhythmia when we were working together, but as Lish always said, don't masticate where you hibernate.
What?
Or something. I'm paraphrasing. Anyway, I lost touch with her years ago, after she left the inquest. We haven't spoken since.
You know, Gorik, passion can mature in absence. Like an exquisite wine.
No, nothing like that. Just two ex-colleagues sharing research on a problem. And Commander, we do have a problem. Tiny and I have been working on a hypothesis about elder dragons and magic, but with most gone, data is hard to come by. We're on Terra Incognita. Anka is offering, and we need all the knowledge we can get. We should hurry. It's a little chilly here.
Soldiers of Rome. You should just let me pick these people up and carry them, I swear.
Gorik? Over here! It's been so long! Let me take a look at you. You haven't changed a bit.
Nor you. Anka, allow me to introduce...
Oh, I know. It's an honor, Commander. Any friend of Gorik's is a friend of mine.
Quite the charmer.
I should kill you right now, you little liar.
Feels like only yesterday we were side by side, two interns working to push the boundaries of science.
Those were the days.
I meant to reach out after what happened. I did. But there was this plague, beetles incubating in people's faces.
It was a long time ago. A lot's happened since then.
I'm happy to see you're well, and eager to see this new data of yours.
Oh, that's... yeah... I made that up.
She what?
Made it up? But you said you don't have a passion for elder dragons?
More of a professional interest. One in particular. I think you know her.
Wait a second.
You do want something.
Afraid I do. Me and my Aether Blades.
Aether blades!
Bye, Commander.
Hey!
Ulrich! Aether blades and West Natch! I knew we couldn't be trusted!
Almost. Now we can fight for real. Great justice.
Come, champion. We'll catch them.
Hold on. We need a plan.
There's no time!
For Mother Rome!
You can come with me, or I can go alone. Either way. But I'm not staying out of the fight this time.
Scion and Champion.
Scion and champion.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
I'll scout ahead and try to find him.
Aether Blades.
That's awkward.
Never thought I'd see those Sky Clan again.
They're not clowns, they're killers! Remember Lion's Arch? They worked for Scarlet for the love of... Oh, Ulrich!
Certainly been busy. Where did they get all these airships?
Hello, Guardian.
Kicking your ass.
There's one to remember by.
Aether blades are insidious, but for pirates, they're weirdly into data entry. Check the terminal for a map, a flight plan.
Beep, 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 beep.
These charts, they don't make any sense. Why would the Aether blades go to...
I have to get off this thing.
I'm reading a lot of wind shear up there. You can't use your glider.
They're attacking from above. Shake it off. Strong.
Ding, baby. I am the strongest.
Reading some crazy energy spikes, Commander. See anything strange?
You could say that.
They're heading into the mists.
Oh no, I can't help you in there. Commander, please don't let anything happen to Gar...
Just you and me now, champion.
Maybe just you. I have no way to get to the next ship.
Let me help. I think you'll enjoy this.
Magical powers. Slink.
Everyone thinks I'm your pet.
Evasive maneuvers. Hard to stop her.
She's not very powerful for a super powerful triple Elder Dragon eating Joko Slayer.
Pockets and munitions. Weapons check on the extractor. Prepare for live operations.
Told us not to use it.
Just a contingency. Make sure it's ready.
Nice! Renyak, ouch!
I can't believe you fell for that. That's fair. We'll come back when the wind is.
See, they're making Miss Lost Comrades, and I like, if they had a character like this, I would like that a lot. I just want to be able to make my little justice.
No Gorik, and I'm trapped. Gotta be a way to overload the system.
Almost ready. Adrenaline rise.
Interesting.
That did it. Now to find the right ship.
I'll take care of this one.
Haven't seen Aurene like this in a while. Next ship's too far. I have to steer this thing closer.
Schling. Schling.
How's he doing that? What the hell's going on?
Who told you to prep the extractor? I gave a direct order not to use it. Renyak's comm is broken. Damn it. We don't even know what that thing does. Is it... How long until the jump? Almost ready, Captain.
Not bad, not bad. It takes an army, my friend. It takes an army. Is there nowhere else for me to jump? Oh, that thing. apologize, comrades.
Prepare for extrication from the mists. Initiate portal activation.
Timmy, we're out of the mists. Can you see our location? Some kind of landmass in the distance. Timmy? Must be out of comms range. Great.
Commander. Just in time to see it firsthand. Good.
To kill rising.
Calling where they don't belong.
Deal with her later. Gotta find Gorik.
Low on endurance.
Darcy, please! I'll tell you anything. What do you want to know? Commander, thank the alchemy. It tortured me. I never break justice. One word out of me. I can't believe Anka would do this. Joining the Aether Blades? Kidnapping? What's gotten into her?
We can talk about her later. Right now, we have to get off the ship.
She used to be so nice. Now, not so much. Oh,
Champion, I'm coming. Meet me on the deck.
Don't do it, Anka! You disobeyed a direct order! There is a problem, and I handled it.
Commander, I think we're going down.
Destabilizing. Last thing we need is a dead mainlander. Probably stick us in more detail. The hell is that?
Oh, they're doing stuff to my butt. That's what they're doing.
Those teeth, those ears. Ooh.
Definitely did something to my butt. They have me knocked out on a table in the reverse direction of the covers with my booty up.
I said I don't know. The detective will have an update when it's all sorted out. Sit tight.
Unacceptable. I want my comms call. We have a right to counsel.
Not here, you don't.
Oh, thank the commander. You're awake. You've been out for so much to. You won't believe where we. Whew. Slow down. Okay. First things first. We're in a pickle.
I can see that.
After Amnoon, I swore I'd never go back in. One time, unfortunate misunderstanding. 2 times, I start to question myself. Prison changes you. I'm not built for hard time, Commander. There's still so much
Foot
to
key.
learn. So much science to be done. Never even got a chance to tell. I won't die in this cell, you hear me? I won't. Jail my body, but my mind is free. Okay, okay. Calm down, everyone. Think. Scrap metal. If we find some, we can hone it into a, what is it, a shiv. We have to establish dominance. Find the biggest, most intimidating inmate and stab him in the carotid artery in front of the whole cafeteria. Oh, but if we do, then what have we become? Are we monsters, Commander? And were we all along? Maybe prison doesn't change you. Maybe it reveals you. No, we do what we must to stay alive. In the insect world, there is no morality. Only the strongest survive. And so shall we. We must be as ruthless as the beetle, as deadly as the mantis, as resilient as the roach.
Wooden bench. Smack it with the rock.
Alright, outsiders. Your time's up.
What'd I pick up? Something fell off the bench. There's an escape room. It's a time limit. There has to be. We hit the bench with a rock. Something falls off of it. And then you need to find something to reach the keys.
Time's up? Are we being executed?
What? What's the matter with you? Your friends negotiated your release.
Our friends?
I just ran out of time.
Follow me. And no funny business. You're still in my custody.
Officer, may I ask your name?
Rama. Detective Rama.
Detective, my name is Gorik.
Yeah,
I'm an
I don't
entomologist.
need your life story. You washed up on my beach. Gave me a crap ton of paperwork.
Truth is, I have at times been quite at odds with the law. In fact, I was charged with bioterrorism in Amnoon.
He grew a beetle in his arm.
Uh-huh. Staying busy, Akane?
Best internship ever.
All right, you two. Release forms. By signing this, you affirm that the Ministry of Security has treated you fairly and humanely, that you've suffered no unreasonable bodily harm during your arrest and detainment. You first, bioterrorist.
Wait, define bodily harm. I stubbed my toe last night.
Sign the damn form. Now you. You can collect your personal effects from the box there. We hope you enjoyed your stay at the Xingjie Detention Center. Now if you'll follow me. Akane, hold down the fort.
Roger that.
Xingjie?
I was trying to tell you, Commander. The airship crash-landed in...
Kantha, come for the waters, stay for the hospitality. Been a while. Did you miss us?
Kantha? I don't know what to say.
Only been 114 years. Not like you had time to prepare something.
What the alchemy is that?
Security Mac or something. I can't keep up with all the new tech.
Curiously reminiscent of our golems. Has Kantha been trading with Radasoon?
Which part of we've been closed to the outside world for over 100 years did you not understand? And we're here. Welcome to Kantha. Right, an ambassador's waiting for you. And our Minister of Security wants to speak with you after.
Cass, Jory, I'm glad you're here. Have you heard anything about Aureen?
She's fine. Recovering. Don't worry. Case with her. You'll see her soon. It's okay to take a moment to find your bearings. After we heard about what happened, we were so... Anyway, took a little while, but it all worked out. Sorta.
I'm still missing some pieces. How did you find us?
Find you? You kind of caused...
A hot, steaming mess of a circus show?
An international incident. Jenna sent me to Smooth Feathers. And no way would I let Jory miss the opportunity of a lifetime.
Don't know about that. Not like I ever expected to see this place. But sure,
If you say so. You know it is. Commander, there'll be time to catch you up, but that man wanted to speak to you.
So, you're the commander I've been hearing so much about.
I guess I am.
Lee, Minister of Security. Under the agreement signed 20 minutes ago, you've been granted clemency.
I suppose I've got you to thank for that?
You're fortunate to have such influential friends. My understanding is you're something of a protector of the realm, doing whatever's necessary to keep your people safe.
I try to keep all people safe.
I see. Well, it is my duty to keep the people of Cantha safe. I'm very good at my job, Commander.
Understood, Minister.
I must return to my duties. Welcome to the sovereign Empire of Cantha.
Well, Commander, you're almost free of me, but there's one more thing we need to do before I can sign your release. Meet me at the monastery training grounds as soon as you can.
Rama, a word.
Nice
Any updates on our...
Kate, Tiny, they've released the commander. Gorik, too.
Good. I look forward to telling Gorik how much of a choya brain he was for trusting Anka.
To be fair, we all agreed to the plan.
Yeah, if by agreed you mean went along with it, but told you the whole time it was a bad idea. Yeah, but you're right. We did. Still, he and I are gonna have a talk.
Commander, Aureen found herself a nice little sea cave to rest up in. She'd love for you to come by.
I hitched a ride with a local fisherman. If you don't mind answering a few nosy questions, I bet you can too.
Don't forget, you need to meet with Detective Rama as well.
Now we'll just go with the fisherman.
Fishing. You the one needing a lift out to the sea caves? Your friend said you might be by. I'm happy to give you a lift whenever. Odd one, that friend of yours. Smart, but in a kind of unsettling way. So, you actually know a dragon. You just sit around and eat snacks and shoot the breeze like it's anybody?
Well, generally, we talk about slightly more important things than that.
Oh, you're not secretly a god or something, are you?
No, not that I know of.
They slide little details like that under the radar.
Did you?
No. Why?
Well, I'm Crichton, you see, and my dad used to make it. Recipe died with him, though. Anyway, I figured it was a long shot. Sure could go for a slice right now.
Well, now that the borders are open, maybe you'll have the chance to visit and eat some fresh.
Sure hope so.
I see the borders are open. When you went through the mist to get to Cantha, you don't know if the way is safe.
Alright, that's as close as we get. Not gonna ground her just to keep your feet dry.
Commander, so good to see you walking free again.
Yeah, what was it like? You know, in the slammer. You get any prison tattoos?
Okay, that's enough fun at my expense. Now, where's Aureen?
She's inside, resting up. Don't worry, really.
I just finished running a series of tests on her, and frankly, I'm baffled. Her vital signs are completely normal, but her magic is nearly non-existent.
They drained her magic?
Yes. And that extractor thing they shot her with left us no clue how it works. Or how to cure her.
Lady Tiny, your request to accompany Ambassador Meade to court has been approved. I'll be your escort.
Lady Tiny, huh? I could get used to that. Consider me escorted. Woohoo! Can't wait to get a closer look at those mechs.
Come. I can feel Aureen getting restless. She knows you're here. She spent most of her time sleeping, but hearing you were on your way woke her right up.
Champion.
Maureen, you're sure
I'm fine. Tired. And there's a hollow feeling, as if something is missing.
I see.
Commander, can we talk over here for a second?
Well, it looks like your organs are missing, Irene. That could be a problem. Don't you worry, though. We will fix you right up. Oh, that's the wrong one.
I think this is taking a toll on her mentally more than anything else. Wish we could perk her up somehow.
You know, I hand-fed her fish as a hatchling when she was fussy.
Well, there's a great big ocean right out there. Need any fishing supplies?
You have fishing supplies?
Hey, there hasn't been much to do with Kaz spending all day in meetings. It's meditative.
You get a line, I get a pole. We'll go fishing in a crawfish hole. Shink. It's a wall hanger, boy. Look at that fish, boy. Oh, big old fish. No one knows what kind of fish. Could be a poisonous fish, but they're a pretty big fish right there.
I have something for you, Aureen.
As you fed me when I was young. But I'm no longer a baby dragon, champion.
You could be an ancient dragon, Aureen, and I would still come with fish.
That might be optimistic, given your lifespan. But thank you. I will enjoy this. I apologize. I was reckless. I wasn't thinking far enough beyond the moment.
You were everywhere out there, but we don't need you to be everywhere.
I know. I can't face that feeling
Honor
again,
of humanity.
that there was more that I could have done.
Well, you're gonna have to get over that.
You're right, of course.
Gonna have to get over that.
What was that weapon the Aether Blades used? Any ideas, Commander?
No, none. But I'm going to find out. I still need to meet with Detective Rama. I'll see if he knows anything we don't.
Oh, yes. Kaz told me about that. Have fun. You caught that she's meeting with the Empress later, right? If I could have told her a year ago that she'd be here now, well, she never would have believed me.
Well, it sounds as if you have plenty to do, Commander. And Aureen needs rest. So, I'm going to officially chase you away.
Officially chase me away, lettuce lady. Talk to Rama. Damn mess is what this place is. No one cuts their grass around here.
Okay, let's get this started. You, my friend, took a nasty blow to the head when you crash landed on our beach. I can't sign your medical release unless you prove you're not gonna keel over on me out there. So, you're gonna join the students in a few training
Question,
exercises here at the
Rome, we will
monastery.
conquer your
You're
lands,
sending me to
fella.
school? Yes. Yes, I am. But it should be easy for you, right? Assuming everything's in working order and the legend of the commander isn't just a Crichton fairy tale.
I'm gonna smack
Your
this
friend's
kid.
already out there. Threw himself right into it. He's got a bit of a ferocious streak.
Hey, have any particularly masterful combinations to show off? Let's see them.
Strong. Gaining adrenaline.
Unusual technique. I like it.
Unusual technique, because it's the best.
You must be our new outsider trainee. Perfect. I love whipping students into shape. To be fair, you look pretty
Whipping
experienced,
something.
but everyone could use a refresher. And you're in the right place. Have a look around. Each combat area has its own
Subvert my
training.
defense protocols by employing crowd control effects. You have successfully eliminated my defenses. My defenses are now resetting for the next lesson.
Very nice. Ready to unleash.
You have successfully eliminated my defenses. My defenses are now resetting for the next lesson.
Step into the ring. Try to keep away from my landslide. I got you in a landslide.
Okay, for the final test, you're gonna go toe-to-toe with one of our fighting mechs.
Sounds easy enough.
I don't usually set it to maximum power, because, you know, there's a reason we're all being replaced by machines. But I think you just might be up to the challenge, Commander.
Hello, examinee. This is your final trial. Enter the arena when you are ready to begin testing. Please note, we are not responsible for any injuries, fatal or otherwise, that occur during this session. Difficulty setting increased. Was that your face? Impossible. You defeated me. I could deduct points for sloppiness, but I will choose the high road. Just kidding. A little joke to cheer myself up. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Good. I can now sign this form with reasonable confidence that if you walk out of here and die, it's on you. You're free to do whatever it is you do. Maybe I can finally make some headway on that Aetherblade case.
You know, Detective, we have a shared interest. Sending the Aetherblades back to the Mists. I don't suppose you'd be open to sharing any intelligence you've gathered.
You want me to give you access to classified documents? I'm not authorized to make that call. You'd need clearance from someone way higher up the food chain.
Ambassador Meade has a meeting with the Empress soon. If I could get her permission, would that work?
If you come in waving the Imperial seal around, pretty sure I'd be obligated to give you my incisors if you ask for them.
Casimir, you there?
Yes, Commander?
I've got something I need to bring before the Empress. And I hear you're on your way to court this afternoon.
Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure I could negotiate an extra +1. Though they did drag their heels a little when I asked about Timey. And you did just get out of jail. No, I can make this happen. Meet us at the Imperial Palace. I'll handle everything.
Stand at my side!
Get overconfident.
Oh, I just realized this dude was trash talking me. Some steep stairs, man.
Big party in there. I feel underdressed. If I knew I was gonna meet an empress...
It's exciting, but a little nerve-wracking. Still getting the hang of this diplomacy thing. So much writing on it. Trade, treaties. Reopening relations with Cantha after 100+ years is gonna be...
delicate.
To say the least.
You got this, Ambassador Meade. Go make history.
Thanks. Whenever you're ready, Commander. Okay. Follow my lead.
I appreciate the Minister's concerns, Imperial Majesty.
Do you now?
But these mechs are next gen. The very latest model. Upgraded specs, months of field testing.
In a closed environment, with no actual people around to get in their way. Some test.
I also appreciate that the Minister of Security for an island with no contact with the outside world, and thus no threats to its security, has had, by definition, a portfolio unworthy of his talents or his time. His attention to these matters, so unrelated to his own expertise, is generous and greatly
appreciated. Yes, sacred Majesty. This woman is a parasite.
This woman is transforming our empire, Minister. Please afford her the respect her achievements merit. And June, please afford me the respect my throne merits. I do know sarcasm when I hear it. Madame June knows her business. She has served our empire well to this point. I see no reason to doubt her now.
Imperial Majesty.
Of course you take her side.
Ambassador Meade. Well, my father thought this day would never come. If he were here, he'd die all over again.
The Crichton Ambassador, Lady Casimir Meade. And retinue.
Retinue?
Shh. Your Imperial Majesty. Warmest regards from Queen Jenna at this unexpected dawn. A renewal of our ancient friendship. Not exactly how we remember it. Please relay Cantha's best wishes to our sister, the Queen, whom we look forward to meeting at the soonest opportunity. May I also apologize on Kryta's behalf for the recent unpleasantness. Which one? The Sky Pirates flying daily sorties over Xingje? If they're yours, we definitely have a problem. The Aether Blades are no allies of ours, Majesty. They've attacked mainland Tyria on numerous occasions.
The ambassador was perhaps referring to the unsanctioned arrival of her colleagues on our shores.
Ah, yes. In my father's day, that might have started a war. Even now, it doesn't exactly inspire trust. But in the modern era, Cantha now handles these matters with a more delicate touch. Which we appreciate. Kryta has no wish to try Cantha's
Too late. Tyria roils an endless war which you've now brought crashing onto our shores.
No, respectfully, Minister. Kryta has nothing to do with the Aetherblade attacks or the crash.
A moment ago, you were apologizing for it. Majesty, the outsiders are liars, warmongers, as your father well knew. And your sister, Madame June, has invited them to our doorstep. She doesn't see the threat.
I see the opportunity.
Enough, Lee. I wonder if our open court is the appropriate venue for discussing these matters.
Perhaps the minister would join me in the antechamber, so we might continue the conversation.
He would.
Some big birds.
Well, that went about as I expected. I assume these are the aforementioned colleagues? One of them, Majesty. The commander here.
Commander, what are you the commander of?
Nothing, Majesty.
Not anymore.
But formerly of the Pact Alliance.
Ah, yes. I've heard of that.
As I said, Majesty, we know the Aether Blades. We know their ways, their tactics. The commander was fighting them when the airship crashed, and would relish a chance to repay Cantha's mercy. Armed with any intelligence your Ministry of Security may have, we can bring them to justice for you.
Let's hope you're a better pirate hunter than airship pilot. That's acceptable to us. Speak to Minister Lee about it.
Minister Lee.
What do we do now?
Speak to Minister Lee about it.
It was a simple business transaction.
You wanted this chaos.
I want Cantha to enter the modern age, to join the community of nations.
You don't care about Cantha. You care about money, foreign markets.
I care about both, Lee. It's not a zero-sum game.
It's not a game at all. Why do you think we sealed ourselves off to begin with?
If I may.
I don't like the voice actor for the older guy, because it's
get
like
it.
someone pretending to
People
be the
withdrew
older
from
guy.
world. Now you're
He
rejoining.
doesn't have the rasp.
There is risk. There is also promise. Our nations have an unprecedented opportunity. No need to waste that over a misunderstanding.
I would punch her just because the way she says stuff.
Rude of us to air our laundry in front of guests.
Didn't hear a thing.
She seems so fake.
Minister, I understand you're preoccupied with other matters, but I'd appreciate your help with something.
Yes, yes. Seems I can't go a minute without someone requiring my counsel.
Right. Anyway, my colleagues and I will be investigating the Aether Blades per the wishes
I'm
of...
afraid that won't be possible. That case falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Security.
Per the wishes of Her Majesty the Empress.
The Empress approves of your involvement.
She gave Ambassador Meade her blessing. Consider it an apology for our rude entrance.
As she wishes. Investigate away. The area is crawling with Aether Blades. Your kind of people.
Ooh, your kind of people. He'd be talking smack. Talking smack.
Shame some people can't see this as a pivotal time for Cantha. Even the Imperial Court agreed, with a little persuasion.
I did not realize you'd advocated for us. I assure you, it won't be in vain.
I'm no stranger to cantankerous bureaucrats. But you probably caught that during my Jade Mech discussion.
Oh, so they are Jade-powered. You must be using a Jade core as the power supply?
Very astute. The Jade acts as a sort of battery. Using its charge, my tech powers most of Cantha.
Oh, that's so elegant. And here I am powering my golem mods like I'm stuck in pre-Exodus times.
Taimi doesn't give herself enough credit. She's a very talented researcher and inventor.
Is that so? What's your area of expertise?
I have many. But these days, it's all dragons, all the time.
Dragons are also a passion of mine. Not to pry, but I hope yours is doing well.
You know about Aurene?
When you're the visionary who powers an entire nation, people keep you informed. If you want, I may be able to help her.
Your tech helped the commander recover, so I'd say it's worth a shot. Look at that healthy glow.
We appreciate the offer, but we'll have to talk to Aurene. Right now, she needs rest.
Of course. Let me know, and I'll make the time for her. Besides, it's not every day you meet an elder dragon.
Did the Glix lectures on magnetism ever make it out here?
You can never have too much treasure.
I'll have to show you my copy. Notes on every page.
Oh, do you also write sassy comments when you disagree with the author?
There's an entire section in Novi's science journals that I crossed out and wrote, "You're kidding, right?"
Alchemy, don't even get me started. More like Novi's pseudoscience journals, am I right?
Oh yeah, I was wanting to look at the gem store to see what stuff they've added. Skyscale skin, canoe, garden skiff boat. Hounds of Balthasar Warclaw skin. That's cool. Sort of. Karen Jackal skin. Look at that. They're trying to somehow make a horse. Jade Tech boat. It's kind of cool. Primal Spirit Jackal. Nice, nice. Anubis Jackal. That's kind of cool. Stuff like that kind of annoys me. Synergetics. I could deal with that. It's not bad. Ice Reaver, Jackal Ruins, Savage Scale Package, Faux Fire leg wrappings and stuff. Those are interesting. Fire Bloom Tattoo Pack. Different. Siege Turtle. Cool, cool. They really shot themselves in the foot by not letting them have a horse in the game. Mask Helm. Ice Reaver Helm. It's different. I'm not seeing any major armor stuff. Equinox Appearance Pack. Eh. Ice Reaver. Arcane outfits still here. Braum stuff still here. Bow and arrows, exosuit still here. Same bows. You got a puppy dog jackal skin. Imperial Guard outfit. I seem to recall that, I think. Yeah. Jade Tech outfit. That's kind of cool. It's not exactly my style, but I could see some people liking it. Got the Mersat, Shrine Guardian. Doesn't look like they really have much of anything new in here. Toys. Street Noodles cart. Or it's a chair. Neat weapon skins. Aspect Master, Great Sword. Just too bulky for me. Meh. I like the katanas. The infused katanas are nice. They already got them though. Looks like 7-branch sword. It's okay. It's nothing fancy. Oh god. Doesn't seem like there's much new there. I use the bathroom.
Commander,
crash site, trying to dig up some leads on their
Sorely
whereabouts.
mistaken. If they think kidnapping a member of the scientific community will go on...
Gorik will be assisting us. He's on an uncompromising quest for justice. His words.
Well, aren't you a couple of busy field bulls?
Rama? You're on this call?
It's an open frequency. Might as well be hosting your own radio show at this point. So you really pulled it off and got Empress Yin's approval. Guess you'll be traipsing through my office soon. Look, you can see the Blade's classified files, but nothing else. Akane will be keeping an eye on you. Got it?
I will? So much for reasonable work hours.
Hey, how will I get connected to Wi-Fi?
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. This should be a crime against humanity, but oh my god, it's nasty. Woo. Oh. Oh god. I'm missing my cleaning pad. That was so bad, it gave me a migraine.
stinky booty puppy. Oh. Your pup. You gave me a migraine, but you're still cute. It's alright. I forgive you. Little stinky booty pup. You were trying to use the pad, I know. But gosh darn, whatever you ate. It's okay, pup. It's okay. It's okay. Hmm. I'm gonna go see Grandpa here in a minute. Go over to Grandpa's house. See if he has any snacks. Snackies. Grandpa's house. Alright, give me a minute. We'll go over to Grandpa's. And we'll go find you some snackers. Or you want to sit in my lap? Alright, if you can stay in my lap, you can sit there. I won't move you. Oh, man, my migraine. Oh. I've never had a dog poo smells so bad that it gave me a splitting migraine headache in 2 seconds. Oh. Like, I can't even explain. Like, I feel like my eye is popping out of the socket from the stank. Oh.
Thanks to our busy friends at the Ministry of Security, we won't have any extra help. But I'm sure we'll manage. We'll start looking around up front here. Commander, why don't you check out the wreckage? We can sync after.
If I so much as smell one of those aerial degenerates, I'm showing no mercy. And neither should you, Commander.
Shark bake, hoo-ha-ha.
There's one to remember me by.
I'll be right back.
Shake it off!
So, Scarlet got this plan. Join up with the inquest. Get me on the captain's council. It's big. I was worried about working for someone else. Never took orders well. But Scarlet, she knows what she wants. Knows how to get it. No fear, no hesitation. Makes sense. If you want to shape the foundations of the world, you can't be scared of falling rebel.
Portal compromised. Host compromised. Missing 100 unique parts in
seconds before the crew sees you like this and loses all respect for you. We're trapped in the mists, and they need a leader. So, lead. You're right. Organize the crew. We start working to fix this right now.
Hey, almost there. Still rising. Adrenaline rising.
I know where you're going with this, and the answer is no. We have no other choice. How else do we get the parts? How?
What you're saying is, we travel through the fractals in the mists, find our past selves, and steal from them?
That's not possible. And even if it were, wouldn't we just be screwing up our own pasts? They're fractals. Echoes of pure potentiality. Our own pasts are secure. We'd just be exploring the alternative.
Fractals are inherently unstable. We can't waltz around the mists wherever we please like it's South Sun Cove.
We would have to travel to dozens of fractals. Stable fractals.
Hundreds for the right parts. Depends how far back we go. What versions of our ships we're plundering.
And you're okay with this? Fighting, maybe killing yourselves hundreds of times over?
I ask again. How else do we get the part?
Hey, Jory. I found a few recordings, but no leads. Who knew pirates had so much drama?
Tell me about it. Just keep looking. Think we might be onto something. Rick, calm down. I'll call you back.
Adrenaline rising. Shake it off!
Everyone all right? Stand up.
One ship unaccounted for. Was that Alcatraz in the mists?
Looks like for real. And where the hell are we?
I'm checking. If that's Alona, that's Scum. Cantha.
No. Ivan. You said we'd come out over the crystal desert.
I was performing very complex calculations while also being chased by an elder dragon. So cut me some slack.
Calm down, everyone. Anka, Ivan, see if you can get in touch with the other ships. Renyak, gather our supplies. Guess we're about to find out how Cantha's changed in the last 200 years.
For great justice! There's one to remember me by!
disclosure, I'm now recording this conversation for posterity. And let the record show that Ivan does not like what First Mate Anka is insinuating. Not one bit.
Relax, Moleface. I'm not insinuating anything. Even an obsequious, brown-nosing bootlicker like Ivan must have noticed how much time the captain's been spending among the Canthans.
She's, what do you call it? Casing the place.
The crew's getting restless. We should be ransacking the locals. Dare I say, even committing a little bit of piracy? Instead, we're hiding in these ruins up to our ears in seawater and hungry risen.
We're not hiding. We're strategizing. You want to pillage the most technologically advanced civilization on Tyria without a plan? The captain's got a connection in Cantha. That's our in. We do a couple of jobs for this Canthan, earn some trust, and then we make our move.
Explain this to me again.
She needs a kind of dragon expert.
She has every possible resource in Cantha at her disposal. Why does she need us to find her a dragon expert?
Apparently, they're in short supply, so she needs us to import one.
A dragon expert?
Yeah. I was thinking you could go to Radisson, maybe ask...
I know someone.
What?
I know someone.
Think they'd be willing to come?
No question. I know exactly what he wants to hear.
Commander, need you ASAP. We may have just found our lead.
I'll take that.
Hey! Know how long it took to find that thing? I'm scared of you? Some little rat thing with pointy hands?
Well, hello, Commander. Say, didn't you just beat this gentleman's friends to a pulp?
Yeah. Looks like I forgot one.
We found him roaming around out here. Seems he was piecing this together. I recall Blish using similar components in his portal research. Appears to be a tool for mist traversal.
Shame if we accidentally dropped it off a scenic overlook. And I hear the mists are lovely this time of year, too.
Careful with that. We need... Fine. What do you want? Make it quick.
Anka cited a professional interest in Elder Dragon research, namely Aureen. Care to elaborate?
You're asking the wrong guy. Anka does the dragon stuff. And maybe my train? Who knows anymore?
Sounds a bit uncertain.
Because it doesn't matter. There's better things coming. Big plans. The Jade Winds are a-changin'.
Care to elaborate on these big plans, Air Fiend?
Rude to my associate and off-topic. Commander, would you teach this bozo some manners?
Good thing my knuckles healed from smashing all those Aetherblade skulls.
Whoa. No need to get violent. I don't know what the plans are, okay? Just heard some higher-ups mention it. Look, I fix stuff, clean the galley, might run a few errands. Nobody's telling me nothing.
Gods, we're beating up the maintenance guy? This isn't helping anything. Let him go.
Can you just give it back?
Coric!
Damn it! What'd you do that for, you little dweeb?
Seems to have gotten stuck in these pointy hands. I could probably repair it quite easily, but I have work to do.
I'm sure that'll come back later.
Hey, so when are you stopping by the MinSec office for those files? Connie's got to lock up at some point. She really doesn't like working overtime.
Detective, can you please stop hacking our private communications?
I'm not hacking. For the love of... Commander, if you want those files, then they're waiting at the MinSec office. Don't try any funny business.
I understand. I'll be there soon.
I guess we got a lead out of him. A little cryptic, but I can work with it.
I've never felt so alive! Now I know how the mantis feels as it closes in on its prey.
Take it easy, tough guy. That was pretty badass. But there is a certain finesse to this job. We'll practice. You can try being good cop next time.
Paperwork from this Aether Blades incident will take months.
Akane, right? Detective Rama gave me permission to be here.
Okay, yeah, that's totally interesting.
I'm gonna dig through your archives.
In the back, knock yourself out. Ooh, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. Ugh, are you doing something gross back there? Remember, some of those files are super off. Got what you needed? Those files are so old and boring. What do you even want from them?
The Aether Blades must be marking their territory. Got what I needed, I think. Thanks for your help, Akane.
Commander, I'm at Orion's cave. You need to get over here. Like, right now.
I'm on my way.
Braingainz Sanctuary.
Alchemy, you're here.
What's going on, Tiny?
I don't know. Oreen and Kate, they're
fine.
June, what are you doing here?
I told you my Jade Tech can help your dragon. So that's what I'm doing. Helping.
We were talking to Oreen when she went quiet all of a sudden. It's like she's sleeping. But not. I thought it could be a concussion from the fall, but then Kate, she fell silent too, while still standing. I don't know if she's being affected because of their connection or what.
All my tests show Oreen's magic levels are steadily...
Hello? Hello?
Commander? Over here.
Kate, where are we?
Shh. They're talking.
They're not just mortals. They're my friends. They're your flock. The shepherd watches and protects, but she does so in solitude. When I created the others, I thought, I don't have to be alone anymore. The other elder dragons? You were there. I was imperfect, you see. Attuned to water, but not the other elements. I thought my children would bring balance and harmony to the fabric of magic. But... then, what happens now? Suan? Now, you take my place, little one. Consider what I've said.
Looks like they're coming around.
Oh, good. I thought it was contagious.
What just happened?
That was the first elder dragon. The
mother of all dragons. Isn't that right, Aureen?
Kralkatorik's mother. My great-grandmother.
What?
We'd spoken before. A few times. I didn't know who she was until we came here.
What does she want?
For me to take her place.
Take her place?
And become the one Elder Dragon.
The last Elder Dragon who wanted something from you was Jormag. And we know how that turned out.
Suwon isn't Jormag.
Can we be sure?
You can. Suwon's been Kantha's guardian since the Zaitan disaster. Or so goes the legend.
I need some time to think about this.
Of course.
In the meantime, we still have to find the Aether Blades.
And whatever that extractor thing is, how did they get their hands on something capable of doing this?
Anka was a brilliant machinist, and that weapon was a Sura-made, but the technology's beyond even the Inquest.
That's because it's Canthan. I gave it to my Trin.
You hired them, didn't you?
I did.
You hired them? This is all because of—
I didn't know what they were capable of, or their history in Tyria. If I did, I never would have... I'm sure you have questions. Ask me anything.
I think it's funny how the Suwon, mother of all dragons, super elder dragon, is like the smallest dragon of them all.
June, the Aether Blades are planning something big. We need to track down my Trin before it's too late.
I only spoke with Mai, and usually on my turf. They have a number of hideouts across Kantha. In Xingje, I'd expect her to be hiding somewhere in Zendaijun. A cave, if I know her. My sources tell me the Ministry of Security's been looking for her, but somehow she's avoided detection.
The Blades are a sneaky bunch, but we've got experience with their bag of tricks.
Okay then. Marjorie, Gorik, let's finish this investigation.
Let me know when you find my Trin, Commander.
You can never have...
You can never have too much treasure. Dang right. So now we gotta go to this side. We can take the water and 2 gold or 2 silver. Not like we need her silver for anything. See, all the Jade mechs are a little bit different. That's what I kind of like. This one has different arms than the other one. Bunny, bunny, bunny. See, I like this. Rampager spirits and stuff. We need the ritualist back. Give me some spirits we can summon. You know, I would settle for the Revenant getting an elite specialization that gave it spirits. Like, just normal, like, warrior spirits, you know? Necromancer, but spirit people, you know? Ascalonian spirits.
Marjorie, Gorik, find anything interesting?
We were monitoring comm frequencies to see if we could pick up any Aether Blade chatter.
What we found were strange ultrasonic emissions in this general area.
You heard a funny noise.
Well, We can't hear it, but I believe that's the entire point.
The ultrasonic signal coincided with 2 aether blades entering this spider den. They vanished into thin air.
The spiders didn't attack them. Why? I believe it's because they were using the signal against them.
Okay, do you need me to go in there and kill the spiders?
Last time you did that, you drove an entire subspecies extinct. I have a better idea. If I can match the signal's frequency, I can clear out the spider den without harming them.
Okay, just don't take too long.
Almost ready. Break it off!
Just need to clean up this waveform.
Corey? Go ahead.
Don't... Please. Just... I need to concentrate. Almost. Got it. Almost.
All right, that's it.
Wait, I got it! You are incredibly impatient.
Yes, to get to the bottom of this aether blade plot. Aren't you?
Of course. Sorry, I was... Let's find that entrance.
Even secret doors have giveaways. Let's take a gander. Hey, look. Aether blade marker.
This wall, it's a hologram made of hard light. Whoever built this is a competent holosmith.
Must be some trick to deactivating it.
Okay, so in order to make hard light, you need a photon forge. It's the only way to give mass to light particles.
I feel like we should be paying you for this masterclass in holosmith jargon.
Oh, I love talking about this. Anyway, this forge is custom built. Impressive, but its emitter has a critical flaw.
You said this would be short.
Oh, a continuous combinatory assault should overload the forge. Try that. Excellent work, Commander. Come on.
What are you? It's the commander!
Ready to unleash.
Right, it's me. There's definitely an Aetherblade camp in Zendaijun.
Just like I told you. I'm leaving now.
Wait. What?
Where are you going? My Trin has a lot to answer for. And she's going to look me in the eye when she does. Commander, I'm on my way.
Yeah. Commander, she's gone.
We haven't cleared the camp yet. It could still be dangerous.
I'll go with her, don't worry. Timey, you stay with Aurene.
Not gonna argue with that.
Where is everyone?
This place definitely has more aether than...
I'm telling you, it's not enough. The captain was very clear.
Shh. Hear that?
If we're going to strike back at her, it needs to be massive, yes? It needs to be... We need overwhelming force.
So,
What I'm asking you to do is follow orders. You kill her until she is dead. Then you repeat the process. Do you understand? it.
Mitrin betrayed her closest friends. How do you know she won't betray you?
That's a lie. It was Anka. She started this. Her and Braingainz and all the others. They broke their oaths, but not me. Not Ivan. My hardline shields are impenetrable. Might as well give up.
Bet he's using the same half-ass tech that was blocking the way in here.
Jory's right, Commander. His photon is in the same class that one above.
You say flaw, I say unique characteristic.
Hey! I can override his photon forge.
Then do it! Now!
You're gonna make me talk, huh? I promise you, I won't break as easy as your Asuran friend.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
You're going to tell us where your captain is hiding, so we can have a civilized conversation.
I can't. I won't tell you where the key is.
Okay, there's a key. Let's look around.
Idiot. Shouldn't have. Of course. Just open the door for them, why don't you? Stupid. There's nothing in there.
I'm sorry, you were saying...
Commander, please.
Eat my
Don't hurt her. It's not what you
All right,
think
enough.
it is.
It's time to get some real answers.
Captain Trin,
It's
show
not
yourself.
for me to say.
Oh, this is great. Now I've got the Dragon Champion, an ace detective Delacroix, here to tell me how terrible I am.
My Trin.
Wow. You just brought everyone, huh?
You can feel sorry for yourself later. What are you planning, Trin? Where did you send your Aether Blades?
Ha! Me? Send Aether Blades? Why exactly would I do that?
I don't know. Why'd you order them to kill Aurene with that magic extractor?
It wasn't... I mean, I didn't mean to.
After all we've been through, everything I gave you, this is how you repay me.
You're right. You can't trust a pirate. I'm done. We should finish this. Now.
What are you doing?
Prioritizing targets.
Stand down and let them go. You are in no condition to fight.
Listen to them, Bob. I could never beat you, Commander. Too many scores to settle at once. Just need a little help. Just a little more. Spend a few years in the mist. You meet the most fascinating people.
Wait, what's she doing?
Commander, she's tapping into the power of the mists.
A revenant, like Gridlock. It's the only explanation.
This is different. She's not in control of the spirit she's invoking.
I need your power. I need more. Please. I can't lose again. God. Scarlet.
It's a revenant echo.
Now we can fight for
Oh yeah, I forgot. We got these things.
You're taking too much. She's losing control. If we don't stop it, it'll kill her. She's too strong. Her voice. That flash.
Torment. I'm an achiever.
You think she could be behind this?
She died on the Breachmaker.
Take out the chapter boss in the allotted time.
I can't hear you. I can't. The laughing. What's wrong with her?
Revenants can have a hard time tuning out all the voices from the mist.
Ritlock actually needed a blindfold at first. Something to help him focus.
Give me a minute. I'll come up with something.
While you take care of that, I'll relieve the prisoner of her weapons.
Okay, this'll make a good blindfold. Here, take this.
Oh, thank you. It's quiet.
My, tell us what you ordered your Aether Blades to do. Where are they going?
They're about to attack one of your jade processing facilities. But not on my orders.
You're their captain.
No, I'm not. Anka mutinied. Took my ships and my crew. Said I was emotionally compromised because of our history.
Anka staged a pirate mutiny.
Surprised?
Not in the least. How do we find her?
You can track them using the ship transponders. Also, hello? I'm still trapped out here.
Hey Siri. I've lost my phone. Somehow. I'm very confused about it.
Ivan! You didn't leave with the others?
Why would I? When Ivan makes an oath, it's for life. Commander, you can activate that console. Find where the ships were last spotted. to damage the transponders. It'll show you the rough location, but that's it.
Somewhere around Kainin doesn't give us much to work with.
Anka wouldn't just attack any target. She knows what she wants. I can... Let me help.
Let you help? How about we help you into a prison cell? Or did you forget about your attack on Lion's Arch?
No, I can't undo what I've done. But I can help you find Anka. Please, let me do this.
You think after today, we're going to trust a word that comes out of your mouth?
Jory, you're right. But Anka has to be stopped. Before we have another Lion's Arch here in Cantha.
Commander, what do you think?
We'll take my Trin with us, under careful watch. And Captain Trin, one wrong move out of you.
And you won't live long enough to wind up in Lion Guard custody.
I understand.
Also, I'm keeping your weapons.
Okay. I'll talk to some of my associates. If this Anka is targeting Junlai Jade, we need to get ahead of it.
All right. In the meantime, we can head to New Kainang.
And get arrested for not having a travel permit? You're a Canthan bureaucrat's worst nightmare, Commander.
Sounds like you two should pay a visit to the Ministry of Transit.
All right. You go stop Anka, and we'll go to the Ministry of Transit and fill out some paperwork.
Ministry of Transit. Electrifying.
You can never have too...
You can never have too much treasure.
Hey, Commander. You'll find the Ministry of Transit office at Daigo Ward.
The bougie part of Xingzhou. Like Manor Hill.
I'm heading to the area for some administrative errands. Could you stop by when you're around for a quick chat?
Of course.
It will be done.
Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Surely got a jumping puzzle around here somewhere. That has an arrow that makes me think you can go through the water to get through the mountain, but let's check out this town, I guess. This town actually looks familiar. Is this the monastery? No way this is the monastery. Give me a second. Derelict Temple. I think this is the monastery. But like a very small version. Because in Guild Wars 1, the monastery was bigger, but I think it had this bell here, and then when you left this door, it would have been a lot bigger than it is here. When you left this door, I don't recall the mountain, but I recall there being water on the left side. I don't recall any of that, but this seems vaguely familiar. And then from the monastery, you could run this direction and go across to a bigger settlement. little bit more height. Still like right here. Bougie.
Did you attend June's last gala? All the people were there.
As of right now, no one knows where they are. Not even my Trin.
Can we trust her? It's my understanding she led these
Anyone like to guess? That's a good question. We'll be keeping a close eye on her. What I wanted to ask you is, can we trust June?
Her relationship with the Aether Blades is a concerning matter. One she'll have to answer for. Madame June is not a traitor. Empress
Go Bree's house tomorrow.
Understood.
Penner, Sticky, and Flower.
Well, I have to get a trade deal in front of Minister Ishikawa soon.
Please apprise us of any Aether Blade developments.
Of course.
The ambassador was just updating me on your encounter, or lack thereof, with the Aether Blades.
The one called Anka staged a mutiny. We just missed them.
You have an intriguing air about you, Commander. You fail continuously, yet it does not seem to impact your morale. Your efforts have been remarked upon. The Empress appreciates all you've tried to do.
I'm not finished yet. Once we get to New Kaineng, we'll deal with the Aether Blades.
We have every faith in you. Now, please excuse my brevity, but there are matters here that demand my attention.
Anything I can help with?
I'd focus on getting your transit documents first. Though, should you later have a spare moment, perhaps I'll avail myself of your generosity. Xingjie is the model of serenity, but it has its issues. Naga raids, purists, and spiritual hauntings to name a few.
So, I guess we're working with my Trin now.
Never thought I'd see the day. Think we can trust her?
What choice do we have? She knows Anka. And for what it's worth, I felt she was sincere back there. She's committed terrible acts. The people of Lion's Arch deserve justice. But it has been 8 years. There's gotta be space for people to change, to grow. We're all learning to be better people, right?
Maybe.
Well, I just want to say, thank you, Commander. I can tell you're trying to be more diplomatic lately.
Whatever I can do to make your job easier.
Malfunctioning J-Tech, including citywide power outages in Kaineng, continue to escalate across Kantha. Junmai Jade assures the public that there is nothing to fear, but the civilian reports tell another story.
Hello, I am the Jade Heights Gatekeeper. I'm here to make you safe.
Please take a number from the jar, and we
Number
will call
9.
on you shortly.
Serving number 9. Ugh. About time. I've been waiting all morning. I ought to complain to your manager.
So sorry. Let me help you process your paperwork, and then I'll help you file a customer complaint. Okay, number 43. Step right up.
I just moved and was told to file a change of address with the Ministry of Transit.
Oh, so sorry. This appears to be the olive green form. The change of address form is more of a lime green or chartreuse.
Please! I've been here for hours!
Number 153, it's your turn. Please step forward.
Oh, 153. I'm here.
Transit permit to New Kaining? Sure thing. Just fill out this form for me, please. Thank you. What a beautifully filled out form. It'll take an indeterminate amount of time to process your transit permit. Then you're good to go. Please enjoy the local sights while you wait. Seriously, it might take a while.
Rama, are you still listening in on our calls?
Not willingly. You really need to use a more secure frequency.
While I wait for these transit permits to clear, is there anything I can do to repay my debt to Kantha? Navan mentioned she was swamped. Thought I could help.
That's actually... I'll be honest. At this point, we need all the help we can get. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Would anyone like to guess?
Many of them. All right. Plan B. Run!
Thanks for the donation. Promise it'll be put to good use.
Almost there. For great justice. There's one to remember me by.
There's a portal there. It makes me think I could just run to Caning. If we're gonna be completely honest. See where this goes. New Caning City. It's a lot easier than it was in Guild Wars 1 for sure. Switwing Province.
Started. For great justice! Almost ready. Last one to remember for great Shake it off!
found me. Pulled a few strings with a buddy of mine at the MOT. Your transit paperwork is approved. You're a truthful, upstanding visitor of Cantha. Some people lie because they think it's funny.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Detective.
Don't mention it. Least I could do.
I'm approved to travel. When's the next transport to New Kyning?
Transports are booked months in advance, Commander.
Our best bet is to sail yourself. Or maybe you could ride your Elder Dragon.
I'll stick to the boat, thanks.
And that we're excited to welcome Cantha back. We want to build a warm relationship.
Hop in your boat.
Travel permits. Ready to head to New Kyning?
We're waiting on you, Commander. I hitched a ride in Jory's fishing boat.
How'd you get your permit so quickly?
Oh, I was in and out of the Ministry of Transit in 5 minutes. Very friendly clerk.
MOT wait times are pretty much a crapshoot. Commander, I'll meet you on the docks.
Oh, Commander. Navon would like to hitch a ride with you.
She doesn't have her own transportation?
I don't have all the details, but it'd be a really big help. For diplomacy.
Okay, Ambassador Neal. For diplomacy.
Time's up!
Commander, last-minute business in Kainang, and as we said, transports are booked months in advance. Thank you for being so accommodating.
Happy to help. I don't mind the company. Are you comfortable, Nava?
Very comfortable. I like to be close to the water. It's, inspiring. Your friend, the Elder Dragon. What is she like? Wise and timeless? Filled with sage advice and deep thoughts.
Ori? She's more like us than you might expect. She feels happiness and sadness. She feels loneliness and kinship. Though it's true that she's always trying to bear the weight of the whole world.
Sounds a lot like you, Commander. This is nice. Wish I could stay on the sea forever.
Me too. Should I change course? Take us to the unending ocean?
Maybe another time. But, feel free to take the scenic route.
Ching, 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 ching. Things are booked months in advance. It's so close. I'll just take a piece of wood and paddle across the water.
Of the Titan disaster. New Kainang blossomed.
Big industrial city. Giant jade tooth. Similar to the Norn tooth.
Hey, Commander! You can dock over here!
Oh, could you not? With the yelling, or the talking, or the
Welcome
breathing.
to New Kaining, Commander.
This is incredible.
Well, you'll get plenty of opportunities to explore. But right now, we're on the clock. June has a jade processing site nearby. Gork's there now, checking for any sign of the Aether Blades.
I'll leave you all to your business. Good luck with the Sky Pirates. Well, thank you for the ride, Commander.
Still trying to tune out those voices from the mists?
It's not the voices. It's the grog.
We should probably get you something to eat before we have to put you in front of people.
Really? Should I prepare a filet mignon for the prisoner?
Well, that sounds swell.
I'm sure we can find something.
Well, I saw a noodle stand on the docks.
Noodles.
Let's move, Mai. And if you try anything funny, you'll be fiend food.
Aye, aye.
Noodles, noodles, po noodles.
So,
Naruto, Uzumaki.
New Kainang is really something. I remember when I first saw...
Don't make small talk, Mai. That demented mass murderer in your head almost killed me once.
Yeah. Fair point.
Noodles.
But you survived, right? And I wasn't even there for that.
You worked for her. There's plenty of blood on your hands, too. Captain Ashford comes to mind.
Who?
Captain Theo Ashford. He had a husband and a kid. You assassinated him for his seat on the Captain's Council.
Oh, right. Dragon Bash. Captain's Council.
So it's coming back to you.
Look, I'm sorry about Theo Ashland, okay?
Ashford.
Ashford. And I'm sorry about what happened to you. And everyone in Lion's Arch. I'm not the same person. Scarlet made me feel like a part of something bigger. I was...
Just following orders? Contrition won't bring back the dead, Mai.
What should I do then? Should I self-flagellate until I die? What do you want from me, Delacroix?
I want you to get out of my face.
Like we passed up about 6 noodle shops to get to this noodle shop, but whatever. This game, man.
Oh, yeah. My, there are people looking at us.
Thanks. Little bland.
Gods, if you're done embarrassing us, maybe we can... Sounds like trouble.
Tornado.
Let's shut it down before it hurts someone. Strong.
Hey, wanna hand me my weapons?
Victory or death.
June sure knows how
Piece
to
of cake.
make 'em.
Could have been more useful if I had my gun.
Why didn't you unleash Miss Breyer?
I don't want to hurt anyone. I won't call her until I have her under control.
I see.
Excuse me, trying to get through here. I just... Hi, excuse me. Out of the way, please. Oh. Hello, Mai. Nice blindfold. Really accentuates your look.
Yo, nice to see you. You get a distress signal from the loader bot?
I heard people yelling. That generally indicates distress. You all took down a Jade mech by yourselves? It's actually pretty impressive.
Sorry, we haven't introduced ourselves.
June filled me in. I was helping out a friend of yours before. Gorik? Nice guy. Really likes his bug analogies. Jade tech all over the city's going haywire. That used to be rare, but the rate of failure's gone up this past year. The Jade Spiders will suss out any abnormal energy signatures from that mech. Just give him a second. Any moment now.
Is that supposed to happen?
Echo 1, Vault 1. Fall in line. Deactivation protocol now.
And they're not deactivated.
All right, backup plan. We smash them to bits.
That's what I don't need my weapon.
Fine, for now.
Nice. Very nice.
I like how they repaired the big one or something.
Just let it do its thing. We're having a hard time trusting anything. Thanks for the help.
That, what was it called? Jade bot? Really helped us out there.
Yeah? Well, here you go. You can use mine. In the meantime, I should probably scrap these guys. Catch you later. Mai.
Yeah, see ya.
Nothing. I think he's being lax on the comms because he knows Rama can tune in. Or he could just be distracted by a neat bug or something. That's equally plausible. If I had a copper for every time she's apologized to me today... I don't care if she says she's turned over a new leaf. Or if she's ready to make amends. I need to see it. And so far... Who, me? I'm just trying to do some serious
Cocaine City.
You have some kind of history with that engineer?
Yao? No clue what their problem is.
Must be your agreeable personality.
When we worked together, they always came across as a bit possessive of June's attention.
Possessive? Well, excuse me if we didn't all get to be June's protege with 0 qualifications.
Yao! Sorry, I didn't know you could... I didn't mean,
If you're all gonna talk behind someone's back, try using a secure frequency.
Working on it.
Whatever. I've got more important things to deal with right now. The city's on fire. Literally.
Engineer Yao, we're pursuing the ones responsible for that. But it would help if we could investigate the city's power infrastructure.
You mentioned that. Well, if Mai's with you, I guess she can trust you. For whatever reason. A couple of boxes we need to check off to get you in the door. First of all, you're gonna need to talk to who? Lead plant engineer. Can probably get you a passcode. I think he's on a repair job. You're also gonna need to hit up the Jadebot service station. Get yourself certified. Might be able to meet you there, if I stop in that vital asset to the development of...
Service station. Anything else?
That should do the trick.
Consider it done.
Can't afford July? You can afford the Brotherhood. Junlai's having a heck of a time keeping up with all the power surges.
Keeps it up, we're going to be looking at Kaineng in 10 years.
So, like, new Kaining?
Security warns the suspect involved in attacking killer state.
Issues from Echo Vault.
code? Check. Now you just need to head to the Jadebot service station. Get yourself up to industry standards. I'll explain when you get there.
Hello, citizen. Enjoy your daily activities.
An aneurysm if you keep joking about moving back and forth.
Did you know that Jane's first Dragon Jade innovation was a label?
Experience the might of Junlai Jade.
Hey, hello? This is on? Oh, good. Sorry I can't be there in person. It's been one of those days. Vital asset, after all. If you're gonna be poking around the power stations, you need to know how to operate a Jadebot. The Ministry of Labor Safety Standards. I don't make the rules. The bots are crucial for maintenance work. I have to go. Things are getting pretty out of control over here. I leave you in Alora's capable hands. Alora meaning Junlai Alora. Jadebot technician. She's another engineer. She's... you'll figure it out.
Welcome to the first Garden of Enlightened Thought. Blah, blah, blah.
It's that chick from Monsters Inc.
You a friend of yours? Pretty neat, huh? Helped design it myself. Not that I'm getting any credit. Still working my way up the ladder. That's right. Yao's a good friend. You could say we understand each other. Yao took me under their wing.
Our teleport has earned the Ministry of Safety's highest rating for reliability and molecular cohesion.
I'd like to speak to her.
Doesn't take charges to do that.
My Max Pack-a-Punch. Why don't you grab a battery charge and give one a go?
Anything else, Yao?
Should be able to walk right on in. If anyone gives you trouble, just tell them who gave you the go-ahead. The main entrance is across the canal from Ministry headquarters. Hard to miss. You'll be free to talk shit about anyone you'd like in no time.
Oh, Yao?
My?
Sorry, sorry if I did anything to... You're an amazing engineer. Self-taught, right? I can't even comprehend how you could pull that off.
I am, yes.
If June saw anything in me, she probably thinks the world of you. Just bad at saying it.
Apology acknowledged.
Just a friendly reminder that this is still an open frequency.
I know!
The future is Jade.
This facility's under lockdown. I'll have to ask you to... What's she doing here?
Why wouldn't I be?
I just assumed you'd be busy cavorting with your gang of vicious sky pirates.
Wow, that got around fast.
It's called Hollow News. Travels at the speed of light.
Okay, look. We actually have permission to be here. Engineer Who should have already sent word.
Is that so?
Engineer Who?
Huh. So it is. We'll be keeping an eye on you, rest assured. Welcome to the Junlai power plant.
Alright, let's take a look around. Remember, it's not just sabotage we're looking for.
I thought that's exactly what we were looking for.
Commander's right. Whatever happened to Yao's bots by the docks, it wasn't sabotage.
I think it might have something to do with Detective Rama and his big dumb hat. You hear that, Rama? I just accused your hat of high treason. What do you have to say about that? It worked. Commander, I am pleased to say I have officially encrypted our comms network. Next on my list, boosting our signal range to continental Tyria.
Glad to hear it. So, do you really know why Jade Tech is turning on everyone? Or were you just testing the comms?
Only theories, but there's one thing they all have in common. Their power source.
We'll head up to the...
The Junlai distribution network. Jade comes in from the east, gets charged up, then ends up here.
Where's it getting charged? If there's an issue with the power source, that's where we should start.
June is awfully cagey about that step. Keeps bringing up proprietary Junlai technology. Ugh, very dissatisfying.
Still, if this is the next step in the chain, there might be something useful here.
Look around. There must be some sort of scanning device the staff use to get energy readings.
Found one. Looks like it's tuned to the Jade batteries.
We use those for quality control, yeah. Should get us all the readings we'll need.
Quality control.
opinion now. We'll need a few different sets before I can run any tests. The power cell structure, though, how the energy's managed, alchemy. It is staggeringly brilliant.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, everything's coming in loud and, well, not loud, but definitely clear. Wait, what? What is... I don't... Hang on, I need to check... Hang on. Sorry, I need you to get one more scan for me, just to make sure.
Make sure of what?
I can't tell you until I know for certain because my hypothesis is frankly outrageous. It's entirely possible I'm wrong.
Are you?
No, not a chance.
We'll get you that scan as soon as possible.
Hi. Tiny, right?
Okay, well, this'll probably take a little longer now.
Timey, power just went out here. Scans are on hold until we can get it back up.
Power spike. Seen a lot of these lately. You'll need to find the junction boxes and reset them manually.
Easy enough. We'll just...
Jade Sparks!
At least this time there aren't any mechs nearby for them to possess.
Wait, that makes me wonder, if I lead one of these sparks to the Jade mech, will it take it over? Hey, follow me, buddy.
Ready to unleash.
Follow me. Hey, sir, I need you to follow me. Hey. You bored, pup? Reset power plant junction boxes. Square.
Bad shape here. Gaining adrenaline. Urgency kill rising.
Mai, you wanted to speak with June.
That was nothing.
Let me guess. You want to tell her how sorry you are. How you screwed up. And that you'll do anything to make it up to her.
Wow. Delacroix's famous powers of deduction. Truth is, I don't know if I can make it up to June. She's not the forgiving type.
See, I don't know like 100% what's going on with the this build, like, but if I had more or faster weapon swapping, I could get multiple ults off pretty quick with this build.
First I checked
I think
conventional
it's
trust,
because we
next
have
leyline power, usual suspect. No exact matches. The closest thing I've been able to find is, well, Oreen's. It's not perfect, but it is within the margin of error.
Oreen? But she's been with us. She's only been here for... Even if it's true, how is that possible?
Oreen's energy signature isn't Oreen. It's the result of filtering impure dragon magic.
So wait, you're saying that all this jade tech is powered by dragon magic?
That's what the data suggests. Maybe June found a way to extract it from ley lines after Oreen filters it?
That's not possible. June's been using this technology for years.
Commander, you should go to the other lab. I'll fill in Gorik on the way. One thing's for sure, though.
Yeah. This just got a whole lot more complicated.
whole lot more complicated.
Okay, yeah, you're patched in. Based on our findings, the power source of Jade Tech is some kind of dragon magic composite.
Something's fritzing up the Jade Tech. Could be Anka. Or something else entirely.
We need a broader data set. Yo, can you get us access to the Napui lab?
Yeah, about that. These power spikes scrambled Napui's security system, so you're SOL. Hey, watch it! Stay back! Listen, I gotta tuck out. Jade Loader's about to decapitate a bystander. Good luck.
They cussed on this game.
Thanks for the update, Yao.
SOL.
Guess we wait until they sort out this whole security mess?
We don't have time for that. The Aether Blades could be responsible for all of this.
I might have something that can help. Commander, meet me at my apartment, south of Cobble Ward.
As the Jade Sea returns, many are left wondering, what will happen to our Jade appliances? Tune in for an interview with Dr. Kyung Woods from the Ministry
Actually,
of
I'm
Agriculture
submitting
about
my
her
paperwork
Is
to
the Jade Sea melting?
application again. Gonna have to close this shop if I don't get support.
Gotta be so complicated. You imagine if they, like, so since they added mounts and stuff to the game, they've made the map, like, more annoying to run around. You know? So now if you don't have mounts, it would be the most stressful thing in the world to, like, run around these maps.
I'm here, Mai. Are you going to invite me in, or...
I'd love to, but apparently my shutter doors are being... a little uncooperative.
Maybe they don't work in a power outage.
This is Tengu Town, Miss Delacroix. Not a lot of trust in J-Tech. They much prefer steam power around here. Or my style, anyway. There's an engineer in the area trying to restore power. Goes by Krex. Commander, help him get the grid back up.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Raptors don't like cracks.
She'll need a little more juice. Another 2 canisters should do the trick.
Even worse than the scrap we pulled out of the ruins.
And we're in business.
This better be worth it, Molly.
Tap into that market?
If you're not too busy, I could use a hand with these
Mai says she's got something that can get us into the lab.
You believe her?
At this point, we're out of options. I'm just along for the ride.
You mean to keep an eye on the captain?
She's had plenty of opportunities to escape. Could have ducked out when we were fighting that Jade Loader. Don't know if I believe she's really changed, but I think she's serious about getting even with Anka.
Okay. Don't mind the mess.
Did a bomb go off in here?
My Jade Sweeper broke and I didn't have time to order a replacement. Now, where the hell did it go?
Oh, I guess I'll help you find whatever it is. Is this what you were looking for?
Yes, my Imperial Security Badge. That will get you through any Kaineng lab security, even during a blackout.
I'm sure you acquired it through entirely legitimate means.
Actually, yeah, I did. It's all I've got left that proves June used to trust me. For a little bit. I really thought I could be someone different. But you can't run from your past, can you? Anyway, take it, Commander. If it helps us stop Anka, then it's more useful in your hands.
Well, thank you, Mai. I'll meet you and Jory at the lab.
Why you gotta be so complicated? Brotherhood. Those guys sound familiar. Schmink. Thank you very much. Now they need to make their mounts faster. This is where the roller beetles come in.
Commander, Tiny caught me up. This is incredible. This is huge. Massive.
Potentially.
Yes, yes. Potential is all it is right now. We need more data. But if these power cells use dragon magic...
It could explain how they're being corrupted. Timey, Kaith, how's Aureen doing? I'd like to get her take.
She's doing all right, but seems to be asleep. Dreaming, perhaps.
I'll bet she's doing that mental projection thing again. Aureen could be anywhere right now.
I'll bet she has an idea what's going on here.
Maybe, but in the meantime we can collect hard data right here in this lab. Tiny?
Yeah, I need you to scan a few more batteries. They're basically off the assembly line when they get there. Now that we know what we're looking for, I should be able to isolate the energy signature after a few scans.
Looks like our next jade battery is up there. Way up there.
What if I stuck the scanner on my Jade bot?
The scanners and drones are on the same network. We could grab the data remotely. Good idea, Commander.
This whole time, not a single shred of evidence Uncas targeting these facilities. You were not going to listen. You saying you were wrong? I know what I heard. Uncas definitely up to something.
You've been working with June all these years. You had no idea she was playing around with dragon magic?
I knew it had something to do with dragons. But this? No way.
Excellent. But I think those more satisfying than a foolproof sample size.
You really got it right.
I get out all the time. It's where the bugs are.
What? Here's an end tomorrow.
And as you know, a published expert in criminology. Oh, and magic waveforms.
So, you're not just an expert on dragons, but bugs and magic?
And my powers of deduction are leading me into a promising career as a
Final scan's coming through. Now I just need to compare it to... Gorik, check this.
Timey? Timey, you look ill. You should...
This... Timey, there's no way.
I know.
Somebody explain what's going on, please.
Okay, so dragon magic we've seen up to this point, all of it, has been in some way combinatorial.
Zaitan's magic layered with mortar moths, layered with progs.
Or it's been that, but filtered. Aureen's magical signature.
But the margin of error bugged me, so I called the signatures of all the dragons, even Aureen. It was a perfect match.
A perfect match? What does that mean?
Pure dragon magic. I've made theoretical models, but never expected to see it.
I think it's time we had a conversation with June. Timey.
Intruder alert. Lab
Make a play
security
party
has been
bypass the lockdown.
compromised.
No, Anka.
Then it's just a distraction.
Timey, find June. We're about to be distracted.
Now
got you now. I'm patching everyone in.
Commander, Tiny hasn't said what this is about, but I can interpret the waveforms on her screen better than most.
When exactly were you planning to tell us your J-Tech empire runs entirely on dragon magic?
I understand your concern. You have experience in this, and an Elder Dragon's perspective, as do I.
You? How?
The two are partnered. Jade Power was not solely June's idea.
Green? When did she tell you?
She didn't have to. She sounds tired, troubled.
That's why Suwon is under my protection, in a top-secret, state-of-the-art facility.
There is no facility in the world that could contain an Elder Dragon. You both know that.
Not against her will.
That's why Anka sent this diversion. June, she knows about Suwon. I don't know how, but she does.
Then I suppose it's time you all met face to face. Meet me at the reactor. I'll wave you in.
Maureen, you should hang back. If Anka shows up with that extractor...
Of course. You're right. I'll meet you there, but I'll hang back, just in case.
You can never have too much treasure.
Never have too much treasure. You definitely can. And this game definitely overloads you with some bull. Why you gotta be so rude? You gotta do that too. Maybe there's a quicker way in the water. Surely water leads to the outside of these here walls. Maybe not, though. Teleport to the docks. This game feels a little bit more like some of the cheesier MMOs I played like a long time ago.
This is incredible. The entire facility is underwater?
70 fathoms deep, give or take.
Can it really handle the water pressure?
If it can't, we'll be fish food soon enough.
Actually, we'd be vaporized.
Where's June?
She'll be here soon.
Long way from Xingje. Does she really expect us to wait around for her?
I expect you to have a bit of patience, Miss Delacroix. It's the 14th century. I don't commute if I don't have to.
So, this is where you have an elder dragon locked up?
My state-of-the-art facility is where Suwon resides, yes. I invited you here as a gesture of trust, Commander. Will you reciprocate that respect?
We'll hear you out.
Right this way.
Quite the view.
June likes to start with the guided tour. The tram, over there.
Your safety is our priority. Please keep any appendages inside the tram at all times. Welcome to Junlai Jade's famous fueling reactor. You are currently 130 meters below sea level. Our founder, Lady June, was born to a simple jade trader. However, within that stone lay boundless possibility.
Sorry about that. I prefer to give these tours a more personal touch.
We were just going to learn about your father, the simple jade trader.
It was my mother who raised me. My father, the Emperor, is dead.
Oh.
Why are we here, June?
I want you all to see for yourselves what I've accomplished.
Impressive, but no place in the world can hold an elder dragon.
I don't know how many ways I can phrase this. Suwon is not being held. She's here of her own volition. We made a deal, one that benefits both of us, and all of Tyria. She would have ended up like the others if it weren't for my plan. Another feral beast for Dragon's Watch to put down.
Who else knows about her? This place feels like Suwon's being hidden.
I don't go around broadcasting her presence. It's strictly need to know. The Empress, the government, the invaluable workers of this groundbreaking reactor. Many respond as you have. But initial shock gives way to reason. We're building the foundation of progress. I've harnessed Suwon's magic to lift up our civilization. And I want to bring that to all of Tyria.
You're offering Jade Tech to the entire world?
What I'm offering is freedom. Haven't all mortals suffered enough under the tyranny of dragon magic?
That magic's becoming increasingly unstable.
An unexpected bug in the system. But it's only a minor setback. I can fix it.
You don't know that.
I'm not afraid of the unknown. No one could have foreseen Jade technology until I made it a reality.
What's this place?
The control room. The nerve center of the whole reactor.
Look at the red lights on this. That's my thing. Look at that.
Figuratively, collecting magic from a dragon is precarious. You have to be prepared for unpredictable fluctuations. It's taken a few years, but we've refined it to a science.
Well, it is a science.
Indeed. It's a delicate ecosystem. You know why we built the reactor underwater?
Vanity?
Geothermal energy. Our turbine generators are placed along rift zones. The planet provides the energy with minimal ecological impact. A closed system. A stable system.
Ingenious!
Plus, you know, water dragon.
We're expanding our operation. In time, Junlai Jade will produce enough power for everyone in Tyria. Think it over. Until then, I invite you to see the rest of the facility.
As we return to the reception area, you may notice fish and other fantastic marine life. The unending ocean is home to thousands of aquatic species. Junlai Jade, building a sustainable future. Your generous investment is powering tomorrow. Thank
Watch your step as you exit the vehicle.
Now I want to see the real tour.
I don't feel so good. Motion sickness.
Well, you should have faced the bow. First rule of seafaring.
Take the elevator down. I'll see you soon.
Can't we take the tour again?
Maybe later.
So, just making sure we're aligned. We're not okay with this, right?
I'm taking June's word with more than a few grains of salt.
You've seen Cantha with your own eyes. Their lives have been transformed.
If dragon magic can really be used for good, that changes everything. And as a scientist, she seems very capable and motivated, but not in a scary Scarlet Briar kind of way. Oh, no offense.
She says none taken.
This time you've gone too far, June. I'll be having a word with your sister.
Go ahead. Let's see what you have to say about business.
You're bringing foreigners to the young reactor. What the hell are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's my reactor and I'll do as I please.
It's a matter of national.
I gotta start here. I have to go.
Don't you dare hang up on her.
Just a moment, Commander. I'll have the security AI grant you access. Bit of a formality. This area is restricted to authorized personnel only. Project Horizon access required. What? I thought I gave you all guest privileges. This is embarrassing. Give me a moment. Mainframe, unlock visitor level access. Unauthorized user detected. System lockdown in progress. Autonomous security active. Have a nice day.
think I'd prefer if the JTech demo wasn't interactive.
You can all watch my back and use the console to disable the nets.
You got it.
Elevating security to continuous replenishment mode.
I've overridden the first console. 3 more to go.
You were paying attention to the security protocol briefings?
Of course. I wanted to learn from you, June. I wanted to be useful.
I see.
Jump.
something strange. I'm not the only one in the system.
Do you mean?
Yeah, it has to be her. Restored access? June?
Guess we're on our own.
She must have been fully locked out before I regained control. Anka did this. I know it. The Aether Blades are inside the facility.
Why is she doing this? What's her plan here?
Knowing her,
The doors are locked.
Let's find her.
We can't go this way.
There's an auxiliary maintenance corridor through the facility. It leads to the main reactor chamber.
What do you know about this alternate path through the reactor?
Well,
Never mind. Forget I know.
Hope you were paying attention in the Jadebot training course.
I've been wondering. This reactor, it's not so different from Dominova. That's where I first met Anka. Starlight destroyed it. At the time, that was our world. Friends. I couldn't stay there anymore. I had to leave. I'm trying to figure out why Anka became who she is. Do you think it's because...
We all choose our own paths, Cora. Some things are beyond.
Anka changed in the mist. She did... horrible things. I should have stopped her. I was her captain. If anyone's responsible for this mess, it's me. That's why I have to be the one to fix it.
Fancy meeting you here, Mai. Seems you found some new friends. Oh, I see you're a little upset.
What's your plan here?
I always hated spoilers. Maybe I just wanted to see this visionary reactor with my own eyes. It really is something. Takes me back.
You can have the Aether Blades. I relinquish all authority to you. Just stop whatever it is you're doing.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news. The Blades are already mine. It didn't take much convincing. The crew agrees. You've lost your...
The eyes in the hologram are different than the eyes in person for her.
The rich lady wants to control
Which is weird.
the cycle. You can't control chaos.
I believe...
Because you'll see the hologram, the eyes are both red, and then in person, one's red and one's blue or something.
I'm kind of in the middle of something.
Anka!
Gorik.
I have something to say. Everything you've done, you're a liar, Anka!
Goodbye, Gorik.
Commander, I don't know if you can hear me. Try not to assume the worst, but I lost contact with my reactor. My life's work. I don't know what you're doing. If you think you're some kind of liberator for Suman, you're making a mistake.
Interesting. Doth thou have a dragon?
You've made it, champion of Aureen.
I'm grateful to have met you at last.
Suwan.
You came to rescue me, didn't you? I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need saving. Not from June, anyway.
You're really here by choice?
It was I who proposed this arrangement to her. She's an audacious one, is she not? This place, it manages the flow of magic between me and Tyria's ley lines.
Manages?
June used a different word. Modulate. She takes the magic I shed to make a new dragon jade. It's been a most harmonious arrangement.
Wait, the other Elder Dragons, we killed them. Some of that magic went to Aurene, but the rest...
Return to the web of ley lines, and then to me. You did what you had to do, but I can't filter the magic alone. Even when my children were alive, we couldn't filter it together. As each of them fell, the magic grew more corrupted. Now, it's become something else. Something disagreeable to mortal life. I've shielded my flock from it for a long time, but I cannot abate the flow of magic for much longer. When I'm gone, all of Tyria will be destroyed. All life extinguished.
There has to be a way to stop it.
Aurene, the Scion. She can filter all of the world's magic, but she must be ready. Without me, the magic will crash through her like a tsunami. It was my intention to give her more time, acclimate her to the role. But it looks like I have none left to give.
That's right. You're in danger, Suwan. June's lost control of the reactor.
I know. It was a naive indulgence of mine to think I could stay here forever. Such mortal fancies are unbecoming of an Elder Dragon. Take care of Aurene. That is the role of a champion. And please, don't try to save me.
Wait, Suwan, what does that mean? Suwan?
You're back. Come on, we have to hurry.
Well.
You have a pained soul, tiny one. Do you believe I mean you harm?
The entirety of your existence is harm, Elder Dragon. In this life, I'm only an ant. What I'm about to do, breaking the cycle, it's for a better world, I promise. See you on the other side, Commander.
It's begun. When the time comes, the cycle must end. Promise me.
Commander, are you okay?
I'm fine.
This is
Your baby toy.
Anka unleashed the extractor.
If your legs work, then we need
Is that
to
your
get
favorite?
now. Follow me.
We need to help Suwan. We can't just abandon him.
Oh, that's bad. Commander, nothing matters if the reactor blows.
How long will this last?
I don't know. The Braingainz compromised the entire structural integrity.
They're getting better with the stories, okay, but it's not there yet.
This must be why they say to take the stairs during an emergency.
Warning. Containment chamber breach. Primary subject not detected.
Not detected?
Swans escaped. Anka's plan all along.
Jade power grid overloaded. Reactor temperature rising.
This is bad.
Meaning what exactly? This entire place is about to blow, and it won't stop there. The city's whole Dragon Jade network will overflow with excess magic.
The explosion will be like numerous domino disasters at the same time.
The loss of life will be incalculable.
How do we stop it?
There's a control room up ahead. If we get there, I can shut it all down.
Shut it down? June taught you how to do that?
No. She did.
Okay. Our fate's in the hands of a plastered pirate captain and her invisible psychopath friend.
I'm sober, unfortunately. But when we get out, you're buying me a drink.
Captain Trin, we're here to give you a proper maritime send-off. It's been a real honor.
Better pirates than you have tried.
You sellout piece of... Well, don't matter. Shame I won't get to see the fireworks.
They massacred these technicians.
So hard to find.
The control room is sealed. Get me inside.
Kill all the workers. Probably work better if there's a time limit, but hey, it's one of those things. I forgot what they were. You're running away from an exploding reactor and we come all the way back down here to save y'all guys from undeath. Fair enough. I get it. The tour at the beginning is to show you where all the workers are. That's the reactor door. Okay. There's no way we missed this guy. That's different. Observation deck. I don't think there's any more left. And I'm not seeing... There might be more behind the door, though. I don't remember. We've already been through all of those areas. There has to be some behind the door. Let's double check this real quick.
We can't get to you. I've got it from here. We've got it. Just get out while you can.
You can't do this alone!
I'm not alone. We can't do anything more down here. We need to get back to the surface and warn the city.
I'm not running away and letting Kaineng be annihilated.
Commander, I don't like it either, but Mai's our only shot.
Marjorie's right, and if she fails, the best we can do is warn as many people as we can.
Damn it, all right. How do we get out of here?
Up the ramp! I saw another maintenance corridor while we opened the control room.
This is...
The tram tube. It should take us back to the entries.
Guess you got your wish. You're riding that.
Scientific knowledge.
That had to have been all of them.
Oh, what'd you do that for?
I'm not in the mood. Look down there. It's mine.
You shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have embraced you. It took me too long to see just how empty you are.
If it's between emptiness and hubris, I choose emptiness.
See, look at the eye color. One's blue, one's red. And the hologram, they're both red.
You want to become gods. I just want to destroy them.
I wanted something more from my life. Purpose, stability, meaning.
Then you picked the wrong profession, Captain.
Guess you were right after all.
Sight's still off. Captain Anka here. Rendezvous at the hideout.
They couldn't just restart the exploding reactor, I guess, while they're down there.
She saved us.
That'd be too much.
And everyone in Kaineng.
She died a hero.
Anka killed her. She killed my Trin. She has to pay for this, Commander. This senseless killing. She has to pay.
Gorek, we'll make sure of it.
Intruders of the reactor, this is Captain Fa of the Xunlai Security Unit. You're all under arrest for destruction of Xunlai property, acts of terrorism, and corporate espionage. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Failure to comply will result in hostile action when we enter the building.
Guess we don't get a chance to explain ourselves.
It does look pretty bad from their point of view.
Well, I'm not standing around waiting to get scapegoated. What do you say we slip out while we can, Commander?
I'd say that's a good idea.
If the authorities are after us, we should split up. I'll look after Gorek. Rendezvous with you later.
I wonder if we wait down here if they allow them to arrest us. Good thing, you know, everything but the escape pods lost power, so that's fine.
Champion, did you get out?
I'm fine. But Anka released Su-Won.
I know. I'm on her trail.
Where on her trail?
Su-Won's mind is in chaos, like Kralkatorrik, but worse. She's headed east, trying to find sanctuary. I'll do my best to follow.
East? Okay. I won't be far behind.
Of course the waypoint's blocked. Why wouldn't it be? All the waypoints are blocked. Great, 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 great. Guess what? Some more shininess and orbs. Alright, so we gotta go straight.
Following a disturbance at the young reactor, June-9 Jade is warning people to evacuate the area. Following the explosion, multiple citizens report seeing a large creature fleeing the site. Some individuals even claim that it resembles Su-Won, the savior of Kaineng. Story ongoing.
Take a hard left somewhere. We're gonna go get some sushi and get arrested. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
It was a dragon. A dragon.
Did you provide any details, ma'am?
No, I can't. It was thousands of feet away. Zooming off like it was a shooting star.
Then how are you so sure it's a dragon?
I just am. You know when you see a thing like that.
Right.
Nika's Blade. Fallout, Nika's Blade. That's their next game right there. Fallout, Nika's Blade.
Orders came straight from Minister Lee.
This situation is diplomatically sensitive. Ah, Commander, you arrived. Let's
Should have
take a seat.
sat back
This
and
is
heard
my
him
favorite
talk.
sushi in Yukaineng. I would make a recommendation, but everything is good.
You honor us, esteemed Navan. What would you like today?
I'll have the yellowtail and the triple temaki, please.
I'll take a bowl of white rice.
You don't care for sushi, detective?
Don't eat anything that looks like it should still be moving.
I see.
And for you.
What it looks like is that you select a food, it's going to give you a buff for the mission. So this first one looks like toughness or defense. The second one, healing and magic. So probably healing power. Next one's charisma. I don't know about that one. Power. Endurance. And this one, crit strike, potentially.
Detective, I understand how this all looks.
You mean the fact terrorism follows you around like a bad smell?
It's because we've been on the trail of a terrorist, an Aether Blade named Anka. She ordered the Aether Blade attacks, and she released Su-Wan.
Do you have any proof? Any at all?
Look, I know you've got a file going on me. You probably already understand me better than I do.
True.
So what sounds more likely? That I put millions of lives in danger? Or that I'm pursuing the person who did?
Let's hear what Navan has to say.
Thank you. Now, everyone, if we could...
Commander, I'm afraid I need to ask you to come with me.
Captain, we are in the process of negotiating a civil resolution.
Humblest apologies, esteemed Navan, but Lady June wants to see to this personally.
Detective, can you tell your colleague to stand down?
He's not my colleague. He's a gussied-up rent-a-cop. Go back to Xunlai, Captain Fa. The real police are on the case.
Detective, the event in question took place on Junlai property, and under the autonomy resolution, a corporate entity may claim jurisdiction to whatever...
If the resolution is in the primary interest of the corporate entity.
Captain, I need to remain free to pursue the Elder Dragon your corporate entity was keeping under Kaineng.
Junlai Jade is not now, nor have we ever been in possession of some...
Thousands of people saw a dragon emerge from the water near your facility. Please, listen to what the commander has to say.
Very well.
What do you know? Restraint from a corporate stooge.
Oh, crap.
Seems we're doing this the hard way.
Hello, sir. Your build is weak. Ooh, buddy, do you surrender yet, my guy?
Fine, I yield. Chase dragons, but your face is about to be plastered on every hologram in Kanta. You won't get far.
Okay.
Well, that was an effective, if unfortunate, way to deal with things.
You said you have a plan, Navan?
Ah, yes. First, where do you stand, Detective? Do you still insist on taking the commander in?
No. I've seen and heard enough to convince me the commander's got a job to do. But I'm coming along. If things are as bad as you say they are, well, you need me. If they're not, then I get any sense I'm being played.
You're not.
I borrowed something from the Ministry of Intelligence for you, Commander. It will disguise your face, and nothing else.
Intel gets all the best toys.
I know somewhere you can use as a base of operations. A historic refuge. It's just east of here, in the Echovolt Forest. The detective and I will go first to clear any potential roadblocks. You, Commander, will meet us at the city gates.
Hey, Commander. You there? We need to talk.
I assume this is about the fallout from Junlai Jade?
Fallout? They are talking about a tribunal, Commander. Half the ministers want to deport us all immediately.
Has anyone been able to smooth things over with June?
No. Taking all my charm to keep her from kicking me out.
No one at the reactor was willing to listen either. There was some evidence of an Aetherblade presence, but no trace of Anka herself.
And Aureen's brand is still spreading, hampering repair efforts.
I just met with Navan. She has a plan to help.
Which means the Empress is probably on our side.
Exactly. Navan is taking me to a sanctuary in the Echovolt Forest. Somewhere we can plan our next move. Detective Rama's thrown his impressive hat in with us as well.
Going to the
Gorik,
Kurziks.
meet me in Echovolt. Kaz, Taimi, keep doing what you're doing.
Kurziks. Yeah. This place looks familiar. I'm not positive. I mean, it looks cooler in Guild Wars 2 for sure, but I'm fairly sure this is the area that we got the Urn of St. Victor from in Guild Wars 1. Looks very familiar, although we got here a lot easier. Let me look at the map. Yeah, I mean, if this was the same place, I'm guessing what they're saying is that this whole coastline got washed away. So, but in Guild Wars 1, I swear this place was farther in, like in here somewhere. Like somewhere down in here. But, you know, maybe I'm crazy.
Got out of Kaining without any trouble, Commander.
I'd love to open that disguise tech up and take a little look.
Don't even think about it. You break that thing, and the commander will be on a one-way trip back to Xingjie.
So, where's that safe haven you mentioned, Navan?
Right behind us.
Arborstone. My grandma used to tell me stories. Family lorries were part Zuhelzer. They built this place. It was one of the great houses of the Kurziks.
For centuries. Until it was abandoned when they were conquered by the Ministry of Purity.
Due respect, ma'am, but safe haven? This place isn't exactly subtle.
No. But its occupants are no friends of the Canthan authorities. You'll be safe here. Come. See. The entrance is just ahead.
You mean right past the shadow monsters?
What? No, it can't be.
This seems vaguely familiar as well.
Juice, or was that Wardrum, Risen, and Branded all fighting together?
I thought so too, but on closer inspection, they appeared to be constructs of some kind, made up of an unidentified magic, not the same one we found in the reactor.
Perhaps we should move this discussion into the warded cathedral, unless you prefer to conduct further research firsthand.
No, that's not necessary. Commander, I'm not trying to panic, but what on Tyria did we just encounter?
If they're a new kind of dragon minion, they must belong to Suwon.
Logical assumption, but shouldn't hers be water?
Didn't look like any water I've ever seen.
You really think the wards will keep them out, Navan?
I can't be certain, but I hope so.
I kind of wish, like, I don't know if they would, but I kind of hope they'll bring back the Kurzik and Luxon armor.
No, not at all. I don't know what could have happened. I left a powerful guardian in charge. Ishan.
Awfully quiet. Was it just Ishan?
Just like Guild Wars 1, except for the
Fires. There was a large group
the cathedral's a little bit bigger than in Guild Wars 1. And I think I had a roof back then. Might as well go straight into the middle. I don't remember exactly what the story was for the Void things, because the Void was Grinth. And then we had Abaddon, but Bizarre Boat.
That's not how that's supposed to go.
I wonder if the Urn of St. Victor is still a thing. Because I believe this is where the urn was in Guild Wars 1. You had to fight somebody with the urn inside of here.
What happened here? They look like they were in the middle of unpacking.
Incursion.
Is hollow. All the internal organs are gone.
But there's no visible wounds. Where the hell did they go?
Well, don't look at me. You're the
They're suffering from the same thing Aurene is. No organs.
Their faces are blue. Did they all choke?
No. Take a closer look at the cheeks and lips. Swollen. Could be anaphylaxis.
Pretty big coincidence if they were all allergic to this.
Died in their sleep.
Smoldering embers in the brazier.
Puts the time of death sometime in the last few hours.
Strange journal. Interesting. The gods are in the mists. And then someone mentioned something about feeling something ancient in the mists.
Where is Ishan? He was supposed...
corpse.
Their faces are horrified. Like they were scared to death. Literally.
Poor bastards. Kicked around their whole lives just to die like this.
Alright, let's go touch the portal. Touch.
No, that isn't possible. It's like someone took the square root of -1 and just put it in the sky. What villain would disrespect the laws of physics like this?
Love you, pupper.
That's the thing you're hung up on here?
Look, the universe has rules. Break those rules and nothing, I mean nothing, makes sense. Nothing can be trusted. Down is up is down, water is dry. Am I still Gorik?
You are definitely still Gorik.
You hear that? Came from over there.
Should we investigate?
Yes, but keep your eyes and ears open. We're not alone here.
Center of the room. Time to fight. Where's the demon? And where's the urn of Saint Victor?
No.
Yvonne. Everything okay?
Irene Empowerment.
What happened to you?
That's Ishan?
Assault spray dragon! But it's like those creatures outside.
Shing 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 shing. Assault spray dragon. Salt spray dragon.
Circle around and attack its flank.
Watch the ground. I'll come and force a protection.
Acid breath.
It apparently brought friends.
Easy enough. See, shadowy creature is an axe from Guild Wars 1, so that should be Grinth. You found him in the underworld. Let's see how much bleed we can get on you, sir. 5.
Look out! More shades incoming!
Oh, wasted my burn. It's too bad they don't make the stories harder. I wonder if these scale with more people in your group. I wonder, like, if they made it to where if you came in with 5 people or something in your story, it scaled the story up, and then you got like a bigger reward for it. I think that would cause I really like doing this. Like Guild Wars 1, I like doing the stories. I like helping people through the stories. But there's no reason for me to help someone through the story if it's really easy, you know?
Sean, my friend, please come back to us. We did not survive the wars of Shirotagachi only to have your story end here.
Wait, what did she just say?
Flying dragon, more than meets the eye. Alright, let's get him with the old bleed combo.
That's it. It's over.
Sean.
Another one for Rome, my fellows.
I left you to this fate.
The anomaly's vanished. It must have been ambient corruption from the magic in the salt spray.
Ishan was consumed by the same power that will take Suwon. And then all of Tyria. The Void.
The Void?
The force that emerged from the broken dragon cycle. Which, if not stopped, will unwind reality one thread at a time.
Care to tell us how it is you know all this? And what was the magic you used? Never seen anything like it.
I have. When Aurene shielded me against Balthazar's fire, who are you, really?
You deserve the truth.
She's a god!
Suwon said I could trust you, but I had to be sure.
Was it Lissa?
Suwon?
Or she's a dragon? She's a dragon. The Kurzerks are dragon people. Come on, transform.
You're Suwon's champion.
I am. It's been centuries since I revealed my true form. To a mortal. The last time... well... that mortal was a hero. Much like yourself. One who saved me from a terrible fate. Now time is short. But I'm sure you have questions.
Did we save her in Guild Wars 1? I don't recall saving a salt spray dragon in Guild Wars 1. Actually, I think we did in the Jade Sea, maybe. I think I'm recalling something like that now. So, she's Suwon's champion. Why is Suwon's champion a dragon? Am I going to be coming into a dragon after a while? That's the question.
The Void is raw magic. Chaos incarnate. In the beginning, everything was void. Then the Mother Dragon, Suwon, brought order, splitting the Void into 6 domains of magic. She could not maintain that order alone, so she took on the domain of water,
and gave the others to the 5 elder dragons. It was on that foundation that all material life on Tyria flourished.
Oh, you're hurting my head right now. So, 6 domains. She is water. So, that dragon's champion is in a human form, but also a dragon in front of us. Her children each had one of the 6 domains. Assumedly, they all have a champion. Which makes me think the gods are the dragon's champions. But you have Grinth, Balthazar, Dwayna, Lissa, Melandru. And then you had Abaddon. And Abaddon was a fallen god who didn't exist. They got replaced by Cormyr after we killed him. So, if you're putting all the gods in one, then maybe Grinth doesn't count. Maybe he's like the void. But otherwise it'd be 7. And there's not a fire dragon.
I'm not certain I can explain it. I become like water. And water can take many forms. We Salt Sprays taught ourselves many tricks over the years. This one is not easy for us. But it is certainly useful. There are times when it's easier to protect if you can blend in among those you're protecting. Live their lives. Ishan always said I was spending too much time in that form. Too much time away. But I learned more every day.
So salt sprays can transform, but maybe not other dragons. But somehow this dragon is the champion of the creator dragon.
The chamber that June built siphoned off Suwon's growing power and used it to fuel Cantha. You might have noticed that this technology has been unreliable lately. That was because the Void was being siphoned off as well, but only into machines, thankfully. Now with Suwon unleashed, its tendrils are working out from her to wind their way through the rest of the world.
So all magic comes from the Void. And then Suwon, an elder dragon of water, somehow was in the Void and created 6 domains. Which seems odd to me. Or she wasn't a water dragon before. So she was a dragon that created 6 domains and then took over water. So is the Void inherently evil and just trying to destroy everything, or is the Void like an innate force that just happens to consume stuff because that's what it does? You know, is it necessarily something bad? Is it just gonna like make all the magic disappear?
I don't know. She allowed herself to be contained because he was the only possible option. Without the stability provided by the other Elder Dragons, and with that containment chamber destroyed.
She'll be overwhelmed.
Would it help if we could find another way to siphon off some of that magic?
Using Anka's extractor!
Yes, that might work. It would buy time, at least.
But it means we need to find Anka. Fast.
I mean, Anka's extractor probably got blown up in the reactor, unless she somehow carried it off beforehand.
Cass, Tiny, Were you listening to what Kunavang had to say?
Also, Anka's extractor isn't hers, it was June's extractor that she gave them.
She didn't leave us much to work with at the reactor.
And the only assumed troublemaker on Minsec's radar is standing right here in front of me.
Gorik, you know her better than any of us. Any insights into her personality that might help?
She successfully lured me into an incredibly obvious trap. It's fair to say I don't know her at all anymore. If I ever did.
Hello, Lady Navan? Or Kunavang, I should say. I wanted to tell you about Ishan. He fought it as long as he could. We're only alive because of him.
Thank you.
I overheard you all talking, and I think I might be able to help. I'm Ayumi, and I'm a member of the Kestrels, which means it's my job to know everything that's going on in Echovault. I need to escort these people to Mori Village, but we can talk when I get back.
That is way too convenient. You're a bird person, so you're supposed to know everything that happens in the forest. Why would any of those pirates be in the forest when they're attacking the people? I don't know. Ritualist satchel. Canthan leg skin. So this is the heavy legs. Okay, kind of reminds me of the Canthan legs from Guild Wars 1. I'm not opposed to that. And then we have light legs, which is just like a skirt with clipping issues. I mean, it's not terrible, I guess. And then we have medium legs, which is just like a pair of pants. So, I like this sort of. But I also think that we should get the medium leggings because this could potentially be something we could use for Roman attire. I think. Tale of Adventure. Interesting.
Half Krizik, on my mother's side. Enough that I stand out as not Canthan enough for some people. Of course, I'm not Krizik enough for some people either. Had to have a thick skin, especially growing up where I did. I was lucky, though. Minsec took a chance on me. Shouldn't have to be lucky to make it out of the slums, though. Shouldn't be any slums to begin with.
He's going to be related to St. Victor.
I was imprisoned by the assassin Shiro Tangachi. More than imprisoned.
Ah,
I was
I
under his
remember.
poisonous control.
I remember now.
Used as a weapon against his enemies. Until I was finally released by an alliance of heroes. Suwon offered me a new path. Inspired by the heroes who saved me, I became Suwon's representative in the mortal world. Watcher and protector. It's my honor to look after the people of Cantha for Suwon. I discovered long ago that the best way to do that was from within, rather than without. Your kind need a sensible voice in your ears, more than you need a dragon on the mount. The Empress knew my real identity, as did her father before her, and his father before him.
Interesting.
I felt it when she woke. All those of the sea did. Her presence powerful enough to drive back the shadows in the depths. But it was not until Zaitan that I sought her out. An act of desperation to save what was left of a land I loved. It takes
You wake.
effort for one like her to see you. We are but moments in her infinite life. I did not know if she would care. But she did. Somehow, she did. I became her champion. My bond with her is much like yours with Aureen. Or perhaps more like your friend Keith's. I feel her, but she doesn't control me. She's come to mean a lot to me.
See what time it is? 2. You want to go see Grandpa?
When she chose to put herself
Know
in
what it
June's
is.
machine.
And go outside and see Grandpa.
But even now, she's always taking the long view.
Booka booka. You want to go see Grandpa? It's about time for him to take a shower. Chick-fil-A, funny. Command quarters.
He's so fixated on revenge.
I know. I worry about him too. But I'm keeping an eye on him. I'll make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
Oh, hi, Commander. Did Kunavang have anything more to say about the Dragon Cycle?
Not yet. We're working hard to track down Anka right now.
Understood.
Hey Siri,
We're busy over here too.
set an alarm for 2. I don't know where my phone is. That's the problem.
Busy. Ever since the reactor was destroyed, June's been trying to figure out how to fix it. And see what we melt?
I did notice you look a little different.
Yes, Junlai has an entire medtech division. They make braces for conditions like mine. They're incredible. I feel almost no pain when I'm wearing them. I did a little tweaking to the design, added some extra functionality. June's gonna incorporate my changes into Junlai's next model.
And earlier, I managed to convince Ambassador Siana to talk to the Minister of Agriculture about resilient food systems. Oh. Hi, Commander.
Do you mind? bedroll's been pretty lonely.
I've got a great big empty bed here at the palace.
No, yeah? You just rubbing that in, or?
No, not just.
They're adding too much sexuality to this game, man. Shard collector.
One's knowledge cannot go beyond one's experience.
Living water axe. Living water rifle.
The answer is out there.
Hey, I've been experimenting with this really interesting Canthan tech. It's an autonomously driven deconstructor. Breaks down complex items into their component parts.
So, what are you working on here? Looks like some kind of Aetherblade tech.
The Kestrels found it in Echovolt, beeping like crazy. I think it's one of those airship transponders Renyak damaged.
There's no way it's from one of ours. That outer shell is too new. Ours were old. Garbage.
No, it's definitely an Aetherblade transponder. Or was at some point. Only an Aetherblade would splice a wire with a used bandage.
How could it possibly be Aetherblade? Renyak could have fixed it up when he got here. I don't know.
Could it help us find Anka?
Maybe. Just need to triangulate the signal destination. You can do that, right?
Can I do it, he asks. We'll get it done, Commander.
Commander, meet me at the entrance when you've got a minute. Yumi's here with a new report about Anka.
So, you're probably wondering what I'm doing here. I'm glad you asked. Except, you didn't. I mean...
Commander, I know I should have checked first, but I thought since Ivan didn't have anywhere else to go...
No. I mean, no, of course, Ivan. Maybe you can help us track down Anka and the Aetherblades.
Right. Speaking of which, where is my captain? Is she with you? Is she... I mean... Is she...
I'm sorry, Ivan.
Don't be sorry for Captain Trin. Be sorry for Anka. You're gonna get her, right?
I'll get her sooner if we're all working together.
Then I volunteer my services to your crew. If I think of anything that can help, I'll let you know.
I wonder if this is a guild hall. Seems like something that would happen. Zipline that just goes across. You don't like it up here, pup? So what is this? We have what kind of almost seems like Grinth. 2 naked chicks. Someone in the middle. I don't know. I think one of these is Grinth and one might be Balthazar, but I don't, because this one has horns and the other one has skulls. Maybe that one's Balthazar, this one's Grinth. This one has a tree, so it seems like Melandrew. This one has an angel wing, so it seems more like Dwayna. And then this one's 2 people, so maybe Lissa. But that's... But that'd be missing Abaddon. But Abaddon was a fallen god, so maybe they don't count him. Because he fell to the void, I guess, is what they're saying. Is Abaddon is a void god, and the other realm is water. So you have... Well, that doesn't make sense, because Grinth is a... His stuff is like void. That's kind of a bit much. Awfully suspicious of the old gods, you know?
Commander, I trust you and your friends are comfortable?
Very. The Kestrels have been more than accommodating. Thank you.
Hey, Yumi was just telling me that Anka's been pretty busy since her little escapade in the reactor.
Putting it lightly, she's been sending Aether Blades to meet with both of the criminal gangs here in Echovald.
The Speakers and the Jade Brotherhood. Only thing they agree on is they don't agree on anything.
Except working with Anka, apparently. I should pay these gangs a visit. Ideally, without them knowing.
I've got Kestrels stationed outside each of their camps. Talk to them. They'll get you inside.
I'm gonna head for Mori Village, southeast Echovald. Meet me there when you're done. Scavengers think of themselves as heroes of the downtrodden, but all they're doing is lining their own pockets. They scoop up any discarded jade tech they can get their hands on, and then sell it to people who don't know any better. Even their name was scavenged for parts. They got nothing to do with the gang that went up against Ampha. Scavengers think of themselves as heroes of the downtrodden, but all they're doing is lining their own pockets. They scoop up any discarded jade tech they can get their hands on, and then sell it to people who don't know any better. Even their name was scavenged for parts. They got nothing to do with the gang that went up against Ampha.
We've seen hints of them here and there. They're mobile, and they don't leave a lot of clues behind. We found that transponder, the one we gave to Gorik. Odd, though. Seems unlike them to leave that in the open.
It's a trap. Time for a break.
Kate, did you ever catch up to Suwon?
We did. In the Jade Sea. We're working with the local authorities to keep her from moving beyond Kantha.
They didn't trust us at first. They'd seen the news bulletins blaming Aureen for Suwon's escape. Only took one fairly devastating skirmish with the Void to convince them it was worth believing we were on their side.
They've sent word to Xingje to send more forces. We can only hope their government listens. We can't let the Void spread to the rest of Tyria. And the Void follows wherever she goes.
I know. We've already experienced its effects here in Ecobalt firsthand. We're on Anka's trail now.
See, I mean, they've expanded the maps and stuff a bit more, kind of did a little bit to the existing, like the older things, which is kind of cool, but it's filler. There's not like anything extra that they've did. It's just like really big structures and creatures. Don't go chasing waterfall. There's a lot more stuff in this big castle area than there used to be, I think. I'm going to take a break after this. We're going to go over there and take the pup to see Grandpa, because she usually likes seeing him before he leaves, so...
Next time it won't be so nice.
See, these are the Tengo that I kind of remember. Speaker Warden. This isn't exactly the juggernauts of the past, but kind of cool. I like it.
That other warden, he was desiccated?
Yes, very suddenly, leaving him a cracking husk.
Oh. Did someone cast a spell on him or something?
There was a power of some kind involved, but I did not recognize it. In all my centuries, I have seen nothing like it.
Yeah.
Seems like kind of a lot. I mean, if we're just gonna use them to blow up tech, that's one thing.
Flicks
I hear you.
He has protection.
A lot's changed since Tetra came on.
Thank you, stranger.
caught a fish. You?
Oh, yeah. Junlai was trying to be clever. Hit a Jade Tech shipment under a bunch of wrinkly vegetables. I figured there was something good inside when the farmers made it clear their radishes were dying. Dug around in the vegetables and came out with some kind of useless automated something. Of destroying it? I don't know. We'll see what Tetra says. I hope so.
Brotherhood hit a group of ritualists on their way back from the spirit harvest last night.
Any casualties?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them?
They used some of their jade tech to jump on us.
Tetra's planning to hit them back, right?
Oh yeah. Nice.
Hey, you see something over there?
Nope.
Anyone on this line? I'm a bit hurt over here. Might need some help getting clear of hostile territory.
Yeah, our local cemetery is ripe for harvest. So many big spirits. Here's the lieutenant tried talking to the village. Just wanting to know what
I mean, if we're just gonna use it to blow up tech, that's one thing, but
Yeah, I hear you. A lot's changed since Tetra came on.
I feel light.
Junlai caravan is scheduled to come dump more filth.
You get anything good out of the caravan yet this morning? Junlai was trying to be clever. Hit a Jade Tech shipment under a bunch of wrinkly vegetables. I figured there was something good inside when the farmers made it clear their radishes were worth dying over. Dug around in the vegetables and came out with some kind of useless automated something.
Oh, you gonna do the honors?
Of destroying it? I don't know. We'll see what Tetra says. I hope so.
Were you...
Brotherhood hit a group of ritualists on their way back from a spirit harvest last night.
Any casualties?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them?
They used some of their jade tech to jump on us.
Tetra's planning to hit them back, right?
Oh yeah.
you, stranger.
How did you get in here?
That other warden, he was desiccated?
Alright, we'll be back.